Fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other
Chat, what's up?
photosensitivities. Viewer
How are you all
discretion
doing?
is advised.
How are we all doing? YouTube chatters, Twitch chatters, everyone, it's time. Jet is on a boat. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Dude, there was a sub at the beginning of this. Do I still have it on my thing? Who was it?
We're down to our top 4 now here. It's Americas and the Pacific. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 6 of Masters Madrid, coming to you live from
the
the
Spyrono,
Madrid
right?
Arena.
I think you subbed at the beginning. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
With Mimi and Hypog. Welcome back, guys.
I think that's right. Thank you so much.
You're not going to mention the 15 stuffed animals we have here, too? It's
breezing right over that. Breezing right over that.
I mean, you feel free, Mimi. We've got about 10 seconds. We've got about 10 seconds.
Attack the bear. Dan the penguin, bunny.
Only one penguin? What's going on here?
No, there's 3 bunnies. There are 3 bunnies.
Oh, I
you
didn't
missed out the bunnies.
them.
We're gonna have to redo it another time.
From the top.
Yeah. After the break, Mike. I
Rep
think you
provides.
can
Hello,
have
mate.
those.
Yeah, how's the
Yeah.
how was the Tier 2 Americas stuff going? I got some messages that I need to watch some games. Maybe do a little catch up at one point.
Matches, but I thought we'd shake things up today and do it a little bit differently with some wordplay. Dun, dun, dun.
This scares me.
How are M80 looking?
This is how it's going to work. We're going to show a round to Mimi and to Mike.
M80 looking
and
good.
Both of you will have to cast it with some specific words that we've given you to work.
Do you think these are the real 4 best teams? I think so, yeah. I mean,
yes, and
I think maybe...
so you can trust it. I feel like you
I
can.
think, would there have been any difference if anyone matched up?
Mimi, you are going first.
Nah, I mean,
and you are
I think
given the
we're
task of
fine
casting
with
a
it.
round
I
of
think in terms
paper
of...
X.
I think in terms of like actual LAN experience as well, in terms of the big high pressure moments, I think the right teams went through. I think a lot of the EMEA teams need some experience. I think that's the safest way to say it.
Round 17 here.
So I think Sen could win it all. I think they're heavy favorites. I use heavy loosely, but I think they are heavy favorites. Like they're the ones that have overall looked the best. And I think their map pool looks the best.
Needing the kills like dough or something.
Come on.
Now the flank becomes the biggest factor in this
I
round.
think
K-Prex will work their way
I think
back over
Lauda
the top.
one map change away from looking really strong though. Like they're one agent change away on a Sen or Lotus to actually being pretty strong.
Come on.
That was good enough for government work.
No.
And they're going to finish this off. Munyet gets 2, and it's a quick rotation back over towards this B site. Plant should come down in time, but there's already Mind Freak ahead. He's on the angle. Will find a shot and knocks him out of the park. Last man standing in a 1v3. Doesn't have much a chance at this one. Nade forward.
Surprised how good Gen G look. Man, their individuals are just outrageous.
And got it down to a 1v1 to Vi. Biding his time on a drop. This is a very long clip, and I'm still casting. I did all the words, but Tavai wins it.
I thought you were gonna like work extra. I can't say that word.
Extraterrestrial.
Yeah, with it.
You think you picking Paper X winning over Gen G is some copium? No, not really, man. Not really.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce
Probably
it.
looking, they're probably looking the best form we've seen them in terms of this year, not best form overall. And they won the best of 3 when it mattered last time.
Conjugation.
The word.
You-
Minus 30. I just got it in.
Kevin said it was Kevin. It wasn't on us.
Loud's
But
Phoenix
Hypog,
is
since
sick.
you think you can do better,
On some
how about
maps.
we take a look at your round? This is
I
you.
don't like it on the Ascent and on the Lotus, but I like it on the
Oh,
others.
this is so free.
This
so
is
free. Look at these
actually really
words.
free.
This is teed up. But Loud EG.
EDG.
I'm worried about the round. Is it going to be another long one or?
Here we go.
Oh, no, we're on this map, so she's right. So 6-2 to score. Round 9. See, looking now for a little bit of pressure towards A main. Slow creep. Tui's here with the operator. Trying to distribute some of that
Fonsalele,
pressure
hello mate.
ahead of this site coming through.
I watch international
Not an
football
awful
like the
lot
Euros
happening. Thank you
sometimes.
very much for
Euros or
choosing
World Cup maybe.
this clip in particular,
but I
'cause
won't
we're frozen
like-
right now outside. Tui's pick onto
I just
Novi,
gave
able to
just
away
gave
now.
up
EG
caring.
looking
I'll be
to
honest.
counteract
Like
this.
it really like up until
Shift
like
their transmission into the top gear
18 or so.
ahead of
Like
this side
I
here,
love
a little bit
football, man,
easier
but I
on
just
that
gave
one.
up caring.
Now actually Smoggy acting as a taxi for the spike.
I
that.
like it.
Yeah. Coming through, yeah. A very slow round actually. Why did we pick this one? 55 seconds left on the clock now. TP coming across. Haldong into sight now. Spike still not taxied into a site, but finally making its way in.
Double whammy, Mike.
Actually, fault line coming through. That's going to distribute some of the players on site elsewhere, but no pressure coming through. Spike finally coming through. Clip is lasting quite a while as well. 26 HP left on Kang. Shut out here by QCK. 77 HP. I've already done the words, so I'm just going to keep talking over this clip. Unless you want me to redo one, you can tell me now.
You want to do her words? Extraterrestrial? Negotiation?
Okay, well, actually, yeah, now currently in negotiation for the retake coming through. Utility invested here. QCK going to drop Smoggy. Can't remember the other words here, but I think one was extraterrestrial. Held on, not looking so much so. Shut down here. What was your last word?
Introduction of extraterrestrial by Sam.
And load, get the dough. Load, get the dough. Loud, get the dough.
Load, get the dough. Now, I've confirmed.
Ashton, thank you for the whole year. Appreciate the Prime Bro. Thanks so much, man.
We're both losers.
You don't have the power to do that because I confer with Tactibane, who was the judge of wordplay, and he told me that given that you're minus 30 points, I think Mike won it, but just the fracture of minus 25.
I like both being losers.
So there's a minus 5 point in between you, but well
here's
done.
the thing, at the end of the day, really the viewers lost.
Yes.
I think Paybreak's Sunset is the best. Yes, I do.
Fair point.
Yeah, well,
I think they're a step ahead.
Let's move on to something else because following
I think they got it
matches,
down.
we did a draw for the double elimination.
I think they understand it. I think they've always been a step ahead. I think off-season they were a step ahead in terms of their meta, realizing that you have to retake or play heavy site, and then I think
there is also a lot of history with all 4 of those teams. But
they're a step ahead with the Sage.
They won world championships.
I would be interested to see their comp against like a chamber, maybe where people are like fighting instead of like double blocker and then retake. But I think they're ahead. Yeah.
Into the top 4 to get to this point, and I mean this game versus EDG for.
I think that's the only map where they're ahead, though. If I'm fully honest, and that is the only map.
This tournament, and I mean this match against EDG was just dominant.
Yeah, time and time again we talk about Loud maybe having a slower start.
Too many teams using chamber. Yeah, it's I think it's more of like a Viper thing. It's like double vision block is hard to play against a chamber, and then can you really warrant a chamber over a Viper in terms of how much impact a Viper would have? Doesn't massively make sense, and unless you got like a star player on a chamber.
Are you really sold that this is the championship?
Do I like this tournament format? I think it's fun. I think it's more exciting for the viewers. I think the players and the teams probably dislike it. Less time to kind of you don't know who you're playing until like the last moment. But I think that also kind of makes it fun to see what teams can do within a short period of time. So yeah, I like it. But I could understand how people at the tournament, in terms of like coaches or players, think that a normal double bracket is better.
They looked great regionally, and then they came out here, they upset Loud when they were looking weaker, and then they also beat an EDG.
Do you think of something on chamber? I think it would be pretty cool. The thing with Paybreaks is they like util agents sometimes. I say sometimes because sometimes they don't, but I think they like util agents. But I mean, he opts really well on just like agents that support agents, I guess. And then maybe throughout years as well, we probably put too much emphasis on who can and can't op. So I kind of like their approach to it. But yeah, long story short, I think it would be unreal on it.
We get 3 mappers as well, so scan the QR code on your screen.
I actually feel like something has by far the most impact when he has an op.
A little bit later on. Also, make sure to use the hashtags Master Madrid and VCT so we can feature you guys on the broadcast as well. Keep those tweets coming. Keep
the Ada, thank you so much with the 2 months. Appreciate you.
There's 2 people I feel like are never wrong. They have never been wrong ever in history.
Yeah, that's got to be us, right?
And there's 2 people that have been very wrong.
You think K-Corp and Heretics will stay the best in EME8? No, I think Fnatic's still the best.
Predict the future. It's time.
I think they just messed up. I think they just messed up. And one mistake cost you in one mistake cost you in single 11.
Stage 2 playoffs edition. You may have just taken a sneak peek at my notebook. Don't worry about that. John Riot's given me some hidden instructions.
The script?
Potentially the script.
What you got in there?
What have we got in it? Well, number 1 is a regional rematch of the grand finals, because the fans love regional rematches of the grand finals.
Well, get them in early.
So
get them in early.
Yeah, we got them in early. The second one was no EMEA in top 4.
Okay, that's good.
Riot hates EMEA.
Okay, that's
so
good.
we got that one out early.
All right.
So we got those two. What next? PaperX lose in the grand finals.
Ah, that's tragic for them,
so
unfortunately.
PaperX, they make it to the grand finals. We don't know how.
Maple, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
I think they're
Daddy,
probably
welcome
making
in.
it to the
Thank you,
lower
Maple.
bracket Because Gen G are favoured, in my opinion, in this match.
Daddy or Shady?
Okay, but there's one team that needs to make a lower bracket run because John Riot really loves it when Sentinels play the most matches possible.
So Sen make it all the way through the lowers?
Yeah, Sentinels are going to lose their opening matchup. They're going to go all the way for the lowers into the grand finals.
But if PaperX lose the grand finals, that means Sen already win.
Yeah, so Sen are going to win the grand finals. Unfortunately for viewership, it needs to happen, which means that Loud ends up winning here, but then they end up. So how does
PaperX must go through the top?
Yeah, but this is good. This is good because teams that do well in scrims, they need to go out early. So Gen G have been undefeated in scrims. They've got to go out in 2.
Oh,
so this is perfect. Perfect according to the script. We're right on schedule right now, honestly.
So then that sets up another Loud v Sentinels at the bottom.
Loud v Sen matchup.
Where
and
Loud won.
Loud won, Loud lose. It's a repeat of the Americas storyline. Yeah, so Sentinels win.
Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah.
Slime Bunny, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, thank
It's
you.
every narrative that we could possibly want. I see nothing wrong with this whatsoever.
Gutting.
Absolutely nothing wrong with it.
I mean, I said they're never right, but they whipped out the John Riot script, Mimi. Will they be right this time?
I mean, if you just look at history, you know they're going to be right. Every storyline
Could definitely happen like that. That's the thing. I kind of look at everyone's pick'ems at the moment, and I'm like, honestly, yeah, looks realistic. Pretty open.
It just makes sense to me.
Sense. That's not what I got from that, but we'll move on. We'll wait and see, right?
Yeah. And speaking of storylines, let's just dive into our first matchup of the day. It is the Pacific Grand Finals kickoff rematch between Gen G and PaperX. And surprisingly, Mike, when we saw this
Cyber as well,
last
thank you so
time,
much.
it was
Appreciate the
both
2 months.
PaperX
Thank you for the
that
Prime,
came
dude.
out top.
Appreciate
I
that
think that
support.
was probably the.
That was the same as your pick'ems. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I think Sentinels are.
Was very indicative. Obviously, the
Sentinels
individual
again are
perform
favourites.
on this Gen G roster was what carried them through to a pretty comfortable scoreline in the regional finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was a PaperX at the time who I think was really still trying to figure themselves out. They were doing a lot of, and they kind of still are, right? They were doing this thing that we saw at the beginning of last season too, where they're pulling out all these new different comps. They're kind of trying to discover who they are again. And Gen G, on the other hand, they came out swinging this season. They had really clear.
You think it's a random draw if they're already in the boxes? It is, dude. I'm very confident it is random, even though the first one was pretty sus. Like, I'll be honest, the first one was pretty sus. Like, I've had my moment where I'm just like, man, why do we never get to see it? Why does it always feel scripted? So I've been through that moment. I've seen the proof. I've come out the other side thinking that it is always random, to be honest. But I can very much understand the skepticism.
Take the crown, but it did not happen. However, we did hear from Coach Alex after the press conference when he found out that they will be facing Gen G again, and this is what he had to say. I hope this time around we manage to shut Texture down, beat up Caron, try our best. They really manhandled us last final.
That was the first one done so badly. I mean, it was. We live and learn, I guess, is the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think individually, I mean, identifying the threats here, Texture and Caron both individually having a top 5 performance so far at this event. Quietly, Caron, Texture more so the headliner, but the concern being really for PaperX is around who is that front line, right? With all this kind of composition shifting, and I don't want to say losing themselves a little bit, but trying to figure out what the next step of W Gaming is, which Alex has said time and time again. It's a hot discussion right now of whether or not PaperX are actually on
Do you think it's had the most impact this event?
Sustainable improvement.
I mean, it's easier said than done, but for more
impact
PaperX, let's
in
send
terms
it
of
over
actual
to
matches that have
Pika, who
mattered.
caught up with Mindfreak.
Hey, Mindfreak, what's going on? Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
Yeah, it's a hard
so
one.
Gen G, of course, gave a very
Less.
strong performance against PRX in the Pacific Finals.
In the
which
games that have
wasn't too long
mattered.
ago. What do you think is different with PRX this
Forsaken?
time around, and why shouldn't Gen
Not
G
sure.
assume that they're fighting the same team?
I think actually we feel the same, like nothing's different because like right now, like we said before, our team performance is not our peak performance yet. So maybe right now we just playing in not in their home turf. So yeah.
All right, well, let's see what happens. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, if they're the same, they lost, right? So Mimi.
Yeah, I think I would be down for saying less. Forsaken, in terms of impact,
the lowest confidence confidence
there was a lot of big impact rounds in a game that they lost. So that's the thing that I'm trying to remember. EDG, like they lost that game. Like I know we had a lot of impact to keep them in it, but
Madrid thus far, they somehow find it in themselves the second half of map 3 and then probably lose it again.
Yeah, it's so strange to, and we were talking about not really knowing where to place Gen G, but PaperX has always had.
Coaching
this
team
kind
has
of
had the
image,
biggest
like,
impact.
What PaperX do we get, right? I mean, we've seen
It's hard
examples here,
to
the
know
second
like
half of
coaching
Split versus
impact.
Heretics is like one of the peaks of PaperX, to be honest. On the
I think
international
Sentinels
stage. The
has
way they
been
performed in that
interesting,
second
but I
half
think a
is
lot of
up
that
there
might be
with some
down
of
to
their best
John as well.
performances,
We never really know
I mean, they're saying
the
they
issue.
lack
We never really
confidence.
know
They're
about
at
like
6 out of 10 right now.
the
They're
inner
making
workings.
weird
Can't
composition changes
can't
that
confidently
don't
answer
really
that.
make a lot of sense from the outside looking in.
Okay,
And
Corp.
then we get to interviews and
Yeah,
they're like,
probably they built a whole team.
We kind of don't know what we're doing at times, but it worked.
Yeah, but that then brings us to the question you were asking.
I would never
earlier,
feel
Mike,
like
of,
fully comfortable with
What
it.
is the next step for this team? Because that's what Alex
The
was
logical
saying, right?
next step, but then you throw logic out the window because it's PaperX.
Yeah,
So it's,
that's the thing. But when you try and apply logic to this team, it
Hello,
doesn't
Des.
make
How we
sense.
done,
For
mate?
instance, some of the combos they're playing, they're running a combo.
Super G, thank you so much, man.
Playing double duelist, double.
Thank you so much.
Sentinels
Appreciate you.
without a
as well.
viper,
Thanks for the 2 months. Thanks for the tier 1.
Like so many of the decisions they're making seem so off.
I have a
And in the
video for
past,
Clove
when
coming,
you've
bro.
seen
I haven't
PaperX make these
even
decisions, we
seen
get
much about the
things like
agent.
their-
Only what you
their,
guys
like,
have seen.
Wayne Sky comms where they're cooking, they're coming up with something creative. But nowadays,
Literally,
it really
the
does
first
feel like some
time
of these
that
ideas are slipping
the first
through
time
the
that I get
cracks.
to see it
But
is the
that
same time
stands
as you
in
guys.
contrast to moments where this team is looking incredible. Like you brought up, that second half of Split. I think when they're playing on Bind, that comp, very well thought through, very well cooked. PaperX really seems like a team in transition right now that it's, again, so hard to figure out where
You
to
like
place
that
them because
underrated
of that.
players video?
I'm just
Yeah, I
gonna-
need to do
I mean,
more.
I'm
I need to do
gonna
more
go deep,
videos
I'm
where I
gonna
single
come
out
in and
rounds.
maybe channel a bit of
That is for sure where I think my
as
best
well
content
with it
is.
that
Okay.
every
So I
single
need
time
to-
people do have those
I need to
questions.
start
Is this
writing
the end of
rounds down
WGaming?
more.
When do they stop getting away with this? They get away with it. So,
mean,
you know,
look,
we've seen
Wonder
it,
if I
we've
look at
seen it
YouTube
before,
chat,
we've been
dude.
there
I'm
before.
always looking at
Absolutely,
YouTube
I
chat.
still think they're the
I'm-
most
I'm on top of it
entertaining
now.
team to watch.
I think that's
period.
kind of undisputable.
Yeah, but when you hear them coming out and talking the way they're talking, that's when you make them doubt a little bit.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about Forsaken as well, because Forsaken has been on it, and we've seen the rays come out of him, Mimi, for the first time here.
Yeah, I need to
I think in
I need to
terms
pay
of
more
things that have
attention to
improved since that
some
Pacific
little
final,
rounds.
Forsaken is a big piece of that. He wasn't doing
Write 'em
these
down.
right when they played regionally, and at Masters Madrid, this guy has showed up and looked incredible. He's picking up the rays. He's playing seemingly every role possible. The guy
Have I thought about getting back into coaching? I mean, every year I at least look at the offers.
A big voice in this team, Mike.
Yeah, I think as well, if this is an indicator
So,
for kind of maybe
yeah, the
rethinking
Ford
some
is
of the
there.
compositions, obviously Monyet having a different place within this team, putting Forsaken back in, I don't want to say the driving seat now. that Jim's
Laven,
gone,
thank you so much,
but,
man. Appreciate it.
maybe
Mini
build
Boo
some
as well with the
compositions
raid.
that are
Thank
more
you so much,
focused around
man. Appreciate you.
Forsaken and his current performance
Thank you,
form
Mini Boo.
could be the key for PaperX.
And
Best
we've
of
seen
luck
that,
for the
right?
rest of
They're
this year as
switching
well,
him
man.
onto rays on maps. They're giving him
It's
those
a
moments
really
where
solid
he can
start,
be
honestly.
confident.
Should be
and
happy.
these are the things we have to walk away from. That is why PaperX is a contender, because they have
Absolutely.
players stepping up. Because even if something's having a bad tournament, you still have Forsaken, you still have Monyet.
I know
you
that,
still
I know
have
that
guys
feels
who will
half
step
after
up
like
and
the
win
first
these
week
games,
of
even against the best.
losing, but
Yeah, and the
should
thing
be
is,
happy,
you
man.
say put him on. He's
Laven,
putting
with
himself
the
on
Prime,
those
thank
things.
you so
And
much,
as you
man.
said,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Forsaken
Appreciate
that
you as
comes
well.
up with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Mini Boo,
Genji's
thank you so much for the red dude.
Actually, I had an opinion.
One
of
step closer to being the raid
Forsaken's
boss.
And I don't think you can get a higher praise
Maybe when the
type
actual
of
seasons
on a
come round,
raise than
we'll
saying
reclaim
you
that.
look like Jing.
Yeah, that's up there with some of the best accolades you can receive. Again, it comes down to the sustainability for me. Is what is
Anonymous
the
Gifter as
go-to,
well. Thank you
what
so
is
much,
kind
man.
of the-
Appreciate that.
you know,
Thank you.
I guess the new form of these compositions and whether or not
Hit the desk? Nah.
is something they adopt.
I
across the rest of
just
the map,
complained.
or not something now with
I would
the-
just
the kind
mutter
of
stuff
get-go
under my
more and more,
breath.
if that's something
Dude,
that he
do you
tries
know,
to adopt a little more, what
You
is
know
the
what?
change?
Yeah,
Do you know
the
what
last
was
time
funny?
Texture
Is
caused
one
a
of
lot
the
problems back at the Pacific
I think I
final.
was
Speaking of
flaming.
Texture,
I can't
let's send
remember.
it back to
I think I
Mika,
was flaming.
who's
Like I might have been
waiting to
flaming
hear from
Soulcast,
Texture,
or I was
actually.
flaming like Dom or something. And
Hey,
they,
Dexter, come over
my
here,
mic
my
was
man.
still
I hope
live,
you're feeling
and the
good
players
because
could just hear
today
me.
is gonna be a big, big day. This
That
is
was-
the
that was
strongest
pretty
that
funny.
Genji has looked so
I
far.
think
A lot of
it
people
was
think the
Dom.
same thing.
I can't
What do you
remember.
think contributes to the team's success here at this tournament? And we have Eric here to help with some translations.
지금 현재 젠지가 정말 좋은 경기력을 보이고 있는데 지금까지 젠지가 이런 성과를 거둘 수 있는 데 있어서 가장 큰 요인은 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
그냥 저희끼리 소통 잘하고 그냥 총 잘 쏘는 거 그게 다인 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I think it's just us talking really well and hitting our shots really well. I think that's it.
All right. Well, eager to see what you guys have prepared for Paper X. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good luck.
Good luck.
The flame was needed. I mean, it was more just like, I think it was more just like a, what is he doing? I think it was more just like that. And then I remember Yampi being like, mate, we can hear you. Shut up, we can hear you.
All of the win conditions from Pacific
That was pretty
have
funny.
continued into this one. People
I wonder
ask,
what tournament
is
that was.
Karen
I
as a
forgot
rookie
about
going
that.
to be able to show up and look incredible? He's done that. Is Texture going to be able to maintain this performance? He's shown up. He's done that. I think there can be, though, an argument made that maybe they played some weaker opposition, right? They played teams when they weren't at their height. It was loud in their
The video
first
on
match
rounds
in
I
this
thought was
event.
done and
It was
dusted, and then
EDG
people
who
managed to
was
claw it
really
back.
looking
That
like they
could
were
make a good
crumbling
video.
towards
There's
the
been a
end of
lot
that
of
series.
those.
But I think that's not
Dude,
what
I could just do that for
focus on. What I
3v5s
focus
for
on is that
FPX.
they're on an international stage. They're
Could make a
playing
whole
against
video of
variety
3v5s from
different styles, a
FPX.
variety of different opponents, and I think they're doing still a very good job of maintaining this structured style that they perfected in Pacific while still having.
Did I win the game after the flame? I can't remember what the game was.
Sure. I mean, I would counter that by saying bringing a
I don't
team
remember
like
what the
this
LAN
with,
was, to be
I
honest.
guess the international experience that here with some of
The
these
fact
teams
I've
do
deleted
have,
it from my
to come
memory
out and be
probably
loud,
means we lost.
regardless of form, qualifying to Madrid loud. That's got to be a big bonus for them. And the key thing for me is seeing the energy on stage. It matches what how Gen G looked at regionals. Well, I mean, the opening series wise, they struggled versus Secret, but still the energy was super high. Karen was having standout performances time and time again. Munchkin and Texture alongside that. For me, they're looking very comfortable.
I mean, let's talk about Karen a bit more, because on day one we did say, how does he compare to the other rookies? We had a lot of exciting prospects.
Be
coming
down
from
for a
every single
stream where I
region,
just
and now
batter
we've
a
seen him in the
team.
group stage. How
Jesus,
does he,
you lot of savages.
He looks just as good.
I could
Quite
do.
honestly,
It
he
would
looks just good. He
be.
could even look
It would
better
be in
some
the
of these
season.
games. He's
Like
still
I would
these
never
lunges.
go
He's
like a
still
team that goes to
consistent
Masters
bragger.
here.
But what I want to talk about more is
Like a
his
team that is at
presence on the
Masters,
stage.
it has their
You look at his
stuff
defense.
together too much that
Every
it
time
would be
seems
pointless
winning.
nitpicking
Even when
a
his
team
is losing,
in terms
this
of this
guy's
stuff. Even if they made
standing up,
mistakes, majority of the time they'll be
screaming
doing
at
too much good stuff
opponents.
that I think we should be
He's
highlighting
such
instead
a
of
young
the
guy. This is his
bad
first
stuff.
global
But
event.
in the
It's a guy
season,
they
there is
found in
potential for that.
But he's bringing the vibe against the best, and having a player like that.
Like if
is
there's
so
a
important for any team.
K-corp of last year, this year, if that makes sense, then there's potential.
Exactly. So he's coming out here. He's got the energy.
Too cold.
He's transcending that to the rest of his team as well. And
GE
also mimicking
video.
that with his performance.
Nah,
In
it's
my
just like
eyes,
I need
I'll go ahead and say we're only entering
I would
playoffs now,
need
but
more,
think we've
right?
had
I feel
such
too bad
incredibly
going for a
consistent
team
performance
that
from a
that
standout
only
controller rookie.
that only kind of
Obviously,
misplayed
outside of
lock-in.
duelists, any
You
international
gotta
events,
give
like,
every
I
team like
can't
a little window.
I really think he's in the
Gotta give every
conversation
team
for,
a
like,
little
best
window
rookie
to
performance
correct their
ever.
mistakes.
Season
Then if they
one
don't
probably
correct the
last
mistakes,
year
then I
was the
think it's
next
free
best
game.
thing, but this guy's getting close to keeping up that kind of performance.
Hey, he was barely competing when Demon 1 was winning as
True.
well. So
That's even crazier.
Toxic Tuesday.
Yeah, that is the other thing. It's
Toxic
time for the
Tuesday.
result
Just every
of our
Tuesday is a
Masters
video
Card
flame in a
fan
team.
poll. Earlier, we
Damn,
asked
dude.
you if today's regional matches would go the distance, and you said that you believe the Sentinels versus Loud One will. And I feel like, Mike, I think both games will.
Yeah, fingers crossed for both.
Yeah,
That would have been me for sure. No shock to see
Ovi, hello mate, with the 9 months. Thank you, thank
People who
you.
don't think Gen G and Paper X are going to go to 3. Who do you think's going to 2-0?
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Ovi.
exactly.
That's a tough call.
Probably Gen G.
Yeah,
I
you
feel
gotta
like
give the
probably,
team
yeah,
some
yeah,
time.
Still, I feel like general fan sentiment has been very high on Paper X still.
Yeah, and we won't have to wait long to find out. But first, let's find out today's map
Blaming
pool and
Friday.
check in with Victoria and our coaches.
All right, welcome to
Consider coaching a Premier team? Nah, actually, dude, when Premier's on and I can have time for Premier, I actually want to play. Like, I enjoy playing the game. I just don't get time. Or I do get time, I just prioritize the competitive stuff.
And we will start with your first band.
Icebox.
Icebox, your band.
Sunset.
Sunset.
Sunset. And map number 1 from Paper X.
Split.
Oh yeah, I thought they
Side
might.
on split.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Oh.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bands starting with Paper X, you have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Band Breeze.
Band Breeze. Your band, you have Ascent and Bind.
Oh no.
You win Ascent, guys. You 100% win Ascent.
이게 band bind.
Band
Okay.
Bind.
I
Map
think
number
that's the
3
right
by
choice.
default is Ascent. Paper X, side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
I tell you what though, Paper X have a good chance to 2-0 this. Dude, I'm surprised they picked Lotus.
Well, we've seen these maps already when they played against each other last time, not in the same order, and Mimi split.
They're still the favorites for Lotus, but I'm still surprised. I thought Bind Descent would be like one of their picks. I think Breeze, they don't feel comfortable in their defense though. But
they've both been rocking with the double duels. I think what we should be fixating on this series is Lotus, because Paper Rex have struggled to figure that map out. We were talking about it earlier, Mike, but last time they played that double duelist, double controller.
GMS Dr. Haki, thank you so much for the 14 months. They don't pick Breeze. Nah, I think that Breeze can be picked apart a little bit. As much as I don't like Paper Rex's Breeze, I think that might have been the right choice. I just think I would have gone for a Bind or Ascent. I think I like both of the maps there at the end there, to be honest.
Could really be exploited today.
Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, we'll see.
It was a real head scratcher to see the way that they played.
Yeah, Paper Rex is.
It wasn't as if, you know, we've got
Breeze
the sky,
hasn't
we're going to
looked
front load
good.
some of these rounds and be hyper aggressive, guarantee that we're in our sights, let the Astra kind of flourish it in a post plant scenario, but.
I think the Ascent choice at the end was right for Gen G, but hopefully we get to it and we'll see.
It's like, where do they go again? Have they now had the time to re-prep?
Split? Oh, Paper Rex are heavy favorites for a split, without a doubt.
It just feels like such a big gap,
especially now that Split's got better.
Versus KC and where they need to be to make Lotus not a glaring concern.
This is actually one of the weaker maps for Gen G.
He said the Lotus comp that they did end up coming out with against KC, it was a Hail Mary. He was like, we are
Grand finals best of 5, yeah, and the lower finals as well.
We had to do something. And was it good enough?
No, it wasn't. Quite frankly, it wasn't.
Didn't Gen G lose to the triple duelist last time? Yeah, for sure. It was like, they got wrecked, man. I think they got like between 4 and 7 rounds. 6 maybe at the top of my head, I can't remember. 5, something like that.
But the thing is that this team, seemingly, even when they have that hole, the maps that they have no business winning, they continue to win at this event.
And that's the thing. That's the hot topic right now. Is like, oh, you guys keep down Paper X, and you know they always end up getting themselves.
Because it's the logical thing to do.
Yeah, I think Paper X got the 2 maps where I'm just like, that is your chance to win it. Like Split and Lotus in my mind were just like that's the maps that Paper X should be happy and wanted to get to take this. Gen G, I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised with their veto here a little bit.
I want to pull out from the map veto for a second and just talk about this rematch. I mean, first of all,
Kent, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 5 months.
But also for Gen G, think about what this would mean if they could beat Paper X a second time. For so many of those players, it's their
You don't think they had the chance on Lotus, as in Paper X? You'd be surprised. Their first matchup was... What was their first matchup? Their first matchup was kind of close. Paper X maybe won double pistol though. The 13-11 Paper X won double pistol.
An incredible moment for this squad.
Yeah, I think as well when you think about teams and their first
Paper X have been winning a lot of pistols.
You talk about kind of validation.
The pistol record is through the roof.
Mo130,
Mo130, thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fan votes here. Gen G fans, where are you at? Also, shout out to Ulysses, by the way, who's currently hyping.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Gen G
Paper X fans, that's for sure.
Paper X fans as well. But where do you guys sit with here? Are you 11% feeling like Gen G?
I think Gen G's going to win today. I feel like they're favored in this matchup. I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in.
Yeah.
Gen G have just been so consistent throughout 2024. Their players have been stepping up to a new level, and it really feels like at some point the Paper X magic won't be able to work anymore.
Team is the most eco wins? No idea.
My heart says Paper X, my head says Gen G, unfortunately. I think as well if some of these individuals on Gen G continue their performance or even, you know, start improving on the performance we've seen far, you know, bubbling up with the tournament now coming into playoffs, a little bit more prep time. That's a real concern for Paper X if they're going to try and pull out some comp changes or really switch up the way they've been playing, if they've gone into that level of detail of the games we've seen already here in Madrid.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We do have also another curse. You know, we got the 9-3
Paper X split. I mean, Gen G should have known this was coming.
Whenever that
So
happens,
they should have something prepped, but again, hasn't looked like a good map for them.
Yeah, there certainly is. I think there's a pressure to do more.
Think it's going to be in America's Grand Final? There's a good chance.
And Paper X is a lot better than that. The individuals who stepped up.
There's a good chance for anything, man. There really is.
Again, throughout this tournament,
It's just a stacked tournament.
This is a moment for Paper X that if they can dispatch Gen G here, make it on forward, this is finally the game where it can kind of dispel the doubts that everyone has had around this team, around if they can do it again, on if they just have to rely on these.
Imagine they go back to the triple duelist. Nah, not a chance. They lost confidence on it, man. That was done after the EDG game.
I don't think this is too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any world where that happens. But if they can come out here and get a confidence win, not only is that people looking at them better, but for themselves, right? They're still rating themselves a 6 out of 10.
Exactly.
They're still low confidence. I think
always
they need
a 10
a win
out of 10
today.
for me. Always.
No bias on the desk here at all. But no, I absolutely agree. I think as well, it's really telling to hear Paper X
Speed's
talk
got
the
some
way they
friendly
have,
fire.
They haven't spent these last few days trying to reinvent the wheel almost, because that's the level of extreme I think needs to
That's
go
moving
to
too
hear
fast,
Alex saying,
that is.
W Gaming's run its course. We need something else. Now's the time to pull it out.
And as you said, Mimi, this might
Okay,
be
you
the
could
one
make
that
it back and
actually
win.
gives them
I
the
don't think so.
confidence that they need. We
That
are
one is
down
impossible.
to our final 4 teams. So let's get the playoffs started. It's Genji versus Paper X and Sentinels taking on Loud. Day 6 of Masters Madrid starts.
I'm a little bit worried about some of K-Corp stuff in the normal season, honestly. Their ult rounds are well. They kind of use the same ult rounds. We've been noticing it a bit on stream, right? When they have the ult, when they have an ult, they just use the same set rounds. That'll get exploited like mad. Can't get away with that stuff these days. Paper X make me worried. I mean, they just do it. They just do what they want, man. They do what they want.
What's up? Hello.
Dap each other up real quick.
What?
High five each other real quick.
I remember playing against you guys in scrims back in Iceland.
Yeah.
It's been a while since
It's been a hot minute. Yeah.
I remember you guys were insane back then.
Yeah, they 12-0'd us
You guys are here
on the split. Last scrim we played.
It's good for a change.
Nobody is standing in Loud's way as Loud make
First
their way
half,
into
I remember
the
it.
playoffs easily.
Com certeza.
Similarly,
Acho
thank you for
que
the prime.
essa última partida foi o nosso pico de performance até agora no nosso time novo.
That's Iceland, yeah, they 12-0'd us on... I think they were attack on split as well.
At this point, everyone wants to beat us. So far, it hasn't worked out for them, and I don't think it will. Cara, a adaptação do QCK tá sendo muito boa. Eu acho que ele nasceu para jogar com
Vikings owned us on Icebox. Vikings like 10-2'd us on attack Icebox as well. Remember that.
Take it and win it. It's Valorant, so
in practice.
just who plays better that day.
Dreddy, thank you for the 2 months. Velvet Milkman with the 3 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you, Dreddy, for the prime. Get our revenge. I mean, we beat them both in official. That's the main thing. Prax, who cares about
Can we
Prax?
win the Masters between me and Genji? I mean, definitely. And even if we don't make it far, I hope they do win the trophy for us for the Asia Pacific League.
Last game against Genji was a pack final, and we didn't manage to win.
이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데.
Genji, this team looks scary. Valakia, it is a return to greatness.
너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
Vikings the best icebox, dude. They just ran it down on us on A every single round. We had like 4 people there, couldn't hold it. It's brutal. They were the team that picked the Yoru, right? For some reason in the official, that was mad.
And the block is ready. You're not gonna meet the same Paper X.
일단 저희가 이제 딱히 증명해야 될 필요는 없는 것 같고요. 그냥 네, 뭐 무시당할 그것도 없는 것 같아요.
Delia, thank you so much. Thank you with the 39 months. Holy, you kept that one going. 39 as well. Thank you so much. Go stream with FNS. We'll do it. Some EMEA game. We'll do it. We were meant to do it for EMEA finals, but I was going to Berlin, so it was my bad. Astra, thank you for the 3 months as well. Dude, it sounds like we need to set some rules for FNS, man. He can't be calling people frauds, and apparently he runs ads like midway through this stuff. We got some words have to be said. we need some ground rules before he comes on. Sasquatch, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 6 months. I'm your dog's favorite streamer. Okay, thank you for that. Shout out to the dog. Thanks for the prime.
Pacific, but then that was Genji.
Alexic, thank you with the 12 months as well. Appreciate that. Thank you.
That off as an upset. It's a one-time run, but now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again. They've made it to playoffs. They have another chance. I think if they can beat Paper X today, they can cement themselves as the best team from Pacific coming into this event, as a team who could compete for that title. But they're up against a Paper X that, no matter how logical you think about them, no matter what you think is going to happen with this team, they always surprise. They always find that miracle, and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, Paper X is the definition of any given Sunday, really, of what you get on the day, especially now we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. Paper X looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it.
Who would win in a 1v1, you or Team B, bro? I didn't even play the game, man. Still think I would do it right.
For the first time after scrimming it once and then show up and look terrible in the first
Give me a
half,
judge and
win in
maybe.
the second. Not to the same level. Not to the same level, though, man. They show up, they make a miracle happen, and then
He meant IRL. Bro, I don't even know how tall he is. He looks kind of tall.
They're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, on the veins of Na'Vi, Angel, he does currently hold the record for the most agents played in a single tournament, but Forsaken is 1 away. If he just whips out a 7th, a different agent
we see that.
By the way, in half the amount of maps too, because Angel did it in 21.
Oh, okay.
So maybe that is the key, like you guys said. For
Guy drew out the Paper X.
And at least individually,
respect.
he's been doing well. He's on form.
Yeah, definitely. I think just to double on from that, the real test for Genji would be as well if Paper X do completely.
Would I win against 2 minis? Nah, man, not a chance. I reckon Minis are savage as well, that's the thing.
For Genji to come out, obviously prep out the window and just perform bread and butter Valorant, which they've shown time and time again. They've looked very, very clean so far here at Madrid in terms of curveballs coming their way. They can do that versus a team like Paper X that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing it out on the international stage. Massive, massive bounce.
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it again.
Okay, so they do go for their new comp. That makes a lot of sense, but it looked a lot better.
Twice before. They know about the chaos, and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select, and it's standard for once.
What time do they play there? It's 4 o'clock for them right now.
It's the old standard from last year.
Yeah.
The teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' play styles.
Yeah, and I guess as well, abandoning the madness that was the Yoru comp as well, coming out from the split, which was the iteration that Genji played against last
Man,
night.
Aloud's gonna try and duel Sentinels on split today. There's a chance.
Monyet and on the other side, out from Charon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the 2 loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific Showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of
They already beat Sentinels on split, yeah, but their split got a lot better, and that was the Sadak 11-11 4K, right?
Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams.
So, but that might mean that they do pick it, not pick it as in float it.
We heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than
How am I doing today? I'm doing great.
Paper X know that from EG.
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Now it's an opportunity for them to give Genji a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I also think it's mind over mental, because the way that Paper X play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. I
think Double Dive is kind of outdated. I think it's still viable to do a good
They won't have to eliminate
level.
each other because one of them goes down and one of them
I think it's
gets
fine.
forward.
I think it's easy to
That's the
play.
only sort of saving grace for now, but it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best. So
It relies a little bit on individuals over towards mid, especially.
I think
But
most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like
I think you gotta. I think some teams need to be. I don't want to say smarter with the Viper, but I think when teams are doing heavy mid control, I think like going over towards A ramp isn't as strong as it used to be. Now teams are just kind of see it coming. So I think teams need to maybe come up with a new way of taking middle against the Viper middle.
Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first 3 maps of the BO5 that they played regionally.
The coaches have X-ray on their client. No, they see what the players see. That's why they're writing down so much. They're trying to piece together the mini map that we see.
Forsaken on a Yoru, himself and something were diving in, taking so much space and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong.
Was my take on EMEA not advancing to playoffs? I mean, we just had, in terms of EMEA, they just had inexperienced players. They got experienced diff, in my opinion. I think it's a good sign for the actual region, though, giving some more people a chance instead of Fnatic the whole time. Shouldn't coaches be able to see everything? Nah, that's too easy.
We need to actually try and fix the things we've got going on. The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw Gen G come in, switch into this composition, and just look.
You don't want to have a timeout where you know exactly what to call. That sucks. You need some kind of skill level there.
Explosive, but I just remember that defensive half of Texture and Meteor. I think they both ended up with 22 kills. Both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe to toe all the way
If Fnatic were here, do you think they would have done better? Yeah, I do.
We are just going to go the duelists of the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch.
But I also think that they got that's the thing they messed up, man. I think they messed up whether it's like their own individual performance or whatever. I think they messed up. I still rank them pretty highly. I don't think we should overthink a single elim game.
I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to Paper X, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0, but I'm expecting a 3-mapper between these two teams.
Let's get into this one. Can coaches talk during halftime? Yeah, and right now. They can talk until this goes down to 0. Now they get muted. Okay, Paper X gods at pistol right now. I don't know what the record is, but it's like a 70% at least. At least, it might even be higher. Oi, big little crunch onto this one. Omen Flash was good. Does the comms come in that this guy is in the corner? Oh, man. That's nice. Yeah, it kind of looked like they knew this one was coming, by the way. And it looked like they were ready for this pistol.
At least they've still got the spike, but they have to hope for some serious mistakes.
Could have just been similar in terms of how they've been approaching it, of like a 4-person push with a 1-person hold anyway, but they had a lot of people here.
There's no real need for panic on the defensive
And the util
side.
dump was
They're
good.
just going to hunker down and wait for Gen G to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Gen G. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But
Yeah, nicely done. No one dying as well, that's huge.
Now, as said, expectations for Paper X is this
Nice
is the
pistol.
map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two, I would favor to Gen G, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp.
Paper X's pistols been crazy. Yeah, they keep doing the 4-1 on defense, right? The 4-1 on defense is just
The problem is throughout this
the
tournament,
records of how like the win percentage of 4-1 on defense is just stupid high.
individual players that sometimes they could just crack through a map. And that is rare. Like,
14 to 5. Is that their pistol record? That's it's really high. The only people that have a better pistol record than that so far is Loud, I'm pretty sure. And it's relatively similar to that.
Losing your pick and winning your opponents.
Or Eco from Gen G smoke to kind of block vision to get out over towards here, and I was going to say, this isn't looking too bad. Flood comes in.
Not a bad start at all for Gen G, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights. With heals up, okay.
What do you reckon? Hill shouldn't have come in and they should have just dueled together? I think so. Nice round from Paper X to Flood, though. But I think as soon as the Flood starts coming in and the comms start there, we gotta not heal and just gotta carry on dueling. Still think there's a good eco from Gen G, though.
Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt, but
But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. Well, he just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking about
Got the double satchels. This is the new Raze main. I'm enjoying it. And any half armors. I mean, we got 2 half armors. We got 2 one-shots.
Looking to take someone down. He got the shot
Well,
off.
that was one of the heavy armors.
But that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill the player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up. So that it's
So
actually
Genji
not
just going for
that
the
problematic.
DRX
An early battle.
balls as well. It's a little bit different. Actually leans, they do it from here, whereas DRX do it from here. So it goes over towards the site and it splits the site in half. But I would say you can see over this from A Heaven. So it's an interesting attack wall that they're going for. That is like one thing that they've changed up so far.
They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams
That works pretty well. I kind of like it. Again, it has its weaknesses in terms of A Heaven, but it is better for over towards the site. You create a lot of pressure by pushing this up that someone could have walked through. Basically means that playing towards site is a little bit harder. Yeah, and PaperX take a gamble on this one. And maybe it's because of the wall as well in terms of blocking vision. They had no one over towards A.
It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PaperX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game,
yeah, imagine there was a stack here with 20 seconds would have been a nightmare. So who gets the plant on this one? There's probably not enough time for them to feel comfortable about throwing it across. Omen gets it. Let's see how much damage PaperX can do.
Pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for
Oh no, they're going to absolutely try and send it.
Already, Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very
okay, got a nice 1 kill over towards site, but other than that, it was relatively clean. We've got 2 armor rebuys, 1 gun rebuy. So it might not be enough to actually mean that this is a swing round. Something as well, getting the op-out. Again, I do think this is a big win, not a win condition for them, because honestly, they can win a lot of rounds. Yeah, okay, you can see over the top of that. They can win a lot of rounds without it, but I think in terms of something's individual form, I think he just looks way better with an op.
A bit more damage out of that side, but again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get.
Again, we pick another judge up as well, so this is something that you can do on this map with the double judge. If you buy it early, you can just, you can just have it twice in a row, and it is something that is pretty viable with all of the angles. I like this start as well, so they create a big amount of pressure, they take down the smoker, flash goes over towards middle, so they get info here, and something's done really good to get this early angle. So even though Genji are like confident in this round right now, they take the trade. Something's done really good, and Divided really good to clear the info. That means that they can have 2 with a like 3 kind of heavy lean over towards A.
Slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching.
He still did good. They're using the thing that's slightly worrying for PaperX here is they actually use the same wall that they're using with the triple duelist comp, and they wanted to do a protocol that was very similar as well. Once they lose Heaven, they try and push over towards site. Oh yeah, nice run from Genji though. I think that PaperX did okay to make sure that they had the stack in the right position. Elizabeth, hello, how we doing?
They know that it's in play right now, so they're gone spread out.
Genji is too slow for double dive at the moment. Nah, I think it's fine. You have to do a mixture of it, right? It's too obvious if you just start sight hitting. When you can prove you can default with this comp, that's when you know they're actually like comfortable with it. And then maybe you wait for a timeout and then you start going aggro.
It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover.
It's nice to know that you can always throw it in there, but it's good to prove that you can actually just like slow default, especially against another double dive comp as well. Like raining a lot of pressure over towards you is good. They only have the sky, and it's like enough sky to clear in the info, so it's like one of the better ways to play it.
Early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round, but as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a.
Okay, so we get the saved op over towards B, and it looks like we're going for A. 3+ and stack, and Sting Sheriff.
They are all set up
double molly.
Chance.
This time, for this strat, they go for the additional normal wall.
Fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for Genji after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect.
Yeah.
Deadly from Devi.
Extra's pretty big.
Slip away towards the elbow, another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down.
Nicely done. From Lakia here as well was pretty good. Tapping the spike, knowing that someone might try and take a timing.
The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right.
Damn, bro. Nice shot. Really nice shot. Lakia played very well on this. Also, like the defense wall, the fact that they can flash through it.
They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages for PaperX. Just basically
Crazy shot. Yeah, he's insane with an op.
Somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Genji, and well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem though is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Genji, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used.
Again, for double duelist comps, like a 7-5, 6-6 is pretty much average. Anything above or below is a very good half.
Could play a role later on in the round.
Or bad half, depending on how you look at it. Razor on defense, Seekers, Omenal. One away from all of these.
Throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Genji have a lot of credits built up. If
yeah, it's an important round. And there's a gap on the left of that smoke, and they just saw him walk through, and he had no idea there was a gap in the left of the smoke. He's right.
But down to just 5 HP, that's
look at that.
Not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realizations there eventually. Mindfreak can win this battle. It could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed.
Wait.
Devi, though, has done well. Bringing back
Devi did insane to get the first kill.
Just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from
ult goes in. What a weird ult.
Teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round.
I was going to say, does he want to pop the ult? Yeah, because then the guy has to leave his ult. He saw him, or his teammate saw him at least.
Teammates just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken
nicely handled. Nicely handled in the end.
Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Genji.
You reckon he saw? Yeah, it might have been that. Might have come up on radar.
Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for PaperX.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare. Everyone's sitting around like 3-4, 3-6, so they definitely could still buy into it. Yeah, this is the smoke that I was talking about. And then something just didn't have any idea that there was a gap in it.
Almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Devi had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from PaperX.
Reformed Catboy, thank you so much with the 10 months. Appreciate you.
It's not enough right now. Genji have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Genji side right now. PaperX, they're going to be on stingers, weaker weapons, no ultis to fall back on.
Why the Viper ulted? Big round, big round in terms of the econ, and created a lot of pressure. It meant that he could be like anywhere, otherwise he's in the choke point. Like without this Viper ult, it is a very winnable 1v2, especially with the ult online. With the ult, with the Viper ult, kind of made sure that he leaked out and had a lot of chances to be able to trade on the one kill that the Razor ult gives you. It wasn't a bad ult at all in terms of the Viper ult, sorry. Just discovered my YouTube recently. Thank you for the content. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you for saying that. And they do decide to eco. There was like one person, I think it was this, it was down to a 3-1, so they couldn't really buy as heavy, where everyone else was kind of not too bad. Eco goes in. Do they decide to change anything up? Maybe they want to go a little bit more aggro. Genji, now mixing up, just going for a B hit.
But it's not been enough to take rounds off Genji.
They've been B hitting a lot against ecos. Oh, Omenal invested as well.
Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so
Blood's coming in. 3 people here early.
And close range
That molly in heaven might wreck them though. Yeah, I mean it's nice shots either way.
3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's stuck in
They know this guy's on site.
It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mind Freak drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. A confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that Paper X wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen G. They're farming
Had the chance. They gave him the chance for it as well.
3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, doesn't want to give him anything, it looks like. I mean, he has his ult anyway, which I think he picked up over towards A, right? His orb. And that was their plan, was to get the orb, so I like how they decided to... I mean, this was a nice round from Gen G in terms of going fast. Didn't want to let him get the orb. And then if they do get the orb, they're far away. They've got to get it with numbers so they can just kind of clean this up. Which I thought the Viper util was good in this round. Toto, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the 11 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
Quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself.
Okay, another big buy round.
So why not?
The op comes out again, and looks like they're going fast for this B. Monyet is here on his own.
Again and again, 5 in a row for Gen G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off,
nicely
and
done.
Monyet had no chance. No smokes
Actually a pretty good
the way
reaction
back
from
through.
Monyet
No
to TP
paranoia
up
to play
here,
with.
knowing
Still
that
some
might
flashes
happen,
on
and then he
divide,
could drop
but
off,
Paper
but
X
the ult
set
was
up
just
with
too
a man
fast.
disadvantage on a retake, seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen G are even better in the 5v4s.
Oof, man, and the op is just searching.
Another Forsaken trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is and well, Lackey and Meteor combined.
Yeah, really convincing. I'm enjoying this right from Gen G. This is what we talked about, right? We said slow pace, and then when the timeout kind of comes in, then they can start going a little bit faster. We saw Insta B hit, the Insta B hit. So they started the whole half off really slow, so they can kind of like methodical slow play and take map control and create question marks, pull the rotates, and then they just start mixing it up with faster hits. Pretty textbook.
This has to be a crushing one for Paper X off rip. Because again, they're left
Force them down to, I mean, force them down to a full buy because they have knives.
With light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded.
Going back to their normal wall that they've been doing, again creates a lot of pressure over towards A. Definitely in terms of Paper X and their timeout, they had a talk about this new wall and said, over towards top of A, you can see on top of this, we've got to prioritize a little bit over towards A heaven. And then they also do the smoke over towards B, so they're creating a lot of pressure once this goes up over towards B, either side. All passing, Paper X want to shut down middle. Full blind there.
Winning out every single one! There's no competition, Tom! Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one! And not two!
Damn, look at the timing over towards ramp. Maybe from Monyet? Okay. Oh. Oh, it's a nice reposition. Oh, Botsman. 13 HP. That's so unlucky. That was a sick try from him. Yeah, it was nice shots. Really nice shots. 13 HP. Damn, dude.
Made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen G. Like the beginning of this round, they were
Get
so
5
ready.
bullets with the TP, right?
Their
Or
whole
more.
team just waiting in mid, ready for that push
At
to come
8.
through. And sure, the utility from Paper X was good onto a couple of the players.
Kind of like
but the
moved
deeper
as well. I think
players
if he
were
stood,
so ready for
if he
that
full
push to
committed
come
there,
in.
maybe.
It ends up being quite an easy fight.
Not even close, guys. Not even close.
Okay, and we said 7-5 is like a normal 4 double duelist, so anything above this 7 is like a huge win, really.
And his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why if he's fragging out like that. But
Damn,
again,
look at the mix-up Gen G are doing, by the way. Slow play, like B main takes, etc., create question marks, and then they start walk contacting as well. Like, they're really mixing it up. Walk contact A heaven, 3 people.
Stingers to play with, Sheriff on Forsaken, and Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position.
Look at the
how
timing on
passive
it.
the
It's so
players are.
good.
They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Karen up from above. There's not really an easy way to kill him.
What the?
Maybe there is. Somehow Munya got
Yeah, they had
past all
really
the
good after
defenses.
plants for this
Even still,
heaven
though,
plant.
This post plant looks strong.
Had so much
They've been
side
taking
control.
these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone, trying to bait some space.
As he
but it's
handled
all too
8
easy
with
for
2
Genji.
chances to get this
Another
higher.
three-man player
Man,
surviving. 8-2 on the board.
crazy
And this
strong
is the
right now.
This is PaperX's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they have achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on in a series, on a map that previously Gen G got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now
There's a good chance for them to get 4.
They might do one better.
They got a Viper ult that goes insta over towards A. 4-person shutdown the middle. Yeah, and they kind of realize they've got to use everything into this one. A lot of ults done. It was unlucky team flash, to be honest, they came in.
Long have they waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he got an opportunity, but it was shut down eventually by something with only one standing.
Nicely handled. So, at least in the timeout, you kind of saw like a lot of stuff that PaperX were talking about. Like ignore B, make sure we try and get some kind of control of A, whether it's A heaven or someone close, and then shut down middle. They gotta shut down middle, and this time they managed to.
I think he doesn't get that kill if it's
It's
not
an actual direct hit. Pretty much a headshot.
It's at least
Oh.
a breath of life. We've seen them have strong attacking halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence. I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack.
2 ops, they got a lot of money, so they're just holding for a push, back up gun. 4-person push down middle from PaperX. Same thing, leave B, and make sure you punish middle.
Completely conceded the golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up, really swinging.
Still, ops in hand.
12 and 6-2 KD on the board and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. PaperX tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught. 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset.
Whoa, this smoke over towards B
Genji
is...
have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for PaperX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of so being within the smokes.
Yeah,
that
it actually kind of works because it's just like, why on earth have they done the smoke if there isn't someone trying to like lock in? So, kind of worked. Double op still in play, looking for the picks.
The operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on
Smoke
the
over
backside
towards
once again.
middle, creates pressure like they're getting in towards vents, and very aware that their wall is weak towards heaven.
Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. He's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but
Keep an eye over towards B while this is going on. Fake pressure A, with the spike over towards B. Free sight. They pretty much just prodded A and B at the same time. Lovely shot.
Shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13th.
Oh, he might.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down. 15
I was going to say, he
seconds
might
left.
be
It's time
tempted.
for Gen G to
10
get a
seconds
move
to
on.
plant this?
Munchkin has to step out
You
from
guys
the
have got to
corner.
get
He's
out of
been
B
caught.
main.
They need to dive on that
You
spike
guys
and
have
get
got to
it
get out of B main. Holy. Okay, nicely done from PaperX. Good flood on this one. Managed to get 4-8. It's not too bad. It's a good recovery.
nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong
Yeah, I was watching these guys over towards B main, and this Omen never felt comfortable to plant the spike here. And, I mean, they just had 2 people late middle. The Seekers really helped them get the info here as well.
This was a really,
Look
really
at that lineup.
scenario for them to have to fight back from.
3 people B main with like 12 seconds left. You gotta, you gotta feel like something went a little bit wrong there.
Definitely still opportunities. Even still, though, you said Lakia's
Yeah, it felt like the double ops. They maybe gave it like what 10 extra seconds too long to actually try and get a pick, whereas they needed to be a little bit more decisive, maybe go a bit earlier.
무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karen might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 네, 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저에게 콜을 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같다고 생각합니다. 자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고.
4 with a double duelist? Yeah, I mean, they got a win pistol. And they got 4 with pistol. That's kind of mad.
잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을 준비해서 저희가 이제 잘하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 할 거고요. 진짜 항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Genji.
Daxter, thank you with the 5 months, mate. Appreciate the prime.
Now fourth time, fantastic. At least kicking off in that first half, 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Genji to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in.
I feel like Genji had a little time to focus on Split. Yeah, they probably knew this was going to be the map picks, considering the result last time they played. And the fact that PaperX have been having success of it once they change comp. Oh. Good luck on site here. Dude, Lakia's eaten so much util. Holy hell, dude, look at the assists on Lakia. Everyone was involved for it. Oh god, imagine. Okay, double pistol. Double pistol. We gotta bear that one in mind. They needed it.
It looked like there
Get
was
it.
a realm where Meteor managed to turn that back. Even still though, it is the pistol round for PaperX, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is firstly, you're going to have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
There's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor.
They can flash swing this as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, they actually do a little bit of damage here. They don't take much map control. A little bit scary.
The outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had spotted the player in the corner. Munyet, though, able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell.
Forsaken 10 HP. I'll tell you what, PaperX will take that. That's the guy that's 10 HP. What the hell is that shot as well? I like this from Karen as well. He's going to go fast behind, right? So because he has guns if they go sight or not. I mean, he could definitely go A heaven. There's
It depends though, because PaperX, that's the thing.
I like this from PaperX. They have no idea where he is. They literally just hold everything. Again, the temptation to go behind is very high because of the guns. That's why they're so aware of it. They're like, well, he's probably going to want a gun, so he's probably going to be coming from here or here.
Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt.
The flash was good in terms of their last flash used to get info.
One of these duels. For now, at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted.
Good plant for heaven.
And now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had.
They're going to know that he wants this gun. So.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with, 100 HP. A Paranoia still online, both smokes. Timing is key.
Look at the double swing on it. Yeah, they kind of knew for sure. Once the timing came and we didn't have a swing from here, just almost likely he's getting the gun. Damn, good damage though. Genji did great damage here.
Okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So few kind of random engagements that ended up, well, rocking the boat a little bit for PaperX. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those ults to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm, even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next.
PaperX buy into this with 2?
PaperX has players now.
Yeah, they're not believers of the bonus round. 2 people buy into this. It's really like money's really weird at the moment. Yeah, this is now just a really early swing round.
After Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. At least for now. It's only going to be the control that's lost for Genji.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hold. 2 players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head.
I see down from Lakia, and then while that happens, they realize both of the A players are in vents, so they can take a bit of control over towards A. In terms of a 3v5, this is like one of the better positions you can be in for the free. Not anymore. Yeah, it had legs up until that moment.
As now there's only 2 attackers standing, their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the side.
Yeah, this guy did great to walk out and just take the extra angle.
This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario.
Enough they're going to do.
Talk about can he do any
Buy
semblance
two,
of damage.
buy
As
two
said,
hero
they invested
guns.
some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. And well, it's not even
Nicely
needed.
handled,
First
man.
one
One
gets the job
armor
done.
rebuy. This might be
Gen G
one
will extend
also.
their lead.
Strong start. It's gonna be weird what PaperX do. I imagine 2 hero guns and are they full buying? Okay, so at the moment 3 people are full bought and 2 people just can't. The 2 people are like 2,200.
6 to 9 scoreline, PaperX attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round.
Okay, they buy into it. The 2 people that can't buy, they're at 2K, get a Stinger and a Sheriff. So yeah, they're absolutely going for it. Dude, some of the PaperX buys have been mad. K-Corp S, Smoke, Missed Heaven.
Well, I mean, it kind of has worked because
That happened before in another round where I felt like Munyet didn't smoke Heaven, but it was actually this. Okay, they kind of knew. Yeah, he knew that we get a smoke over towards Heaven to cover it up, so nicely done from Munyet on that one. Huge kill from Forsaken.
Exactly what PaperX does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing.
Yeah, and this was like a all-in. It was essentially an all-in with their money.
And this 2v4 scenario.
Looks like it pays
Flash
off.
is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've
Oh.
spotted Karen as well, although I say that. The
Yeah, and he's
pickup
like,
never really
well,
came in. The
why is
player
there no one
behind the back
facing
of
on
the
Heaven
site.
here? Flash to go through spawn. Enables this guy to go through. Okay. Nice shots in the end. Yeah, that's a good time for him to come on, come alive as well. Yeah, it's true. He has been Sheriff. They get double. Well, they don't get double upgrades, but they manage to keep the 3 guns in, so their money's good.
A challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving on the site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out.
The IGL for PaperX is meant to be a hive mind, but from what we can gather, most of it's Forsaken. But from what I've heard, these 2 are like the most vocal, but it is like a hive mind.
The difference is now just 2.
But it looks like Forsaken's taken more of a like a IGL role recently.
Serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karen's repositioned. It's sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with
What a god, man. What a god. That was sick from him. Holy.
He's put the rank play into the pro play. And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many
He's
different
just
things.
so confident. And they get insta reset, and they're going to force into this one again because it's PaperX. Dude, I would love to see a replay on this.
And again, we fall back into economy
Oh, it
discussions around
should have
this
done it
squad.
before.
They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by PaperX as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game.
What the?
We're at a stage where if Gen G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's
Yeah, it's
door.
the last timeout.
Yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mind Freak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mind Freak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's going for his triple kills. That'd be impressive.
Hold my beer. Thank you for the 5 months, bro. Appreciate you.
I also think something.
Thank you with the prime.
Like we talked about the duelists in this matchup. Other than, I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PaperX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karen just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers.
Yeah, they go for this. Man, some of their buys are
Side, a Blade Storm as well for Meteor, but I don't
really wild. So they pretty much all in again for this, and they all in at 10-7. So you would imagine it's a 12 if they lose this. Go fast over towards Heaven. We change up the wall on defense. It gives a gap right here. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a one-person fake over towards B, basically trying to create pressure. Sorry, one-person fake over towards A, trying to create pressure over towards Heaven. And then over towards Sight, trying to make it look like you're more than just one person there. Mags, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Maybe. Big duel next. Texture might have just saved them fully. While this is going on, they push over towards middle, and you would imagine this is 2.
You might have her trail, but well, it's a little
Seeker's down as well. They like I was saying, they really all in on this. They realize just how big this round is. That's why the ult comes in.
Back off and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was
their money is so wrecked.
That he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle.
Everyone's sitting about 3K.
Intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Genji have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PaperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get
yeah, and he has no timeouts now, so he's just raging to himself. And Genji on this, so they do decide to force buy again. Dude, look at some of the buys.
At an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom.
A live from Hollywood with a Prime. Thank you as well, mate. Appreciate that. Welcome in.
Weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is,
raging to himself. I mean, he's technically always raging to himself. This was a great buy from Meteor, by the way. Like when you know that they're gonna be buying and you're looking at their money and it's like 3K, everyone's gonna be light armor because they're not thinking about prioritizing the heavy armor. Like the time to get the Outlaw out is perfect. That's insane. How on earth is he still alive there? Uh-oh. Oh my god.
Oh, this could be big! He actually switches away! And it's just going to be the shutdown. Surely for Meteor! He starts
5 chances.
As well.
5 chances to close this one out. And they force bought as well, so they were sitting about the same 3K.
We've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, Mitch?
A little bit better free finds, basically.
5 in a row up against 4 ultimates. Only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Genji have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll
4
close out the
ults,
game
5 chances left, and PaperX decides to go super fast over towards Sight. They smoke off Heaven. Like they, honestly, kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Spots him with a dash over above the wall, and then they just shoot through when they see him on the mini map. That's outrageous. That is such a sick little micro play.
It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Monia goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5, some serious mistakes needed.
Right, let's count it down. 5 to 4.
Okay,
and did they use any ults? I don't think so,
Start of the way back for this squad.
Wait, did I miss loads of ults?
They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of
came in. That move there was really cool. Really like that
just
move.
A Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They
Especially when you pop the dash to go above it.
So not only winning a buy round, but winning a
then you can instantly get out. And then, yeah, when you have players that are so good at just shooting through the minimap, like from info on the minimap, this is going to be weird. Genji, one heavy shutdown over towards A. Oh, man. Guy in Heaven's dead, right? Yeah.
Oh no, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash.
Yeah, the fact that he peeks early, so they peek. This is really nice. They use this wall, they peek early, they molly behind it, so no one can follow this one through, and they know because they've been watching a lot of demos that it's like flash, and they can beat the flash over towards Heaven to get this info. So I like the change up of the wall as well. Well, I say change up. They've been using it every so often.
And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
Yeah, it's not too bad right now.
That is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of Paper X's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have
The mad thing is they want to go A.
Even if there's not a player
they actually want to go through this. They're using the ult to back a site, and then it pushes them off in theory. No, using the ult to B. They're trying to pull a rotate. Oh man, this is all on Munchkin.
Down below, spotted and taken down. Gen G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin.
Yeah, there we go.
The pit. And what a mistake that was. Welcome
The
to
bold.
his world.
This is a bold mid-round call. Really bold
free
mid-round
kill
call
for
to try and force through this.
15 seconds. He's found the 4Ks in the past, Dom, but this would be exceptional.
Yeah, nicely done from Munchkin here. Impressive. You got to remember as well, this is a 13-8, and the 8 won both pistols. They annihilated them.
It did not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds.
Yeah.
What a performance for the side of Gen G.
It's even more impressive.
Strong performance or really strong?
A player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some
the
good
prep
fake
from
plays,
Gen
but
G here was very
at the end
good.
of
They
the
knew
day,
this map was going to most likely be picked, and they had some good stuff. That's some really good stuff.
Their pick of Lotus after this.
I like their wall over towards A on defense as well.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk
one
you through attack
split.
control. Watch out for the stairs, clear this
Masters
angle.
play.
You're going to be able to fight this.
Let me quickly mute this as well. We're gonna, let's see if this works. This work? Yes, it does work. So hopefully, look at some of the stats from this as well. And oh man, the rating is not the one on this one. It really isn't. Yeah, for people that want to check this out as well, this is new site. Just do hashtag insight as well. Let me do it in chat. Hashtag insight, and you can kind of check out your ranked games. So what we're looking at right now is something that will be coming, but it's just like a really, to the hashtag, yeah, the exclamation mark insight, and you kind of get your own. Let me click on mine. It'll give you your own preview of stuff that you need to improve on in terms of, this is mine. Disciplined, that's fair. Shaky, that's also fair. Beta, probably fair. And controller main, because I've just been trying to get some wins just because I can't handle controllers in ranked. So if you want to check it out, this is like a good, basically the whole thing on this site is just like easy way to improve. I have so many people that come in and be like, how do I improve the game? And this is one of the things where I feel like it's a good way to improve. It's like a good idea of what you have, of what you need to improve on. Movement's still there, aim is not there. I'm buying too many judges probably. So yeah, this is like a good way, and then you can kind of compare as well. You can compare agents. There's loads of good stuff in here, so you can kind of check out what's going on last 20 games. You can see in terms of comparison of like if you're getting better, if you're getting worse, etc. So yeah, go check it out. Tell me in the chat and compare in the chat in terms of what is going wrong, what's going good for you, what you need to improve on. So yeah, it's we were using this a lot when we were playing as well. And I just genuinely think the site's really cool. You can kind of get an insight of what all of these means. It will rate them all. And then you also have your like match performances, so you can check it all out. Yeah, let's actually look at a good one for me. What's a good one? A chamber? Take that as a chamber. So yeah, go check it out. I think it's a strong way of being able to improve from what's going on. And the guys behind it are just like really willing to learn, and they're just great guys, honestly. So sight down, maybe it happens. Last time we did this, the overload was too much, so we're giving it another test. DDoS the site, yeah, that's what happened last time. But yeah, check them out. Again, this is something to come where we can kind of check out some of the scores, and it gives like more insight, and they have like their own version of cast as well, in terms of like including some trades, I think it is. So yeah, go check that out as well. Maybe just slowly throughout the day. We don't want to overload it. Yeah, it's a good way of working out your own game of what needs to improve, for sure. Are they making a desktop app? We can ask that. They might even be in chat actually, to be able to ask them. We DDoSed it. Hey, we tried. It will come up in a little bit. It happened last time. Got a little overload. Dude, we're just too popular these days. Too popular. The DDoS came in. Okay, chat. I'm not gonna run any ads. Actually, I'm gonna run like 1 minute just so that you don't get a mid game. 1 minute. I'll be right back. Can I do 30 seconds?
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm with Solo.
Let's wait for the interview.
And Jen here to help with some translation.
Yeah, I can do 30 seconds so you don't give him. The FNS, yeah, I flame him and then I do the exact same.
If you don't know them well, but Genji does know them well. So how do you as a team dissect their style?
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기 마련인데 좀 젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일에 대해서 충분히 잘 알고 있고 잘 분석이 돼 있잖아요. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 좀 어떻게 경기를 풀어나가려고 하셨나요?
일단 페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서 게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 역으로 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요. 지금은. 네.
Of course, PaperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Genji players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid to take those fights, don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Genji, so thank you very much.
Shooting more heads than normal. Dude, this team was always just like one-shotting everyone.
It's not just a good day, they've had a great
Yeah, I was gonna say they've actually always, like, aim-wise, they're always looking outrageous. When you can take it to PaperX like that, it's a very good sign. Chat 30 seconds just so you don't get it during game. I'll be right back.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Genji looked like
Wait,
a better PaperX
that
in
even
this
work?
game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments, they had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Genji was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas PaperX looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Genji willing to step into that zone with PaperX, where, you know, you have the flood pretext or, you know, stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Genji, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie. Karen come into this a lot, and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment, round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to PaperX when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive, and Karen, I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. There's a sort of rank play that catches PaperX off guard, because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retakes against a squad like this instead. Genji can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to PaperX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round, they were giving it, they were shouting across the stage. And on the other side for this, for PaperX, as we take a look in the AIM Lab shoot-around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round he forgot he was put onto the Omen. Still on the race for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, you know, some of the aggressive plays the Paper X made, they felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical Paper X, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach
Okay.
Alex of PRX. So we can see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and Paper X was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if Paper X can wrangle in those nerves and
Damn, that did not look confident. Sandy, thank you with the 20 months. Appreciate that. Jez, thank you as well with the 13 months. Thank you. And Pancom as well, the 11 months. Want to be interested in changing the hydrate.
What is this, Mike? The fourth new comp.
Honestly, I respect the how many months is that of this? 13? Kind of sick.
So I guess maybe then indicated we did see that on split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open. It fixes that issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable.
Interesting.
You only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time actually is
And this
that
is
towards Divide here, his inability to really have impact.
This could be a rough map for them. We'll see. Jules, thank you so much for that. Thank you. I missed your resub.
Absolutely, it was absent last time.
Bro, I think I fully missed it as well.
Really going to be scrutinizing him.
The chance that I fully missed it.
Don't win here. They will be going into
Unincognito with the 4 months. Thank you with the prime. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Feeling about this one?
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because at worst,
Let me try to find
we
it,
should have
Jules.
a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13 to 11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum.
Amaro as well. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 8 months. Thank you.
Paper X, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran.
Jaws, thank you for the 19 months, bro. Appreciate you. Kinda there's a sub after that as well, but I find it in low bet. Thank you, Jaws, man. Sorry that I missed that. Okay, so Gen.G wanted to do a prod pistol over towards B, and did we maybe stay for too long? That's a nice shot either way.
Because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest
In terms of the pistol rounds, by the way, it is 2-0. Turn the stream up a little bit for sure. Yeah, it looks a little bit down.
They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of it.
Yeah, 3 bullets went for the burst fire, 29 HP. That's so good. And they lose their first pistol with a knife kill.
He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and
Yeah, I respect him for getting it back out, because I imagine he had more bullets, right?
Win it out. And Paper X, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions.
Yeah, he did.
What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site. They get the initial.
Man, that's sick, bro. That was instant decision making. He had 3 bullets left, and he wanted to take the fair fight.
To be able to convert, not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to
Okay, Gen.G get the first pistol on the board, and they buy heavy into this one, stacking orbs over towards Monyet, I think. I didn't actually fully see that.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to die.
Okay, lovely sidestep, because that would have put him down to 1.
To the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online.
You spam on this?
Nothing to really force these players out of the
1 HP?
With that sees, it's keeping them in.
Oh my god, it looked close. I saw like a few stray bullets going.
So low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where Paper X have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good follow up, and then it's clean house for Gen.G. 2 players lost, not the end of the world.
You're done. Sheaf, thank you with the 25 as well.
Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Textures was one off a showstopper going into round number 3, so especially
oh
this
man,
map, it definitely is a little bit more
look at him.
To challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see
his reactions are so good. Man, people with insane fast bullet aim, it's just so nice seeing with the Guardian. It's like some of the most satisfying things you can get in this game, I swear. Okay, big buy run for PaperX. We get the attack Oda now, and with the damage done in terms of the round before, we have 2 sheriffs, so not too bad. And Texture looks like he's about to eat this. Yeah, the readjust went a little bit late on this. Yeah, the readjust was a little bit to the left, I think, in terms of it. Still, took a good amount of damage. Monyet sent it out.
Not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. They're in a pretty good position. The close range.
Yeah, does this sound quieter than before? Let me put it here.
There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing.
Yeah, I think that looks better. Maybe I can adjust it slightly.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well.
Yeah, wall goes up, timing on this one. And let's see if they can get any more damage done. Not saying Munchkin's going to win this, but damage is the one.
When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean,
Done.
not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise.
Dude, that is nice, though. Look at the armor rebuys.
But at what cost?
I mean, look at the gun rebuys.
Absolutely everything.
Could he not have got out of there?
Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like
Every single gun.
To earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Wow. Round 4. And there's going to be a
okay, well, after that round, there is literally no one in the server who can buy next if they lose this round. We got a Razor, and the Odin now comes out on defense.
But with Gen.G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series.
These splits looking pretty good. Does the Omen and Viper get hit early?
Just missed. Both squads, we knew this was coming. Monyet's on the way. Head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down.
Mad respect. Still going forwards and not popping that early. Yeah, and he creates a lot of pressure. And does he just get out of there so he doesn't get pinched and joins his teammate? Maybe.
Realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for Gen.G, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for PaperX. They need to find a miracle through these spams.
Wait, we didn't stick this?
Been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out. But it's
oh man, just a spam all the way back. I see Hander from Gen.G. I think Karen got the most important kill over towards Heaven, to be honest. Over towards Sight. That is PaperX gonna have to eco this one, and this might be a savage best of 3 for them.
Play showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PaperX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing,
that's a sign of someone who knows just how impactful that round was.
That Gen.G go for the retake on all sides.
4 sheriffs.
3-1. Odin being kept through. Lakia going way up in my estimations.
Yeah, and Gen.G have been doing a good job of mixing this one up as well over towards A. They managed to get their own orb here, making sure that they don't get orb and have the knives on as well. This guy 2 away.
That's the main reason. You've got Karen aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but It won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this.
Yeah, gets a kill, gets out of there as well.
Scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karen is excellent.
The rotate that comes in. Oh man, the Odin here is scary. Oh, he commits. Oh, this is really bold.
This is ambitious.
This is really, really bold.
Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that
was
risky.
really bold. Yeah.
I'm not sure that would have went
I'm surprised he went for that.
Spray good for Munchkins, a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for Paper X here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing
Lovely.
done.
Fried Gold with the 6 months in the Prime. Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very
Okay,
early
let's
days.
see. Buy rounds. Do they want to have a timeout?
They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away.
I don't even think they did too much wrong in Paper X so far.
Actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Genji don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series.
Okay.
I like to pause though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time for a pause anyway. It's just whether he's seen enough info to actually have like enough influence in terms of what's going on. Might just be a lot about their own play. Could be something over towards the fast pressure over towards A. And the fact that the Omen is there, not entirely sure. Could be something to do with the Odin on defense also, or just something with them. He also has a lot of ults that he can play with. Potential ults.
Has looked utterly fantastic. In this round at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs
A great start on the defense as well. Like, this is like one of the better starts you can have. Having a lot of money on defense.
That third map out, you know, officials
like,
are a different
this means you can just get a lot of buy rounds.
Play, especially against a
and
team
again,
who
this
already
is an
played on
attack-sided
the
map, so it's already worrying.
I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen, because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face off against either of those teams.
I like this from Genji. They Omen Flash, make it look like they're taking fast A, but actually they're just trying to get some chip damage with the Odin, right? Oh, over the top, trying to get a kill with the eye. That's pretty cool. I think this might be the first time we've seen that, because I haven't seen it from them before.
Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is. And Texture's
A
already
nice
there to
1-2 play on that. Yeah, this crossfire is crazy good. This guy's dead. Big Jewel. Damn, nicely done from Divide. But there was another kill over towards B. And I guess that was down from the alarm bot going down, thinking they had a timing, and then Munchkin was just waiting for it. Divide has to do something outrageous. Ooh. Bro's just killing them both on his own.
Losing out on another. They had a good pacey take.
There's a chance that they caged off the alarm bot in B, but they at least went for a timing. Slav Valo, thank you with the 7 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you, thank you.
Someone to take the third. This time though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say,
a little crouch there. A little crouch to dodge the bullets as well.
Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount
Dude, everyone in this team is just scary. It's demons. Another buy rounds, they're going to have to eco. 2-9 loss bonus. They at least got a plant, but it's like, damn, dude. Nice. Stinger. 5 is so much on the defense half already. Like a 7-5 is kind of your average half. Oh, big miss.
But has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, I think is that sending them
The Seiken really tries to force a play here. Cage over towards the alarm bot, cage a little bit deeper. It is an eco though, so it's one of those rounds where you have more freedom to try stuff like this.
This ain't the round for it. Your Blade Storm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the
Honestly,
way to go, and they've done it. At least
they actually come out pretty well on that.
Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily because Karen was dropped very quickly. So too is Mito.
Maybe.
Hell, it's
damn, they're so confident. Like in these situations where it's 1v2, like the one is just dueling every single time. I'm not necessarily saying it's the best thing to do, but the confidence from Gen G is like through the roof. I wonder if Forsaken needs to accept. He's tried it now twice where he's walked over towards B, and it feels like Gen G know that most of the time they can just use this as a bait, and he's going to try and just force his way into B. I didn't mind it too much on this round, to be honest, and I didn't see the other round, but I think if you're Forsaken right now, you've been shut down on B twice, you can't really lurk as heavy. I do like this adjustment from Paper X though. They get the attack op out, and Forsaken's just said like, come kill this guy that's dueling me in B.
Reaction shot from Texture already puts down Munyet.
You see the idea as well?
And they get wrecked over towards A.
Denied on A because Gen G are getting aggressive, giving Paper X a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For Paper X, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot.
Oh, no.
A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down. And he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well and reposition.
Ooh.
Shot at least. Make things that little
Yeah,
bit more
maybe, and this
interesting.
guy might be able to get a kill off of it.
As well will tell
Alright.
exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though.
Oh man, he just walks into the crossfire as well. Spike down here. 7-1, and they have so many ults as well. Bro, this is looking devastating. Felix, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 18 months. Thank you, dude.
I don't know. Yeah, second pause is going to be called for Paper X at this point. I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times Gen G have played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
Yeah, it's so much.
I would say that's
Double timeout on the first half as well. It's a nightmare start.
Yeah, and the reality is for Paper X, you're looking at the last time they played this map against this squad again. You know, I was looking back at that.
Gen G look good. It's like this is like something that you have to do against Paper X though. So and I've talked about this before in the past. When you play against Paper X, you have to prove that you can go toe to toe with them. Because this is basically Paper X playstyle, in my opinion. Everyone has freedom, like everyone has full freedom, and you have to go toe to toe, win the duels for them then to start playing like more methodical, more like how other teams do. If you can't prove that you can stop down their just random pushes, they're like want to Angel, then you're gonna struggle. So now we get to 7-1, so they've kind of proved that. So you should see no one taking risks and playing like a more methodical team in terms of like map controlling together. They've done the thing where they can prove that they can't do the individual stuff, and then now they have to kind of fall back on just like normal team play that like a team would. And I'm not saying it's the wrong way to play at all. Like I think it works really heavy when you got individuals and you can just give them freedom and just be like, you guys just do you until we need to actually like play a little bit more sensible. I think that's fine. The game's kind of made for that, the individuals to thrive.
Waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction.
Do you reckon he purposely got hit over towards here? I love this from Gen G as well. Big change up from them. Timeout goes in and they want to be the ones X-secking on, so they do a trap play over towards C. This is the mad thing is this is one of the better chances.
Needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op.
Nade.
And a nade.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nade might be the one here.
Could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though,
never gonna feel too comfy to do it with the op.
Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now is a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the
Munchkins, you gonna be ready for this? Looking out for some pings. Yeah, it's an Omen. It's an Omen. I saw a ping of where he might be. We can see it there. Yeah, they're just on top of this. And shout out to just Gen G here. They know the Paper X are going to try something more together. And they've been relatively aggressive, but they haven't done like an actual trap play, right? It's more just been fighting over towards here, fight over towards here. Timeout goes in. They know they're going to be doing something more together. They decide to go for a trap play over towards C. They're just, yeah, man, they're looking great.
from the
Everything
same
that you see here is like
region,
just
we've
so
already
smart
seen
from them.
play
It's just really
a
good.
best of 5 series. There was a 3-1, and a lot of
Good
the
call,
maps are close.
whoever decided to do
It
that.
looks like Gen G
It's
have
8-1 and they have all the
leveled up, and
ults.
For PaperX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need
them.
the ults. They're just winning
Yeah,
the
and they
rounds
just go
anyway.
fast force over towards C.
Thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
Killjoy ult goes in,
Cycle the economy a
and
little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the
I mean,
value.
they at least take that win. Omen Flash was a little bit off in terms of the timing or the satchel. Someone takes the blame, who knows?
Right. That's the value. They got rid of the show.
Still no
they
plant
got
yet.
rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's
Look how
screwed.
good they are, though. They hear the judge to break the. They hear the judge to break the
It's giving PaperX a chance.
Killjoy ult, and they just realize that he's played close. He's done this before as well in one of their other games.
Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin.
Yeah, and this was nice from Something. Something was the difference here.
I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of
Uh-oh.
HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay,
Surely
but
not.
it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these
Guys?
fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11 and
He's gonna
4.
read
He's been
this.
winning
Oh
round
man, I'm
after
scared.
round, but a reposition by
Okay,
Forsaken to swing
I'm
his
actually
boys.
glad they swung him there. I'm glad they did the higher lower swing because he was gonna think it was like someone holding for someone ready to swing, and it was scaring me.
Gen G got to be feeling confident. The good thing
I
is
was
they
man,
used
that,
3 ultimates.
even that one got close.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board.
Yeah, that one's hard to repeat with just Something fragging out. Congo, thank you with the 3 months. Appreciate the prime. Congo back, appreciate that.
I think we would have needed a new desk completely for Alex if they
Attack
managed
op,
to lose that round.
defense
but
op,
it's
and they
scary that
actually
didn't
want to
even
fight over towards A main. It's not like mimicking it this time, so
Rid of the desk, man.
I
Punch it
goes
back with
in, and Forsaken is taking a risk. And
It depends on the
yeah,
game.
nicely
Make it
done from Forsaken. Took a risk on this one, waited for his cage to go down, and it really does pay off. And then now they might go all the way back. Yeah, Forsaken's called him over.
Further challenge. There's no utility.
And
There's no reaction from Gen G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia.
man, Lakia's been playing. Lakia's been getting a lot of like stick maybe for not fragging too heavy, but man, playing with so much confidence.
Constantly being paranoid about them.
He actually had a
The
really
side
good
note
first
is
map
lost.
as well.
PaperX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online, not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and get aggressive, but
The levels of confidence in this server is too high. If you are like in terms of like over peak, so people who over peak, there is so much of it.
I think it's because
You can't really fool them.
too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammates got his back, and that means
Still
he'll be
alive.
able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players.
Touch
a bit
the
of an
spike has an
obscure
op as
position.
well.
Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Defy with an
Oh, we messed it up.
First shot
No timing,
missed,
right?
but he just needs to kill the guy defusing,
Yeah, nice.
and he's done enough. There's
I think there was a jump bug over towards site here.
finally PaperX.
I think it's mouse jump bugged.
Miracle rounds we've seen from them, but everybody will
2 in
go
a
down
row.
with the ship.
Still a little bit of belief, not much, because again 8 is so many. But
This time, PaperX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They went both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen G come in with a Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo. And
yeah,
now
he
it's
was
Texture,
so ready
and
for
his
this, especially with the
operator
last
has
round
been
and
fierce.
Forsaken having the confidence to get that kill on Karon. He was just very, very aware that this might be happening. I think they also heard the camera.
Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No, it's just a drive.
Surely not.
By Munyet. Players are still looking to
Okay,
trade, but
at least he went for a
Monsters out of the
pre-fire and not
angle
like
too
an
quickly.
actual committed swing.
PaperX have given him another shot.
Right, peak, dude, I'll tell you, the confidence levels, man, it's too high.
The miss is there.
It's way
Gets the
too
reset,
high.
though, with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance.
Okay, at least they actually get punished here with the confidence.
It looks like PaperX have finally woken up.
We haven't seen many though, so you can't really talk about it. There hasn't been many like actual pure punishes of the overpeaks.
Further away, Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well
The
played.
big
Now they can group up.
could go close and ult this.
2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary.
Could
Munchkin was about
benefit.
to but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake
PaperX
bites to play
there.
with though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's
Yeah,
done.
kind of did benefit them. We probably needed to do like an ult that was a little bit closer. In fact, he decided to do an ult here. It pretty much ended on the perfect spot to give them an angle and know that they have to push through to get the kills.
A streak of rounds, that's just disgusting. I was thinking for Forsaken's
Another
point of view,
8-4,
I
yeah,
didn't
same
even
thing as
really see
Split.
anything.
That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from PaperX.
So Mike down to speak on this because both the coaches can speak until the barriers go down.
Toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
No more timeouts? No, but that's why he put his mic down here early, because he has no more timeouts, but he wants to be able to speak to him, because it's like the only chance he can speak to him for the whole half. So he needs to remind them of everything.
I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart, and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of...
Excuse me, what's going on here? We're doing great. At least it's now. We'll leave
They
it.
did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though these, like, I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Farmer.
If you were the coach of PaperX, would you mold more or less than Alex? I mean, like honestly, Liquid had a pretty similar play style. I would do the same thing where I would give them
we might be able to get some revenge, you know? I mean,
I did the same thing where you give them a lot of freedom. And it's kind of like live or die by the sword.
Giving us a lot of problem.
Like it wins you. If it wins you more than you lose, then
over and
can't
over.
complain
And
too much
also,
in terms of like a lot of the
Haran
play
was
style.
being insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific kickoff. And yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Divide has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half with the next closest player being something. Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills.
PaperX will be PaperX about Alex. I think he comes up with a lot of the stuff, I'm sure. For sure.
They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol, though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. Genji looking like a competitor for the crown. And
okay, must-win pistol for
far we
PaperX. In terms of the pistols, it's 1-0 this map, 2-1.
This pistol round might just be a deciding factor. A great start for
That
one
was kind of nice though.
Already pushing
It's the same pistol though. You see in the 4-1 pistols, non-stop on defense. Teams need to study this, man. I'm telling you. The 4-1 on defense pistols, win rate through the roof.
But Forsaken with a good trade. Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage.
What a shot,
There's
bro.
the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's
Don't
gonna put us
overheat.
in a 4v2.
Don't overheat. Where's your team?
Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance.
Sure,
Something,
you
though,
do
delivers.
you,
Okay,
man.
he's up top and not
You
spotted.
do you, bro.
That's his 3K
Respect,
for
nicely
something.
done.
Looks like
Yeah,
even
this
he's
is the
starting
thing.
to heat up.
This was like a textbook example, right? It's just you gotta let them do their thing sometimes. If the overpeaks and all that stuff and the risk taking, if it wins you more rounds than it loses you, you gotta just accept it. It's part of it, and it's not. That's why I wouldn't mold as much. I don't think 'cause you're accepting it. Why they're so fun to watch as well. And it's why a lot of like you see a lot of like coaches from other teams just talk about their playstyle and stuff, right? You're starting to get an idea of it in terms of they do so much stuff that on paper you shouldn't do. Like if you do a VOD review, you're like, damn, you shouldn't be doing that. But they do it so much, and their players are so skilled that it works more than it fails. So it's just like, sure, you guys do it.
Very little to play with for Gen G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of Paper X. But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Yeah, and they only lost the Ghost so far. So in terms of like the guns at the moment, that's the one gun that they were fine to lose.
Jump peek will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered.
Does he with the Omen Flash Descender? Yeah, I thought he was going to. Okay, nicely done. They don't lose a gun into this one. Is something going to do his textbook by an op? At 8-6 on defense, you would imagine this is an op. Yeah, op goes in. This is the big risk gun. We've got to pay attention to something on this one. Needs to at least keep it alive if they lose this round. Where does he go? Gen G should be on top of this. He's been doing it the whole time.
Means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
Okay, over towards A, solo play as we fast take C, and it's a big jeweler.
This is not really the gun you want to have here.
Okay, I was going to say, you got to get out of there, man. Marshall.
They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that, Spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross has already happened.
Re-aggression over towards B. I like it. Meteor did great to kill one and kills a smoker as well. A lot is down to something here. When's he pop this dash? Take one shot, then pop dash. Nicely done from him. They go heavy door once they realize he's over towards site. Probably solo. Prowler clears the angles. Does he stick on site? Yes, he does. Is that an error? Not if they do this. Not if they fast flood with it. Don't let him get the gun.
So good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round, and it looks like he might. Oh, he will get the opportunity, but
okay, nicely done. We got a op grabber.
8-7.
Yeah, op grabber.
Gets me excited for Paper. Okay. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way.
I loved this. Yeah, this group of. Well, once they saw the 1v1 one person, especially when you see a Killjoy and you know that the Killjoy normally defaults solo over towards B, like the 3-person group up to kill the Killjoy here is very smart. You would argue that maybe they took an advantage of it, but it forced them into something, right? They lost map control here, so they had to react into something.
Topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure
really
on
held on to his dash here.
I don't mind this from Gen G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for Paper X, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with
Meteor breaks the trap, creates pressure B, trying to make sure it pulls someone over from C to B to try and make the C hold weaker. Did they? I mean, they should expect him here. They should expect him here, or at least expect someone like going aggro. Especially as there's no plant right now, they're going to be hyper aware that someone is looking for a kill.
For the plant to come through while Munyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean,
yeah, and they at least get the guns on this as well. So, hey man, this is looking like a scary round.
And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
Had the early alarm bot as well to give them information that they could be coming towards waterfall.
And they're worried about their spawn. They're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor.
One bullet has to reload after. Oh boy, what is the peak like? Oh my, what a shot that second was. What the hell? That was an insane shot, bro.
Like a round firmly in the hands of Paper X falls to one man.
One man with one big gun
Yeah.
and one medium gun also.
They played the
Very
2v3
ambitious
very
to go
well.
for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
That is the same thing that I've been talking about. It's like everyone right now is doing like confidence plays, and you can't fault it.
And claiming that round. Paper X
When the skill level's so good.
An operator in the hand of something. Look at where he is. It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash. That's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore.
He was tempted to give him like, I was going to say, give him a little bit longer on the dash there, and he probably goes for that one. While that's going on, texture.
Oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it up close, no! He doesn't pull the trigger, and now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from Paper X. They've got a lot to work with.
The old Stoke should be, well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike
Yeah, they know exactly where they are because of the Seekers.
Have to respect it and just fall back.
One molly.
Still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first.
Oh, it was close, man. 5. Actually came down to a 5.
A back and forth so far in this second half, and they close the gap once again to just 1 round.
Well, that's the response.
Actually, that's not right, is it? Oh, no, it is right.
This game, this map, and indeed this series
He would
is
have killed something if he just shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky.
He doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9 to 8. And for Paper X, it looks like they've really got
they could be tempted to call the timeout on this one as well. Genji get a little bit wrecked in terms of the Econ 2 people buy up. They're 2 away from 2 ults. As in 1 away from 2 ults. Oh boy. It's the classic. Damn, he gets another one. And the rest of his team just bails him out as well. Oh, what, you've dashed forward? Sure, we'll send it to.
A second blink and you miss as we're 9 to 9.
God, it's so fun seeing that. The classic C-Ned. Okay. Now they get to buy into this one. They got it back to 9-9. Like, this is impressive, really. Shouldn't be how this map plays out normally.
And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out.
Razor on defense, and we're kind of far away from a lot of the other ults as well. Razor on defense, they have ults to... Oh, they miss a satchel.
Something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
Yeah, just beat it, and the confidence of that, and that hit both. Yep. What an absolute god from Karen here, and he's making a lot of space. He's ready for this one. At least gets the info. Nice reposition from Devi. Imagine he gets out of here.
No more flashes, and they don't reach Gen anymore. But an opportunity still.
That was sick. Nice. Oh, still no plant though, so they could.
Trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's
Oh,
had a
I
real
love the
resurgence.
instant idea to reposition here.
They just fall back
Oh,
to enable the reload.
maybe.
Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely.
Wait, did he not
Know
just?
exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot one, but he's now just out to the classic.
Oh my.
It's a classic v classic.
30. That would have been a sick round.
Take it home.
That would have been a
These
sick,
rounds
sick
are getting
round.
Insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Unlucky. Lucky with that.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds
Hunting.
for Paper X and
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
By Gen G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the
Shorty
Viper
wins in
is
that,
dropped
maybe.
outside the
Appreciate the
pit.
prime. Thank you for the 7 months.
And then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it.
The money's okay though, right? I think. Just. Oh, this is it for Paper X. This is actually it right here. This is, dude, this is actually a massive, massive round. 10-9. Omen all in. Forsaken fully committed to the site. That's unlucky as well, man. 8 HP.
Very pivotal facts for us as Paper X look to move back through. So many players
all locked in on site. Might go down with a nade here as well, though. Oh boy.
That's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low
yeah, that was the low HP. Gen G take that all day.
That whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this.
He also went kind of without no one else.
Further behind. No flash available for Device, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every man.
Bro, he's just crouching everyone's bullets. Oh man, I think that's it. Their money's in the bin. 2-4 on top of this. The best they got is one person with 3 and 2.
This could be the beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2-round cap. Gen G in this
no
series
way.
have just been miles ahead when
Guy's
it
invincible.
Rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8 to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong scoreline, but not damning for the other side.
Knives.
But when you look at both
that's like the only thing. Heavy armor. What do they go? Some kind of play with the knives? Yeah, might be going for a split. Omen flash coming in.
Early push. It's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off.
That is.
They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down. So too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that Paper X can do to surprise this Gen G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels who are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like Gen G have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the
look at the next round in terms of the ults as well.
And the second we've got into these post ones,
they got Raze ult, they got Killjoy ult, 3 chances on attack Lotus. Not enough money for an op, maybe just without armor. Where are we?
Made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who
okay, 3 chances to 2-0
this. At the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay.
Finally get my Paper X thing right, maybe. Logic finally works with it.
They win this match.
Comes at a heavy price though.
Surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific.
They looked a little bit off though, confidence-wise. I think it's hard when Gen G just shut them down so early, man. So early. It's still doable, but.
Paper X are not dead.
Bro, I hate this lineup so much.
Not down until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. The path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in a 3rd map. A lot of win conditions.
3 people over the site, but as we can see, Meteor has 4 info over towards B, so the pivot over towards B is very much on.
And of course the Nightfall.
Why is the lineup bad? Just out in the open. Like, you can do the same lineup from further back, say.
Defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open.
Man, the tunnel vision was crazy strong.
Mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for Paper X, and it looks like they've still got a fight in them.
He got hit by it.
He's being caught, but it's fake
it's nice, yeah. It gave him fake info because it just follows it. Sick. Really nicely done from Mindfreak. Big jewel. And Paper X keep on going for I mean, it's Paper X, I get it, but especially when we look at like pass round, individual retake. Like it is punishing them a little bit. It is what I talked about in terms of like live and die by the sword. Devi gets a kill, he gets Seekers. I'll probably be tempted to pop it if he doesn't know where the other guy is.
And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that siege, but Mindfreak down. The time now.
Yeah, that's it. Done.
To be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging.
Yeah, it's playtime. Nicely done from Gen.G. Huge. 2-0. Made it look pretty, I mean, it was very convincing considering the pistol was well in terms of 1-3. Yeah, they're looking... And the good thing for Gen.G here was Split's always been looked a little ropey for them, so having a good performance on Split makes their map pool look stronger.
But that's not the crown they're gunning for anymore. They said it at the time. Their goal was to make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there, and they've continued to push forward in that upper bracket.
And I gotta shout out like the actual coaches in terms of like their plan of how they wanted to play it, especially when I look at Split, was very nice. They were very... The good thing for Gen.G is they kind of worked out what maps it was going to be, and they looked very prepped on these two maps.
They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous
down to lower bracket.
A previous finalist of one of these events down into the lower bracket.
This second map, although only one round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of PaperX. They earned their way back in.
No longer a fraud. Let's wait for that. Let's wait and actually see if what happens in the lower bracket as well. Still multiple chances for me to be a fraud, so don't worry about that.
Where they just didn't get started. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen.G, they get to watch their opponents.
Are they out? No, they're down to lower bracket.
This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well.
It's like a weird stylistic play where Gen.G do a lot of how they like to play individually. I'm telling you, when PaperX gets shut down heavy individually, like first 6-5 rounds, it's sometimes it's too hard for them to get a comeback when they start playing a little bit like methodically.
Some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an
it is just what I'm saying. It's just like the consistency of how they play. It might be one of the reasons why they can't manage to close out a title as well. Taka, thank you so much for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before.
Back to 2022, where PaperX beats Western teams. Yeah, they outdueled all of the EMEA teams as well.
And it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I love the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's
Pacific title this year. I mean, this might be their best chance with Gen.G. Gen.G's map pool's getting better as this goes along.
He's playing great individually. Like, all of these compliments, this is a nice thing, but to say he's coming
the upper bracket final is so important with these teams is map pools. They need to win the next game.
As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from, and I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time.
Freak, yeah,
everybody
wasn't
like
the best.
Standing up, like bows and arrows. Like, this is looking like a completely
But a lot of times, like a lot of times he was in player disadvantage rounds where he has to go above and beyond, and that can happen.
He's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen.G hasta ahora. The most convincing victory for Gen.G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen.G? Where are the Gen.G fans over here?
Thank you.
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios por el lado de PaperX. ¿Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de composición no le afecte a Gen.G y puedan cerrar un 2-0? Munchkin, first of all, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, I want to know what goes behind the scenes when we get to see that PaperX composition change on that second map. It seems like it was slipping away, but you were able to take it back right at the end. So what was the focus to make sure that map would go your way?
Maple, thank you for the 21, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, dude. Thanks for the prime. Very much.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼 대처 방안에 대해서 일단 첫 번째로 이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀 따로 잡혔던 거는 저희가 좀 방심하고 저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against competitions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when PaperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PaperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en
Prince, thank you so much for the 6 months as well. Appreciate the prime.
Después la podían arreglar y cerrar
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you,
Ahora,
thank you.
Mientras más vemos Gen.G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo
Owns
presión
M4 as well,
pueden
the
llegar
13
más
months. Thank you for the
comparado
prime.
a los tres que tenemos en estos
Appreciate you both
playoffs.
for that.
The more that we get to see Gen.G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around, closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 사실 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘하시는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or, affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión de que la presión está
that
ahí.
sums that up well. Saboteur with the 8 months as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoying that insights. Yeah, dude, I wouldn't like pretty much where I stand is like I'm never gonna like partner with something that I don't like myself, and I like that website, man. I like what they're doing. So yeah, again, if people want to check it out, #insights. I think it's good to get an insight of just like your own ranked games where you can improve.
Assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan. Are you expecting
I think the product's decent, man. I think it's really good.
Expecting it to beat someone else?
Sorry. Dude, exclamation mark. I'll do it. Maybe I need to make it a hashtag.
제가 원하는 건 페이퍼렉스가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올랐으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want PaperX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well. Right now,
they're the raid bosses.
Yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que PaperX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso,
the chicken and rice collab? Oh yeah, man, I would do that.
We get ready for that Americas match.
The microwave rice collab.
We've seen this matchup before.
Good. Need to reach out.
The king of Pacifics, but this
Epic pen collab. That's true as well.
That PaperX have conquered over and over again.
Got 2 damage, but no kills. Oh, this has come back into a winnable scenario. You just need to hit the bullet.
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
How the upload's going. Dude, maybe YouTube's going slow today. Not fully uploaded. Get a rice cooker? Yeah, dude, everyone keeps telling me, man. I need to just accept it. Everyone says it's incredible. Maybe that's what we do this year, man. Maybe that's the thing. To be fair, chatters never... When it's like... Okay, chatters have done me wrong in terms of singular chatters, but chatters like a multiple voice. You guys have actually been right with a lot of stuff. It's essential. Damn. Maybe I get one off this event.
Means they know where they are. Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this cake. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose. And short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing.
He's as much rice as me. Yeah, dude, I would make good usage of it. That's the thing. I know I would. Yeah, you guys like swear by it. You really do. You really swear by it. Man, I might take the plunge. Might take the plunge. You agree Team V Central doesn't have enough maps? He said that before this event though, right? I think the map pool is the best of this event. That's kind of where I sit. That's one of the reasons that I went them to take this. Honestly, like this is the first pick'ems where I've gone really heavy into map pools. And it's worked so well apart from Paper X. I think that's what I'm going to do in the future though. Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. Trust me, if I get a rice kicker, you guys will be the first to know. I'll tweet about it or something. Okay, I'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and Hypog. We've had our first regional rematch already, and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus Loud, and I believe, Mimi, the matchup that you're very, very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic. It went all 5 maps in the finals in America. Sentinels pulled it off there against Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of stumblings along the way. It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously, with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same 3 maps before in the first match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, Hypog, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape, obviously, to go through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown that you know, they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand in that regard.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember, they were playing back-to-back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined, but finally, this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff, and we didn't have a lot of turnaround time to deal with that strategically, right? Especially even with scrims or jet lag. There's just so many challenges. So having some time to breathe and be better equipped to handle opponents studying us is a huge relief and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponents' tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that when they really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual performances here, Sassy a little bit of a concern, but I think if there are going to be any change to the composition, the way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially, and outside that, John QT as well, individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here, because we say, yeah, Tens and Zek and Tekken.
Okay.
We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two Mimi. They are just the best right now in this tournament.
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like PaperX as a player like Forsaken per se,
what is the map
together,
pool?
and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system.
7 pick split. Wait, we already got the leak on it?
For these early fights, the rest of the team is calling around
That means that I guess Loud got rid of Lotus still.
Knows how to set him up,
The big interesting thing is like third map most likely Ascent.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down
Does Sentinel, sorry, does Loud change up?
Everybody here delivering individually, Zek and Tens being the ones
Loud
to
change
lead
up
the
their
charge.
comp?
It's terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But Hypog, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, Loud have always just got this playoffs form.
Loud, let's split through. They might, yeah, they might. They got to ban Lotus, man. They lose Lotus no matter what. Unless they spent the whole 2 days focusing on their Lotus, they would lose it.
Talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Genji, but
I think it makes more sense to spend the 2 days changing up your Ascent and keep the perma ban.
Another MVP worthy performance. And you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here, I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe
you have
some
to play
weaknesses
Split or Lotus,
on
yeah, exactly,
Breeze,
and it's
but
like,
on the
well,
maps that they're committed to, their Sunset,
what do
for
you want to
example,
do?
they've looked excellent.
I mean, they
The
won Split
strategy is
before.
really coordinated. Players have
Split
also
makes the
leveled
most
up
sense.
quick in their
Lotus
last
would have been
game.
a big
Looked so much better
risk.
than the rest of the season thus far. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract
GG Wake Up, thank you so much for the 3 months as well.
Phoenix and Breach, they're obviously busting out the Euro in
To
particular.
attempt a front flip, I don't know, man. I'm not even sure there's a number.
Pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a
Need to do
great
some
duelist or a
more
great
stretches for
individual
that,
player,
I think.
but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Les already, who's also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just quite yet.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this, because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad. With Osmus out of the team, he's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelist in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because less is more. So let's send it down to Mika Fabs.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. What's that journey felt like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente você
Neutronic, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. Am I rooting? Nah, I don't really root for any teams, bro. We just see who has the best
A
stuff.
sinergia tá boa? Como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tá no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, staff nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see the next step.
Go Valorant, yeah, that actually kind of does sum it up. What do you think happened to EDG? Probably they had most of January time off, what I would imagine. They needed a break. So then time off, then there was a bit of a sky change. So I think it'll probably take them a little bit to get back to their old form. They were relatively close to it. They were out of the Loud game though, that happens sometimes. Sky change was brutal, yeah. Would have been more brutal if the next week was a Viper change, which I think was gonna happen, to be honest. I think they bailed on it. It was meant to be a PBE update, and then there was no PBE update. And it was like, pretty sure Viper was going to get nerfed before that. But I think there was such backlash from Sky that we didn't have it. That's where I'm at least.
They have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to expect to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked.
Well, they go really fast. So Loud get rid of Lotus, which we fought, which means that they float Split gets picked, and then we have Icebox. Sentinels been banning Breeze, been banning Icebox. Wait, Sentinels have been banning just Icebox, right? I thought.
Last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slapped.
This is kind of new for them. They get rid of Breeze and they take Icebox. So this will be interesting. They're kind of in for Icebox over the Breeze. So they were expecting this, and then Sunset Decider. Sentinels got rid of Ascent. Sentinels got rid of Ascent. I mean, I guess their Sunset is better. This is like a. They went for more comfort. They went for more comfort.
match we saw today.
Maybe they didn't feel so
one-sided,
comfortable
also
playing
what we
outside
expected,
of their
but,
comfort zone in terms of the weaknesses of the Loud comp that they go to Sunset. But I mean, Loud look good on Sunset as well.
The edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series though. I think Loud may be looking to reinvent themselves.
Sentinels Ascent, yeah. I mean, both of these Ascents haven't been good.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to really show their split since that grand final. So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went
And the map pool's not too bad. Dude, if we could actually get the third map, it would be an absolute banger.
This pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with
It's gonna be fun to see what Loud have prepped for this split. Because I think it's a pretty hard split to anti in terms of what I see. I would say that mid is weak if you wanted to exploit it. You gotta, I think that's where I would do my main focus. If I was trying to anti-Sentinel split, I'd go for middle. I'd go for Zelsis, he plays too aggro. There is a world where they decide to... There's actually 3 things that I think they could do in terms of Loud, but they're on the defense. So when they go into attack, I think mid is weak because of Zelsis. I think can straight up B hit, and I think the A Heaven looks kind of weak in terms of just map control. That's like the main things I would go for, but I would probably try B itself and middle. But I would probably try a different way of playing as well. So I'm excited to see attack, and it is an attack from Loud, and then just in general this map should be good. Data Cowboy, thank you so much for the 14 months. Thank you. I have no idea, bro. No idea.
Those options in the mid round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's going to be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Bren and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are, over to you guys.
That's extremely true. We have so much influence and power, actually, over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it, at least in the regional finals. These two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game. But you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, you know, El Clasico, and now maybe the passing of the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. Gen G looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, Paper X no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one
keep getting split and Sunset through. A lot of these maps, a lot of these teams like the same maps.
On stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this, and then also all of the opportunities at
Janine, thank you so much.
Where Loud and Sen, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe.
Probably that.
And I think a lot of the fans do too.
It's always a banger when these two play, so.
I think every team does that's at this event as well. I mean, winning here in the playoffs.
Genji's the only team with a different map pool. Yeah, they like they probably like the maps that maybe some of the others don't play.
Into that tournament, into Madrid.
Saying that though, I'm not too confident with their Breeze. The Breeze still looks weird on defense.
Every team here is looking.
Yeah, they kind of like Breeze and Icebox.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the Analyst Desk has talked about it, and then Icebox, yeah.
Shado, thank you with the Prime as well. Welcome into Slug Club, appreciate you.
But Icebox was close, man.
Really close.
And Sunset
Heretics'
too.
Breeze, yeah, people just got rid of that instantly.
Again, if we do end up
looked like it might have been Heretics' best map.
Sen need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously.
Okay, we go to the split. We go to split. Loud on defense, Sentinels on attack, and we are going aggro towards B main. We're not going super aggro, right?
Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash
oh
already,
man,
waiting potentially. No, just
flash push.
egoing the smoke.
Wait, no flash.
Zelsis is going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements. And so far,
yeah, QCK gets out of there. They hear the running, but they force the dog out early. That's kind of nice. Does he want to nade to see if people are following it, or does he? No. And Sentinels are just happy just re-clearing this, creating the question mark.
instead looking forwards to the fight in mid. Cowanzine did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no.
Oh, I like this from Sentinels. Group up insta hit over towards here. John is here a lot of the time. John is here a lot of the time. Can he get one?
Activity being caught here by Sadak, but well, John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but a B site now.
And I like this from Zelsis. Takes a lot of map control. A lot of map control. They double push.
Blade, I guess, staves it away, and a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis.
You people here, this molly's gonna be incredible.
Targets to deal with. Luckily, Zella. Okay, Zekin right there, vulnerable. Will be able to get the damage.
Oh my! Yeah, really nice one just to trade him with the molly as well. I love that contact on this one. Yeah, they always have these cool little micro setups. They're probably one of the better teams for it at the moment, I would say, if not the best team for it. Where it's just like contact into molly, then they double swing, but the contact is like instantly going back. Like their play in the mid rounds are very good. Like one of the best we've seen. They always have a lovely plan for it. Siege, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 13 months.
Already seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive. Yeah, I like calling that mid push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both of these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Less Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is Sen taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. John Cutie going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Oh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic.
We got a dog kill
coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tens is shortly behind him with a flash.
Nice. He dodged the flash really well.
Can't see too much danger in the round.
DLV, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you. Appreciate you as well. Thanks so much, Steve. Good to see you, dude. It's not bad damage. It's not bad damage. Tens made sure that it wasn't as scary as it could have been. I like the instant reaction to losing over towards A as well. They lost over towards A. They didn't want to like let him get map control and push all the way forwards. They were trying to hit over towards upper B once they potentially had 2 people trying to set up towards A. So I like that from Sentinels. Reaction was good.
Pushing on defense with utility, because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Highest flash dodge percentage. Is that a thing?
End up swapping sides. They look like one of the best.
Might be a thing.
Better teams here at this event. When it
a lot of stats up there.
Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. The util being thrown out wide here.
Actually is a thing.
Early, now setting their sights out into the A side. Sadak.
Yeah, and Sentinels just decided to try and change this up a little. Hold up. Let's wait. Yeah, they wanted to flood in, but then only one flooded.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud.
Yeah, they messed up, I think.
Get back into it. Not planted for Heaven.
Molly doesn't go deep enough with the plant. We get the Viper roll, and it's the good Viper roll that kind of forces them to go Heaven, and they're most likely going to 2-1. 3 altogether. Oh man, they really messed up, bro. They really messed up.
Scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it. Tucked to the corners. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand. And it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Celsius traded. Pip going down. Tens 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite?
Holy, nicely done from Tens. 23 HP. And I think Les was trying to play off the fact that he knew he was low as well, and he wasn't going to swing, but he did swing.
The momentum piling forward.
Oh man, they really messed up in the 5v3. I don't know what the comms were like, but it felt like someone, was it Kawazin wanted to flood, but then no one else came with him?
The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on, and then the flood that comes out is late too.
Well, it wasn't even a flood. That's the thing. It was a one-person flood.
Player advantage situation set up by their IGL. Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well. Keep playing together. Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
It was a drip. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. It actually was.
Thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. you saw what they
Had to get off the spike there. Again, 1v1 stuff is like to hindsight, really, because it's like if TenZ doesn't peek there, we're like, what a genius. It's more down to like getting to that situation. You should never really, unless it's like a horrendously played 1v1, you should never really be saying that they should have done something better. Majority of the time, it's like, how did it get to that situation? You should be focusing on the 5v3 more than the 1v1 for sure.
Are an extremely good team when they're on.
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting out too.
And that's good info. I mean, he saw 4.
So much info.
Yeah, it might have even seen 5. Oh no, they checked backside. He saw 4.
Looking at me in mid. Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting. For Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the Sheriffs, but use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snake bite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadek was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played.
Dude, I thought he died. We changed POV.
So much damage done to these Loud players.
Yeah, and look at Zekken. He's just like, man, I could really do with having my ult online for the next big buy round. He was kind of peeking pretty freely for this one, and I think they handled it well. They're now 1 away from the ult, and you would imagine a lot of pressure over towards B main for this.
Loud are going to be 1 away from having a broken economy again. And Senna starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekken's holding nade to try to deny someone who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped.
Okay, so Loud looking at the showstopper being 1 away, they're like, damn, we need to take B main control. They don't want to give him this orb, so Loud see that Zekken is 1 away, and they heavy want to make sure they can hold over towards B main.
All the way into mid there.
This is interesting.
See how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other.
Yeah, so we're doing like a smoke up at the same time when they smoke up. And honestly, this is maybe how I would counter how Sentinels play it, but I would probably do it in one of these choke points. But I like this idea. It's a similar thing of how I would want to approach it. Yeah, and I think teams will have to start doing this, because a lot of the times when we see this hold over towards middle, a lot of teams will just take A Heaven to take away the Viper ult at middle. Sorry, the Viper orb at middle. But I think that A Heaven just becomes too obvious that it starts getting shut down. So this kind of usage of a Viper smoke does have to happen. Again, I would probably do it in one of the choke points, but I like the fact they do this one. It does just block double vision and creates the pressure like they could have got either side. So it's pretty cool from Sentinels. It's created a lot of pressure at middle, and they might actually be able to exploit this in terms of it. Smoke goes up and they can sneak in, do you reckon? Probably.
Right now, maybe to be
and they realize that they've gone past it. This is 3 people on site for Loud though, and we're in the we calling this the Benji Fishy pause maybe.
Slowing it down, but really time is going to be the worst enemy. It's a team flash. Sean QT there, close to the corner, cut to wide.
Even on the time, they get a plant here.
Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a Heaven plant. The wrap around, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
Yeah, picked up his smoke and now they have their smoke. Yeah, Sentinels are still adding more to their split. That's what's most impressive here. They knew that Loud would kind of be prepped to would be prepped for split, and they've made sure they've got new stuff. Pretty cool.
They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favored for that fight.
Nice shots. Is a good plant for this, but we gotta look at Les here. Yeah, really nicely done. Really nicely done here.
That was really nicely done there by Loud.
It was just nicely done. Yeah, if TenZ gets us first kill, it's different, but... And I still think him getting early info like this was fine. It's just that he was maybe just a little bit heavy committed. Kawanzin did incredible work. Yeah, you see there he wants to get out midway through.
When it comes to fragging, winning duels against TenZ and Zelsis to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower pace of Sen get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was a nice round. I like the fact that, again, just Sentinels knew that this map was going to get played. And this is what happens a lot of the time where like people win everyone else's map pick and everyone's like, why do they keep winning each other's map pick? Like this is a good example of what normally happens is teams get a little bit complacent. They just go, well, we know our split's good. Let's focus on Icebox, which they're going to pick. But I like the fact that Sentinels know that split's coming in, respect that Loud are going to be able to anti it, and they add additional stuff on top of it to make it a little bit harder, and they implement that like really early on, so it can kind of mess up the original game plan that Loud might have had on their defense. So I very much like that. I think that's a great sign of a good team. They're not getting like complacent on maps. It's a very good sign.
Left QCK shows it, body checks the dog.
Yeah, this is the Fnatic.
Yeah.
Similar sight hit to how Fnatic do this one. Haven't got into sight yet. This Omen ult clears it up a lot. I love the instant reaction from Loud. We've got to keep an eye on Zellsis on the lurk as well. Like a lurk on a lurk at the moment. Look at Tui's.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper.
3 locked on sight.
Towards the back, Sassy is dropped like a
Tens get such an important kill, and now they might not expect. They might just think they're all on site. Zellsis needs to get involved.
Molly to push him out of position. Zekken, Zellsis is here. Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hands, Sadak adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2.
Nice higher lower, yeah.
Terrific together. It's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadak himself. So
I mean, Loud did great.
Second round on the board, and Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah. Sadak, yeah, you could see him. He was searching. I think at one point he thought they were coming spawn, right? He was looking for a heavy lurk, whether it was like mid or actual spawn.
Or a backup plan like Zels is going for that late lurk. But if you can find
should have had too many A main. Yeah, but it was like this was more Loud. Just instant, once they lost sight, instantly taking over towards A heaven. But then they were kind of cut off from map control. And then they were just all stuck on sight, and there's just too many angles. Then Zellsis, like, realistically was a little bit too late, but he kind of had to go here because they cut off all the map control. It was more Loud just being in control.
I don't think that's going to have the value that Zellsis was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it, too.
Yeah. Basically lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Still is a really big round, though.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these
rounds,
if
Loud lose this, 1-9 on top, it is an eco. Like the rounds have been very close still.
Able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Re-clear called, it looks like was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill, claimed. QCK, fault line. Definitely there, actually, labored enough, but still.
Yeah, and then instant reaction.
The call's being made to try and speed up the play now.
Keep an eye on this mid luck.
Look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drop down.
Huge kill. Huge kill. Flash. It just missed. I mean, if these two wrap pretty early, oh, I like this. Tap of the spike. This guy focuses on sight, and then they double wrap rounds. Oh man, the mid-rounding here was pretty sick. Tap of the spike, and they went all the way around when this guy might be trying to go close. And it was literally just like a fake tap. He instantly got his gun out after. That was huge. I'm telling you, their mid-rounding might be the best we've seen for a long time. Their plans, they're just like micro plans in 3vx situations, are just really good.
Dodge the flash and pick up both players.
Their plans are just great, and they are always together. They have like some of the most teamwork we've seen.
Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some
and like we said, those rounds were so close that the money's just wrecked.
Strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish onto John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. They're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John Cutie and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map.
John QT over FNS. It's actually, what I'm talking about is slightly different. FNS excels at like map manipulation in terms of like pulling rotates and making sites weaker in like mid-rounding, whereas Sentinels, it looks like more kind of like protocol based in like 3vx situations. They all know what to do to play off each other well. That's kind of like the main difference that I would say. I'm not massively talking about the same thing in terms of that. That's what FNS kind of excels at in my books. Whereas like these guys, are actually just like in the situation, 3vx. Probably the best thing you could do. 4 people here, 25 seconds. They feel like they've done a bit of fake pressure, and no one is showing over towards A.
Budging. Cavazine looks to be the contact for Paranoia play.
Oh boy.
Held around the back now. The nade flying forwards. Close quarters. Still doesn't win it out with a
Damn.
stinger. And the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak.
Yeah, I gotta keep fighting on this one. Big Joel. Celsius, man. Savior. Plant goes down. It's all fine.
And great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there. Not
Very
the
nice.
Sentinels. They know who they're up
Nice
against.
stack from Loud though. They actually like held their nerve well in terms of how late the round went. Yeah, it looks really dangerous. Who killed this guy? Second? Yeah, that was a really important kill.
Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult.
This is going to be interesting as well. So this is a Loud timeout, right? So the Sentinels just... Like, what do they do now? Do they just go fast? They could literally into just A site hit or something. It'll be interesting. It's a good timeout. I'm just interested to see. I think Sentinels have a lot of options of what they could do. They could carry on doing the same thing as well. It's working, but I wouldn't be against them changing it up.
Patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud threw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh yeah. Rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen.
Ocean, thank you for saying that, bro.
The hotel and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew, they had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that the shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Attack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with, because the economy has just never been.
Looks like same thing, right? Is this their lineup for the smoker middle? Yes, it is.
Really quite vital round.
Same thing, and they're just like, well, let's see if they can actually work out how to break this. Smoke goes in again. It's the same smoke that does double vision block.
It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawanzin's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on Sen is just quietly taking a timing through.
Yeah, it's just it's the same thing over towards B, right? It's the same thing as this smoke here. It just creates double bit of pressure.
I've got your train.
And the funny thing is, I thought most teams would have to use this against Sentinels, but I love the fact that Sentinels are bringing it to the table as well, because I think something like this was how you would beat Sentinels on this map, or at least get a good attack half. It's so funny to see Sentinels potentially do what I think teams should be doing to them.
That path to A heaven is fairly uncontested.
What a weird round.
Log here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John.
And with the reaction of losing middle, Seekers goes in, and only, I mean,
everybody bursting through, not a snake bite.
These guys at B main can go so heavy.
Trailblazer, where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players.
Look at this.
Entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah, Loud do good to get out of sight. Man, time goes so low, but Sentinels are just so calm in their situations. They go close, Viper all in. You've got to look at the map control. They still kind of... No one's going to clear... Wait, it's going aggro.
Flying from Sassy, and yet he's caused all the distraction
Damn.
in the world. Gets out with his life.
And he gets out of there.
Still, John QT. Tactics, quality time now.
And this guy can just go all the way over towards spawn. Celsius can just chill. They still have a bit of pressure from Sassy. Yeah, look at them. They don't even expect him here so early. My God, they play this well.
Adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up. But Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray. But already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
Oh, we've never seen a team this good at Split. We have never seen a team this good at Split. It's insane. It's not even close, I don't think.
And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round.
This was a cool round, though. I really love that.
It did not work.
I like Sassy. I like Sassy's plan here as well. He decides to go close because they have the breach ult, probably. He realizes they're going to flood instead of clearing a lot of this.
What Loud were going for there with the retake, the timing could not have been more perfect.
And I also love the fact that Sentinels didn't change it up too much in this round prior. Like they literally realized that they don't really have an answer for this smoke at middle, so they just stick to their guns. Then now they're just going to side hit.
Performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean.
It really is.
I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch.
Yeah, now heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud.
The similar reaction as to Loud last time. How many does this guy get? Okay. And then this is a good adjustment from Sentinels. Last time they went over towards A, they lost because they didn't have enough map control over towards here. And this time they have like a set crossfire.
What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like.
And this was good. They had too many people here as well, and he's going to go over towards spawn. He might actually stick this. Yeah.
Spawn, where they buy guns. They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid. 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Drop to the floor, drop to the deck. Les.
Oh, so nicely done.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing this stuff as well when they know that they weren't going to hit a site.
Because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind, you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still.
How does this compare to the EG Fracture? It's actually a little bit different. I get what you're saying in terms of like dominance, but EG Fracture was like very ult-orientated, whereas this is like a lot of map control, situational handling. Like, it is a little bit different. Whoa! I mean, this is one way to do it. Just straight up angels over towards middle.
Heads have rolled, and now exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here.
Man, don't give them this round. Don't give him this round.
So many people fighting over mid.
Surely not.
But this one is
real committed. He has to get 2 here. Okay.
Just watching for it. Look at that. Loud. Great awareness, knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation.
Yeah, nicely handled. Let's see if they can get 4. They might have a good plan for attack, but.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better.
There's the op going. They're one away from Seekers.
Play really much more aggressively.
And similar stuff over towards here. Or wall. And there's just so they just have so many ways of playing this comp as well. It's really, really good. Like the playbook is very deep for Sentinel. You can just run it again and again and again.
Viprorp does throw.
Me and Mini are covering Sentinels' split for Coach Potatoes. It's probably going to be our biggest playbook. It's just, it's endless the amount of good stuff they have. A lot of it down to Viper.
That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the op though, the call's been made to contact in through B main, so Sen have just got themselves a freebie there, can now utilize this ult forwards.
Holy. This is how it dodging everything. Keep an eye on 10s, big duel. Lovely molly that goes in the middle here that kind of forces them to either side. Jesus. And Zekken gets into a really strong pause. Does Cowanzin even consider this? No, they don't even realize he's got here so close. Oh. Oh. John might have to swing this.
And then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, and the aftershock is elite. Cowanzin on for so much more. An ace on the cards. Less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap. He's going to be out wide. He's going to be forced wide. Knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust. Maintained in his teammate. Maintained in him. Might be punished. A tap. Out, force with a jiggle, John QT, balls of steel!
Damn, dudes. Oh man, Cowanzin did so well into both of these buy rounds, the one prior and this one, and John still manages to own it. I was wondering, I was interested to see how he was going to play it, because when these guys were going down, he was smoked off and he could have tried to make a play, but I like the fact that he had like faith in the crossfire and that the fact that he could just win the 1v2 or 1v1. He played it so well. It really was perfect.
Absolutely unreal stuff.
Oh my god, what a half.
John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm John Curie, and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes, and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team. Everyone stay focused.
And Never Nude, thank you so much, man.
We won 2-0. I watched all of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies. So it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up, right towards the back TP on top!
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it, still. Reinforcements arriving, Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
Do you believe maps are sided or all depends on agent comps? I mean, it's a mix of both.
He's on for the ace.
You can definitely
Obviously,
make...
the teams has been through
it's both.
lows after the 2021 Reykjavik, so it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine, but the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I mean, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, I mean, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
And I think that shows, right? Again, that shows with the fact that they're bringing something new to this.
It's clearly working out for Sentinels. I mean, he was
they didn't have to. Two days here, they could have probably felt confident in their split and just been like, well, we should win out. But to come into it, bring something new that Loud didn't know how to deal with on the fly, that is the difference between like a team that can kind of win a big event.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus.
And just doing well, really.
Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. Loud has still got some people really, really far away from the action.
Real fast.
How on earth is he alive? Keep an eye on the 2 people over towards site. John cleans them up, dudes. Yeah, he keeps the momentum from the round before. Cowanzin's been playing great. It's just...
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now.
They just need more.
Okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Cowanzin and Tuis could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot, not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen, tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer
Yeah, and this is where the spike is. And now, as well, Zolcis has joined them, and Les is kind of committed with the spike, 15 HP here.
Slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Cowanzin. Les, a chance, really, for him to bite back and
they got their kill just before.
Return of the fire,
Lovely from them.
from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through, knows at times against him. So, pissed around. Does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels Again, looking like just a map of
Could
pure
be a,
domination.
could be a real fast one.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we
Double
saw
pistol.
these teams face on Split. As pure Sen domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from TenZ. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and TenZ just sensed that that could be dangerous.
Keep it up, keep it up. Small windows, but
now Loud they've got to force. Right? You're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol. You need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment. No money left standing.
Yeah, they
Tripster
decide to force into it. Skydog just cleared all the way over towards B. They take A Heaven control in return.
Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware.
He's just gonna take a gamble. He has. It's weird because he has the gun where like he probably shouldn't be taking the risk, but he's the one on the mini map that we can see that if he does, he actually might have the best chance.
He's very favored in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work.
That's bonkers.
It's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. He sends the util flying.
That's nice. Rotate comes in, 2 people here, but this is the thing that Sentinels do so heavy. Like, they do this all the time. Their actual A site hold is just so strong. Heavy prioritized back as sight and elbow all the time.
Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Camera taken out. Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against
Got to deal with John though.
Gonna move on.
And he has one.
Propped up, pushed up.
A lovely smoke from TenZ to help him out.
There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult.
Yeah, look at the TenZ smoke. Just helps them out fully. Look at him. He just loves to play around this. This is what I mean. They're so good. They will always have a trip or a smoke to allow these two to just play together, and if it's not as well, it will always like be really easy to play around as well. Yeah, it was lovely from TenZ. I mean, obviously lovely from John as well.
Really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map.
Yeah, they're just the best of this map. Here's what it is. Just all the little details are just here, and their macro is just great.
Smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other 2 maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested.
Had a chance into it as well.
It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favored on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire.
What the teams need to do, either ban it or exploit middle, kind of similar how the Sentinels did.
That experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them.
But I think you're easier just banning it these days.
Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks. They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting.
How many times do you need to watch a team dominate until you ban it? Depends on your own map pool though. Like when we're looking at Loud here as well, they have a perma veto because it's Lotus, and they've realized that their Lotus comp doesn't really work. They're like backup Lotus comp doesn't work. So they're like, well, we know we're going to lose Lotus no matter what. We've got to face them on this one, and it's more just the fact that Sentinels. I'm telling you, the fact that they didn't get complacent with their split is like very impressive. It really is.
Playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. Sentinels going to be taking it. They've only lost it a handful of times.
They're also the team that beat Sentinels on split, yeah. But if you did look at it, it was 11-11 2 hero plays, and I will also stand by the fact that Sentinels proving on this map that they will keep adding stuff to their split. Like their split is better than like 2 weeks ago. Their split is better than last time we saw it as well. That's the mad thing. Constantly keep improving.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did in the finals.
Rifle.
Yeah, and instant reaction over towards B here.
Covered and watched for. Celsius just
And they know that Leicester's here, so they might just decide to fast flood the site, and they're very confident that someone might be pushing over towards spawn, so they just group together. Look at Celsius, he's so ready for the passing that was over towards middle. He knows Viper's here. Still a very doable round for Loud. Let's see how they handle this. Smoke off to block vision to just create a little gap over towards here to clear back his sight.
Start to tick. A crucial kill. Celsius falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. A time from John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util.
Nicely handled from Loud. 8
well
chances.
Played into that one, just understanding how to play that.
There's a good reaction from what went down on middle.
Just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final. Where Sen won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost a givey.
At what point is it not worth refining your best map anymore? I don't think you should ever get complacent. I think
round at a time, it's all the way, you got to take it.
I don't want to throw them under the bus with that one. I think there's proof out there that you should never get complacent with your map.
Lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there, just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers who's going to offset that mechanical
and Souls rarely do this as well. They rarely do the heretics, smoke, and trip here. But again, they kind of they are mixing plays. Yeah, trip. And again, these guys don't do this much. They really don't.
Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards, it is just being toppled and crumbled.
Their playbook is too big. Their playbook is actually too big.
Does get the one onto Celsius.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends the close
out.
Yeah,
mate, it's actually a delight to watch. It really is. It's one of the best maps we've ever seen, ever.
Two of our top teams
it's just the playbook is so big.
They want to go deep, they want to go forward.
So
they know they've had obstacles, they know
too many rounds.
That was just a dismantling.
It'd be a nightmare to anti.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them.
Yeah, and just a big shout out here to Sentinels for changing it up. You rarely see this. You rarely see people aware that they need to keep extending on this map. Why the team's not ban it? I mean, Lotus here's Loud would have lost Lotus as well. From what we've seen so far, they felt like they had more. Basically, it comes down to they felt like they had more chance of winning split than they did Lotus. Simple as that.
Tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies. A preposterous amount of panos! That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Okay. Chat maps are getting uploaded to my VOD channel. If you're new here, VOD channel's there. Pick'ems are there as well. In terms of the main channel. And I talk about a lot of stuff that we've been talking about today in terms of map pool stuff. I've been doing a little bit of a deeper dive in terms of map pool stuff as well. So if you want to check that out on the break, you can also. And yeah, I'm going to run some ads. I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you, mods. Thank you.
Pidiéndome de Insta, tú me sabes a culo
moverlo bien salvaje. No te agarres lo que todos saben que elegante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace. Dale despacito, mami, nada que te pare. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Que sabes que yo te pongo bichi. Ya me quemé el mood cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Tú sabes que yo a ti te pongo bichi. Ya me cambié el mood cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sin compromiso, mami, dale hasta el piso. Con esa carita linda yo no me complico. Ven pa' pegarte como si fuera yo mico. En tiempos de la hype, baby, yo no lo medito. Se esconde, no, nena. Papi, pa' mi mente en ese caso no hay dilema. You make me horny, bitchy, feeling nasty. Mándame un DM y nos comemos en luna llena, ey. Baby, pégate, moverlo bien salvaje. No te agarres lo que todos saben que elegante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace. Baby, alguien en el teléfono.
Baby, alguien me dijo que le cayera la pista. Tuve que romper, tú sabes. Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapándote en los coches. Pita encendida, todos de roce. La vivienda activa para el perreo hasta las 12. 1, 2, 3 con la nalga para el piso. La bebé anda sola, nadie le da permiso. Prende y pasa, lo seguimos en casa. Que yo tengo un par de amigos pa' quemar la salsa. Oye, bandida, bebé, tú eres una atrevida. Cuando bailas está encendida. Le pide al DJ que ponga el Jory con la Bloom, que grosería.
Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todo lo mío. Estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todo lo mío. Estamos puestos para leer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Con Jory. Dimensiones. Con el Jory en la casa.
Salgo de noche con todo lo mío. Estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todo lo mío. Estamos puestos para leer. Roche, roche, roche.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, of course, the team, I don't think I need saying, but the team is looking like the current favorite to win it all, and a big part of that is just how consistent the team has been. How have you ensured that, especially since you guys have been very vocal that it's such a hectic schedule? How have you been able to ensure that consistency in their performance?
Yeah, it's always impossible to perfectly control how your off days go. You know, you can't prevent things like jet lag or a hectic schedule, but the one thing we can do is control how we sound once we get in the game. So as a team, we really emphasize the atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without me needing to pause, and you know, the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space, and the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Yeah, glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second map.
Oh, great choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Kaplan. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and High Park. They look so good.
It's the park, man. I went to that park. It's lovely. They ride around on a little rowboat. There's peacocks
They
in the
had
park.
a boating day for sure. For sure.
How could they not 13-4 last?
How come we don't perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, it's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retakes are, how good their protocols are, but look at how they're playing their post ones as well. They're setting up forward here. Zelstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post one, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look,
Let's see if I missed any
Zekken has
subs.
a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these
Adowas,
post
thank you so much,
plans,
man.
and really, it
Appreciate
seems
the
to
5
every
months.
stage of this map.
Favorite of the tournament? favorites of the tournament? I mean, it has to be Sentinels, but they can still lose this.
Yeah, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the back line, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes.
Which position would I rate 10s?
Loud just didn't really get a look in.
Might even be scraping a top 5 in terms of the performance. Jesus, chat, who organized this? Why are you spamming?
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels. John QT, take a look at this
Performance is solid.
reflex. I felt like every round when he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was going to happen.
I mean, this was after Cowan Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does. It looked absolutely ice cold afterwards.
George's thank you as well, bro. Sorry, I missed your sub there earlier.
It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zek and Tense, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is.
Remember I said I would do a YouTube video each day? Yeah, dude, I wanted to just have a time off.
But the job is not done. The job is not done.
But Cam, thank you so much. Thank you.
But let's throw it down and hear what
38 months. It's liquid smoke, not sentinel smoke. Is in the attack one. Man. The problem is for you, Bakan, is everyone's going to call that the sentinel smoke from now on, so you're a little bit wrecked.
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here.
Could have won your game.
Could
have won your game. People won't remember it anymore.
Map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in the game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. Like we have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Like reset about the first map that anything went good and go for with our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count.
Yeah, they changed it up, basically what he's saying. Anon, thank you for the gift, mate. Appreciate that.
Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute
the thing is, Bacon,
really well.
just because of that as well, I'm definitely going to refer to it as a sentinel smoke every time I see it.
And retakes. They're very
good
at kind of timing how they're using
Might
their
even do a
moments to
YouTube video about it,
opponent's
actually.
plan, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone.
Toxic only to Bacon, it's fine.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubter, whatever. Okay. I think, obviously, this being the anomaly of
Did Loud replace their coach? I mean, their coach went to MIBR.
A 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're
Twice,
getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series.
1 year and then the other one went the next year.
I don't think really Loud are in a position today to send off their game that much. Obviously, previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know. I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing, though. I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp.
Yeah, this should be a close one.
And I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility. And Zekin just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just.
Why is no one running Harbor Viper anymore? Skynerfs.
We say they're never out of a series. They're never.
You can't like. The good thing about the Harbor Viper was you would like segment a bit of a map off, and then you would flash that. And now you can't waste your flash for this map control.
I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud
it got dismantled by the Skynerf basically.
That they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted, and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so.
Did I see the M80 comp? No, I didn't even look at the stats. I should probably do that at one point.
Attack sides with their comps, they are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some.
Okay, Loud on defense, Sentinels on attack. And Loud are still going for their frenzy mania.
And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible.
Put a shout out QCK there. I don't know how much damage he did to him, but
help Sassy
like
down there at the start of the round.
hints a bit of pressure over towards here, and yeah, it's a nice group up. But they have the alarm bot for early info.
And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact, and at that point it's kind of too
Yeah,
late.
and he waits for them to get close before he takes the orb. Knife hits no one, they go for a plant on this, and Jesus. But who's going to take him down?
Where's the follow-up? There is none.
And nicely handled on this, and then it's all up to Zekken.
Being played here. Dash fading away, but Zekken still standing his ground, and he's earned himself.
Another kill, he gets a dash.
Dodged. Another play being set up as well. Attends with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Zekken to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3.
Yeah. Oh my god, nade. Oi, that's a nice shock.
It's good for the damage. Ten's going to be forced out wide.
Whoa.
You can't be getting away with this.
No way, 2v? No way, 2v5? Oh man, after the first map of 2v5 afterwards.
The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault, they didn't know.
I mean, they played it so well. Dude, this is just raw talent. This is just raw talent. Look at him go.
As he crosses back. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
Respect.
The players on Loud are so talented, and Tense is just owning them.
You man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular.
Yeah, it's insane.
Basically all of this year.
Yeah.
The actual shots that Tense has been hitting, the moments, the
This is a very early rotate and a pretty good read. You got to shout out Les for the low HP, taking the gamble of just pushing all the way through here. Means that we can get 4 people stacked up, and they have a recon to play off of. Oh, they cut off the spike. Yeah, everyone's dead.
Online here for Sassy.
How's everyone dead?
Look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but
Is everyone trying to cover little bro planting, I feel like.
When he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper wall and
Here's
the
a nice
high
idea from Loud though. Cut off the spike.
To fight more
break the windman.
I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Ten's, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2 years. Top of the bridge brings him down. Still 1 step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Ten's had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash
let's see what the big Byron
on pipes, on
can give us. It's a nice bonus. They could potentially get a KO.
So much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp, it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
So the purpose of that Dizzy, just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for Sen. All grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tens to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tens is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen G were using. It's so good.
Yeah. Choose to break it. You're going to be
doing a little bit different. JD_chill, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 21.
It's a little bit delayed. So, yep, it's down, close to the quarters.
Does Tens want to ult?
Kawazin wins his 1 out versus second still.
Yeah. This is going to stop them doing the Cove retake. And that's a solo swing with nothing else on top of it. And this ult's going to go a while, and this is going to really delay the Cove. Love that flash to swing on top of that. Ooh, we didn't fully commit, but I think a lot of people ate it. Ult finishes. Cove defuse. Possible. Cove goes in.
really struggling, waiting out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadek, pushed back and away, and a wide tip tap and a face
that
there
was,
from the Loud
I'll
players.
tell you what,
Remaining
that was
just
really,
in
really
time.
close. If this guy kind of bided his time a little bit more, then that was very much on.
By the flash re-clear, but I can see that Senna starting to
Yeah,
add
and you
more
got to shout out,
stuff into their
Tui's did
playbook.
great to just stay alive on this one, just realizing that he's the VIP, he has the Cove, he's the person that needs to take no risks.
So much of the area, and Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the Cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the mollies. We really need to calm the mollies.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart, they understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them.
Calm the what? The mollies, as in he wants the waterfall to be better, right? Just like 1, then 2, then 3, instead of all at the same time.
High tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area.
In theory, you can just delay for a long, long time. Also, you probably need to, if Tens is using his ult, like the mollies are the main thing that you need to push them off when they do the Cove, right? Cove comes in, there should be some kind of molly on the spike. Because then they can't half it, and you're not like caught just doing a lot of spamming. You can just slowly, not have to rush to break it. It's nice from Sentinels to do a B default, insert one over towards B, and then A control from Zarsus as well.
Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch?
He nearly did so good. The interesting thing is that kind of cleared a little bit of down over towards long as well, so they should know that there's maybe a bit of a lean at the moment. He'll take this. They wall to get him out of there. Rotates pretty far away. This is a strong molly if they want to go over towards top here. 22 HP.
My God, yeah.
Now what?
To be alive,
Wait,
facing
Sadek,
top
what?
last is Sadek. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the thrash online.
That was that wasn't great.
Really waiting available, but still, like you said, the thrash is now online. Sassy, lets it loose. The movement clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment not quite online here.
And let's see if the mollies are better on this one.
Into the things here. Loud using that U-tilt. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim, cooling down the weaponry enough to take out.
Yeah, and it felt like the mollies are a lot better.
Over the top the rope, Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but
okay, nicely done. I feel like Lad did pretty good to kind of clear out over towards B, etc. as well, in terms of work it out early. Then we didn't really have a rotate, even though they saw over towards long A, but long B. But I think with how this guy was hiding, that they thought that maybe more people were hiding from it.
Is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break Cove and fight.
And yeah, the mollies were definitely better over towards here. I think they also used the Cove early on, or I don't know what happened with the Cove. Maybe didn't have money to buy it. I'm not entirely sure, but didn't have the Cove for this anyway. You got to kind of have to call out the Sadek overpeak there as well on a big buy round. Felt odd.
The hell out. Deep knife clears yellow, but really they've got nothing to try.
A lovely shot.
Control of B main here, just putting that emphasis.
That's the person who plants as well, so it now gets a little bit riskier for Sentinels to plant. So if they actually want to stop the plant, it is a actual person instead of Wingman.
Whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here, just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QZK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players.
They wait for this. Now they can go a bit aggro. John probably waiting for fuel of his wall as well. Wall goes in. Do they want to flash or do they just want to duel this? Flash.
Flash through into the back. Dart. Oh my. They knew exactly the position that was coming from. So Kawasi didn't really stand a chance up with the armor.
Yeah, it was pretty nicely handled though. It really was. In terms of they. Hold up.
Oh my.
Has anyone heard that?
I don't think anyone heard that.
They are distracted.
Here we go.
Really
that smoke might do everything. Lovely round from him.
John QT. He's there with a trade, but one.
Lovely molly from them as well.
Online for 2 years. It's not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility. Left available for them.
A really, really good run from QCK here. Really good. I think Sentinels handled the whole situation of the Gecko being out of it, getting removed early, but QCK really had a good flank on here, and his team did great to create the chaos while he was going for this as well. No one close to see the smoke or hear the smoke.
Which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get heard. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutia. Gotta watch for.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk.
You were talking the other day
He's only one man in
about the Viper wall not covering top of sight, a wall lineup. Yeah, they both have. I mean, Sentinels have, and it looks like what most teams have on this map now is two different walls. They'll have like a wall which doesn't go over towards heaven, and they'll have a wall that does go over towards heaven, and they just kind of change between the two. And then obviously when the wall doesn't cover heaven, they're just very ready to kind of, I mean, punish a peak there really.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like you said, just trying to gather.
Still, even though they did call the timeout before the round was won, I think it's still a nice timeout in terms of just the money, right? 3 people can't buy next, 2 people can't buy next. Zekken's one away from his knife, so you could make the win force.
Kind of have to double up, triple up.
Loud do decide to change this up a little bit, and this is heavier pressure in terms of trying to take over towards A. And we get early info A, which means a rotate can come in faster. And Sentinels kind of change up their pace as well. They go a lot faster over towards B. And Dalsis does have an alarm bot in front of this Jet.
Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
And this is looking similar to before. They get first bit of map control, and then they wait for the wall to get energy, and then they go aggro and kind of go close, get the plant while that's happening. They can punish anyone or be in a position to punish anyone.
He's in a really good spot. Drone.
The one.
Maybe just catching.
The one, and honestly, I think heard more.
I think they've got all the info they need though.
Yeah, this is what we talked about in terms of wall going up, but this time, this is what we faked earlier, right? We faked the fact that we were going to flash. We faked the... Oh boy.
They weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. 2 versus 3.
Big jaw. Only one molly for Zalsis. Keep an eye on QCK going behind again.
Some issues a little bit later into things.
Oh, he's too far away from the turret, but he shot it. I think he shot a bullet anyway before this.
Forces them out wide. I don't know if they took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis.
Cove goes in. Okay, nicely handled. Again, nicely done from twos as well. It's a good wall to cut him off, and it's a good Cove to cover this plant as well.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially
I think I agree with what he's saying as well. It's just the fact that the drone every single time when I look at Loud is just really good. Like the drone is always catching information over towards here.
Crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak playing around orange is able to pick up Zekken. I think Sen should be quite cautious if
they just had a lot of numbers here.
Over and over and over.
Good timeout, nice and early.
The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And Sen are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the post plant to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right? Split from Sen is perfection, but not every
the big mug. This is they have a place they have a place here where you like paint your own mugs, and so I went for a bit of an experiment. So this he's a little bit big. So this is my attempt at it. Right,
they won the pistol both times.
Kind of sick.
And then they just dominated.
It's a fast attempt at a slug mug.
Their first one.
Is it? You're not wrong though. It is a huge mug. It's a pretty cool place though. You just go there and you you like paint. My artistic abilities are at a rock bottom, but honestly, this isn't too bad.
We're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet, not in this round. The weaker guns, but you know,
me and Egg should do pottery. Yeah, that feels like some weird little YouTube podcast thing.
Here's after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud.
Yeah, because he made a bowl or something, didn't he? I remember that.
QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information, and yet that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Senna not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2E's puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2E's at home.
One Dizzy clearing away. Sassy.
And with a plant, that would be official. Knife goes in, doesn't hit anyone again. Are they going to speed up? Are they actually going to take like further map control? Yeah, kind of just using Tens as a bit of a second duelist on this one, trying to make sure they can secure a plant. Oh, they put an ult into this. Oh boy.
This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little
bit wire still. Sure. I mean, maybe they take a bit of a win. They've won a 2v5 before, but this one's too mad. They're going to be over towards here. Johnska's going to have to tank it. Yeah, just wanted to just kill everyone. Ooh, that's a big win for Loud. 4 people, and they got the Viper out of him.
Probably should have been saved for another round, but
I think Loud doing this ult is so fine considering the money.
So quick, so close to the ults being invested.
4 people surviving, I think that's a big win for them. But I mean, that's a scary round without the Killjoy.
Disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit.
It might have been fine just getting a 1-for-1. It could have been what Sentinels talked about before. Like maybe they really wanted the 1-for-1 out here. Like they might in their heads feel like that's a bit of a win.
Super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
There should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side.
Oh, that's nice. They do the Xerxia ult. And is it the good Xerxia ult that gives him a gap over towards heaven? No, it's not. So he is a little bit exposed over towards here.
Should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just
does Les tank this?
Just opt to get entertained.
Yes, he does. I mean, maybe this guy gets spammed. I was going to say, this guy gets spammed, man. Not at this level, you can't get away with that.
Crucial kill here onto the flank. Celsius cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions.
They'll go to Cove.
Even it up ever so slightly, but still
gotta wait a little bit for the molly. Okay, now they can do it. Tap of the spike, probably gonna duel. Yeah, look at the mollies though. It's so good.
Post-plant utility should be good enough here for
We had
Sentinels.
Gecko molly into Viper molly. Then they had Killjoy. Yeah, nicely handled, bro. Fair play.
That looked like a checkmate situation. Sen were running out of post-plant.
Yeah, Cowan's in just absolutely sent it. Is this a 2v4 at one point?
Through the high tide, through 2E's util, Cowanzine, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere.
Jeez.
This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Cowanzine just hit some.
I think there had to be some different swings off of people that were close, and then the guy with the molly maybe played a bit too defensive, and if anything you could argue there was like too much focus on the mollies here in terms of the Viper molly, because guy should have got traded out a little bit earlier. VCK's been doing great over towards B.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube, this time he's over towards B. So difficult to...
Every single time it's been sassy as well.
Oh, hello, counter spam. Kawazine dropped.
That was nicely done from Zelsus. He creates pressure over towards middle, and then insta repositions over towards B, but that is a double.
Now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zelsus. Traded, though. Drop down, and John QT again isolated in this
4 bullets.
2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be here.
Nicely handled. Yeah, Les had the reload on this one. Dude, B does look too hard. It really does. Nicely done from QCK. It's good the first pick again.
That got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
Their retakes have been really good.
But I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is,
and it's weird because like maybe they need to try and take like if they go B, they kind of need to take like
barely tagging onto him.
Snowman control, but this comp isn't really good at it. They probably have to have like a jet smoke here, and it doesn't feel comfy.
Giving it to Cowanzine.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still it's rattled off the shots. End up using the dash. Wow.
With a Viper.
I mean, Les is literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push.
Oh my, the confidence is flowing. He's going for another. He's going for another.
What a beautiful switch setup from
He's going for more.
Well. Such an unusual one with the Sova Optic.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry. Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les.
Yeah, he's like, what, 12-3?
He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game. And he's been pushing up on A, looking for that duel, but Zelsis has not been giving it to him. If they're B defaulting and they leave Zelsis with the Killjoy utility on A, Zelsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided...
Double glasses on. That's sick. Okay.
Why you would. 12 and 3
Money's out of control, so they buy for the rest of this. Sentinels, not so much. Force buy and then force buy. Threes as ult to retake, and Sentinels could plan a little bit ahead and have 2 ults for the last round. There's a chance Sassy gets his ult into this round. Loud have been pretty proactive. I mean, everywhere, to be honest. It's been a very proactive defense half.
Deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekken wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage that they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them.
Yeah, and he can just see the circles, right? So the vision block is just unreal. He just sees the circles on the floor of where the stuns are going, so he knows where to spam. Ish ult used in.
Winning that fight, the adjustment, and snap to the side. And retaking now with this operator just becomes a dire situation. And Zelsis is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. Because why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak over and around. Spotted. 1. Sassy dropped. Sadak now, but time surely working against in the jump spot. The jiggle, John QT trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through.
Okay, nice. Nicely handled again from John. Dude, massive shout out to Zelsis. That was all him. That was all solo play. I don't know how he gets that second kill. He should never be getting that second kill.
Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Senna giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Zelsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think Sen might have been in trouble again. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper,
let's go, boys. Let's go.
They're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations and stop them before they get into retake spots. Senna backing off and trying to play
Killjoy ult, and that's about it. Knifes maybe. Sadak 2 away. Cowanzine now gets the op out as well as QCK. Double op, so I guess he has a backup gun somewhere. I'm not even sure if he does have a backup. No, he does. He must do. He had way more money than this.
Obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything. At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown.
Yeah, picks up his backup gun here. So now ready for the retake. We still have the we'll have the cove on this.
High tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting to nail, but you're up against Cowanzine. John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
He's got his ult.
On the ropes, the pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive.
Damn, bro. This is an insane round from him. What the hell?
The crowd wants it. The people are chanting. UCK spotted out wide. Will his team give him anything?
Oh man, nice shots, especially the second and the third.
And Sen will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation.
5, considering how bad it was looking, not too bad. Still a very impressive, very, very impressive defense half, by the way, from Loud.
What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting
Oh
the third on the
man,
road
yeah,
too.
the second kill was really nice.
Of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get Sen up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. I believe.
I still think that 7 is probably too much on defense, man. I loved Loud's defense. It was sick.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriano. Coriano, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT Americas, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh.
Damn,
okay,
team
now
supporter.
I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters, we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
He doesn't have just the skin bundles. He's got every skin in the game. Oh, he's a Jonas. Damn, man.
They do have one of the only proper green bundles.
The skin Oilers.
So they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle. But listen, 7 to 5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah. A very
okay.
Honestly, a huge one. And Sen have won every pistol so far in this
What do you
series.
reckon? They might even need another.
If they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players.
Recon goes in and vision block, so they know for sure they create a question mark here unless someone's gone aggro, but it looks like maybe there was something that I missed. They're very confident no one's close B. Oh no.
He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
Yeah, now they know that someone might have timed this. I like this from Sentinels. They think that they cleared over towards here and they insta-clear the question mark. This is the spike, and this is a straight up 2-on-2.
And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one.
There's
but
the
yeah,
handle. Zekken has to get one.
In sight. Zekken, dash.
Probably no, he's popped the dash, so yeah. We pop over towards A. Zekken still has full info. Okay, one person fake or potential inserts, so they can hear the rotates. And yeah, they're going to. The only way Sentinels win this is Zekken goes huge.
Ready for it. Zekken's now going to be pushing to this one and done angle.
Ooh.
Dash that we.
Zelsis gets here. Dude, imagine Zelsis gets a jump peek in time.
This one. Bodies might do it. Surely Ghost moment.
Oh man, Zelsis' bait here is pretty huge. You would think that he would probably swing this if he was yellow.
Picking up space back towards the backside of yellow. I need some supportive util though. And
Flash behind him.
So Flash free peek timing. Needs it now. Needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements. Jump.
Close. 14 HP.
He's taking them all out.
Oh.
7 seconds remaining.
Oh, they're both gonna be so low. Oh boy.
It leaves it just up to Les. 1 versus 1.
He tanked it the whole way, and everyone who did damage to Les died, so they know he's 14.
This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. Lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it.
Knows his left side.
Dropping, orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it.
I see handled. He didn't want to swing too much once the orb was up because obviously it's his own one way. Dude, 4-0 in terms of pistols, by the way.
Did not look good for them in the beginning of this round.
Yeah, Zelsis did really good though. Good bait from him. He didn't feel like he had to swing to help Zekken. He actually just fully baited, realizing he can probably get more. Because him swinging out there, he probably gets traded anyway, but him actually hiding here, perfect.
And I mean, this util also perfection.
What was that for? Yeah, not the best.
But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Zelsis to tuck into yellow. Nice! And like I said, Brent, this is 4 out of 4 pistols.
In fact, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll always struggle with your name. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
Enormous advantage, especially because
you fell for it. Thank you so much, though, man. Do appreciate the support.
Clear ideas.
And yeah, this is a good chance for them to clean up some of the ecos, get some ults online. Uh-oh. That is a dropped gun that they can now pick up, and we have 2 people who could get one shot from this gun, and this could have really backfired. Oh, that's nice though. Yeah, they managed to delay well to get people here.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the elbow.
Oh my god, they kind of tricked him a little bit. Went close, tapped the spike, but then dropped the wall. I like that play.
A bit of that ground, and he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The Verge are getting thriftied. Like you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
I like this from TenZ. He throws a knife, it hits all of them. They have a little bit of delay, so they know that they're going to take their time, and he repositions all the way round over towards spawn. So I love this from TenZ. Yeah, he literally did this around the world.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way!
But he cleared all of the information in terms of where he came from. But do they really think that he went all the way round? He hears the reload behind him.
Acknowledge it, the reload is heard here. Close quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle, 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here. In the first
I mean, the wall goes down with this. Damn, nicely played, bro. That was pretty sick. Double 1v2s, by the way. 1v2 to win pistol, 1v2 to win this next round.
What a play!
Yeah, that was really smart. Knife here, insta reposition all the way around. Thought that was really, really cool. I tell you what, I liked a lot of stuff here. Loud had a cool approach to just the fact that this comp is like heavy delay, and they have all of their delay over towards B, so they tap the spike, put the wall up, and then waiting for the util to get dumped, because that's how they stop the plant, and then they just drop the wall to take the jewels. So it was a pretty good idea from Loud in terms of that, to try and get the kills here. But this is a lovely 1v2.
Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to this half. Yeah. Sen win the pistol. You expect them to
I like that approach of dealing with the delay over towards B. Nice. Knife goes in, hits 3. Oh, that's a hand delivery of a gun.
Deleted off the face of the map. Is responded in kind here. Sadak.
This is their only gun.
There with the peaks over the top here, just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms.
Yeah, so they won the round, and they just deciding that they're gonna lose this, try and do a little bit of damage. They do just eco into this one. So this is an eco for Sentinels.
I love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. Louder looking to try.
Yeah, no, I realized this. I realized kind of late. I'm like, hold up, what is actually going on in this one? I saw the eco, and then I was like, well, they won the round. It was just instinct.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from Sen just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence.
Let's see how much damage they want to do or can do.
Wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. TenZ out wide and open. Man, this is just madness.
It's like whack-a-mole.
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see Sen had no idea there that Sadak could see the spike. I mean, it turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half.
They ecoed for this one, so they knew this was going to happen. The worrying thing is Sentinels didn't really do too much damage other than the 1 kill, so it might have backfired a little bit. We got Harbor ult, we got KO ult.
Reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what Sen are planning with both of the flash initiators.
Swifty, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you.
moment, Tui's heading
Let's
B
go
for that
100
classic
feet.
cascade at the
I
start
mean,
of the
might actually be a good year for them. We'll see.
The only turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
Vision block over towards B.
This is where I'd love to
Still
see
have got the
Zeken
alarm
posted
bot
up
here
on
to get
pipes,
info though.
trying to get some kind of flash
Dassie's a
aggression going.
little bit
Because I think if you give
isolated.
space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there.
They're playing, in terms of Loud, they're playing it very similar to Fnatic, where they're using the alarm bot heavy to try and get info.
Respected. I mean, Zeken is just
Yeah.
trying to really get
I
the
see
most
down
out
from
of it there, and he is
QCK. He's been
finally
having a good
punished.
map.
So, no command fast off the rip.
Wait, I
Pushing
love the
forward, so they can
reposition from
expect
him.
this. QCK is already behind the man. Already behind the man.
Oh man, he's having an absolute map, dude. 1 HP. It was a great round, and in terms of the actual round to go huge as well, impact-wise, the impact is through the roof. Full eco coming in from Sentinels.
Decision being made for him, really.
Full.
Has to be the save. Just has
Be
to
2 full loss
damage,
bonus.
but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
Nah, buy a little bit with this.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded Sen. And on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize
There's a big round
the
from
strengths
him.
of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round re-clear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zeken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot.
They got the 1 hero gun. And with those 2 rounds, like 4 people surviving, 3 people surviving, Loud's money's outrageous.
This round, very similar to round 15.
They're really like in control. If you consider double pistol here, this is like pretty dominant.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building.
Why did he drink his drink like a cartoon character? He doesn't want to hit his mic.
Dash to respect it.
The mic's like, those mics have to be like right in front of you. To the side.
Only Zeken
4 people?
times, even
Yeah,
though there's a stack here.
and I want to say Sadak was the only person that didn't eat a flash here.
Through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least Sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud.
They're calm. I like this as well. This little cove over towards here. 1 person hold of this in terms of the cove. Everyone else focusing right side of sight.
And sometimes
That's really nice, actually. The cove to block this off, and then everyone goes here. It's a little bit similar to like the... It's actually exactly the same as like the Sage wall that used to cut this off, and like you would go into sight and Fnatic plant. Pretty much the same as that, apart from you just have 1 person holding this smoke, everyone else goes right side sight.
To go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post plant situation. And that's where you need to see Sen fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here, and Zeken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zeken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent, but it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's 2 key areas if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective.
The Sentinels buying on the bonus mistake is in when they won the round in the E-code. Not really. They needed to do a little bit more damage than that. All it means when you kind of have that round where you win but you save, means that you have to like win one of the next 2 or at least do damage there, and they just didn't. They got 1 and then 2. There just wasn't enough damage done, basically.
They might just send it with like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting.
I haven't seen this recon for ages.
Deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zeken's
They are slightly behind this one though. Yeah, and with this here, might be a nice change up. Yeah, this is one of the harder things opping over towards here, because you have double lane, you always feel like you can get timed, so vision block here normally just works wonders.
Over towards A might give Zeken the idea that you know, only the lurker is here. So he could be a
So
bit
over
more
towards
bold.
A. Recon,
Sadok was just
sorry,
caught by the knife.
drone went
Oh, I
out,
don't think he
and
was,
knife
actually.
went back
So he's
in
gonna be able to
return
get this
and hit
lockdown off.
2, I think.
In mid, trying to fake presence.
Keep
here.
an eye on
players
Zelsis
right
though. He
behind
might
him. It's
feel
gonna
like he has
very
good time
real.
to go
Still
behind
second.
this,
Will
when
he be
actually
dislodged
doesn't
from this
really.
position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information.
Does this guy run?
Overcooking this a little? Using the
Dude,
lockdown
look
from
at
the
this.
fake
Look
when
at
they have the
Sadok.
full
Sadok's
A
out
side.
over towards
Second,
A.
really. It's on
He could
him
definitely
because
call
the
them
lab
back
players are
here.
now gonna be
This is a
walking and
weird,
waiting
weird
right into
round.
that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape.
Yeah, and they're going to go back and they're going to run back and they're going to hear this. And then Zelsis, does he go for this? Do they realize that? I mean, for them to call this heavy? Oh boy. Damn, QCK is insane right now. He actually smoked that for them to cross, but then he had the main thought that maybe... Oh man, the QCK goes through middle as well. Man, QCK on the... Dude, he's sending it. QCK on the jet is looking really nice.
There's nothing you can do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zekan's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just
This was a cool round. Sadok called him all the way back here.
very difficult from Sentinel's
And yeah, if
perspective for
the
them
fact
to
that
get any
QCK
kind
gets
of
this
foothold
kill at
in a
middle,
round
it's
like
just
this
everything.
one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right?
I mean,
it looked like it was intended to be
it's just something that they can do if he gets all of this space. Like if he gets all of this space, he just calls them back, it's fine. And then they just got to be ready for middle, and they were even ready for this. The reason that they smoked here at middle was because of this angle, right? They don't want this angle to be a thing, or if anyone's in front of this smoke. So that's why they smoked here and put the smoke up. Like they were very ready to go back here. They had a very good understanding of where anyone could be, and they did it very safe.
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away, looking better here on Icebox. Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud.
Right.
The sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis.
Mango Freeze, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the Euler plug going. Big spam. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 5. And we clear this with a flash, and there's 5 people ready. Oh man, I think Sentinel's actually got away with a lot there. Sadok's been he's actually higher HP in this, right? No? Okay. I like the idea though, they're not sitting back waiting to get XX on, they're actually going a little bit proactive.
It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly.
Now gives him a clear path over towards yellow.
Over towards B, and Zekan is still worried about a lurker on A.
Yeah, he has to be.
It's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, Tens. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. The side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect
20 seconds to plant.
And around the back. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks to the side.
Oh boy.
Still there, not a reckoning. Drop down with only 12
10 seconds.
Here, up and away. Updraft all around.
Oh man, they had a chance. Oh no, he's gonna feel he's not gonna feel great after that. Nicely done from Sassy.
Utility though was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far.
Was it cowards in? Oh bro, that feels bad.
As he hears the
Been there.
drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too. Let's go! Let's go, boys! So much utility pressure in that round.
What's the actual money like? Okay, Loud have insane amounts of money. Sentinels, if they lose this, is pretty much done.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekan wasn't sure that it was going to get broken.
And they just go for the 5 hit over towards A. Knife goes in, hits 3.
Tagged.
This is the first time we've seen
If Les gets over towards site, he has an ult, so they kind of want to fight before they get to site here. Wait, what? No way, that looked so unlucky. It looked so weird from his POV in terms of just like, where is everyone? Managed to reply, nicely done from Zek, and they get out. And the good thing for them is they take the VIP down in terms of who had the ult, but that's a great reply from Sadak. He gets his plant. Nope. Wait, tap and then instant pullback? Hey, this is nice. They read that they were going to flood in here because they got delayed and they have numbers. It looks different from his POV. Okay, nicely done. Nicely done from Zekken. You see the Viper wall here? Like this Viper wall, it's client side, so everyone's Viper wall is different. So we had like a high. Sorry, we had a low and he had a high, basically. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense, hopefully. It's client side, everyone has a different top of the Viper wall.
But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant.
Why didn't Sadak plant? So they delayed so heavy that they realized there would probably be 3 people here, so the next tap of the plant, they were going to flood into the site, so he didn't want to be caught like out of position. He just wanted he was ready for them to flood back in theory.
This is aggressive. Time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
This is getting a little bit close now. Allowed to have a timeout, right? Might be a time to use it. They get the ult into this, so they want to use it.
They cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury. I think it's going to be difficult, especially when Tense is holding knife for anything like that.
For Loud, I mean, you can feel.
Yeah, and this wall is good. Creates a lot of pressure over towards here, but this knife hits over towards yellow and cleared that there was no one yellow. I think there might have been a gap here. That's why we don't see a huge over-rotate. And Zekken, oh, saw him.
I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances.
Guy's going to peek from heaven in a sec.
From a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he slams a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps stay away from it.
Pops the dash.
Re-swing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time. Celsius spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years.
Surely they don't Viper ult. Maybe now they Viper ult.
His time to come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks necessary.
Maybe he's coming back for it.
When you're a player down.
Viper ult, and it's the good Viper ult, and he has double mollies.
It does cover the spike. Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through a tap. Forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK traded. Now sticking though already there. That's going to be the wingman putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over to the top. And well, it's just been stuck in all of it.
That's incredible, dude. Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there.
Dude, I didn't even realize it stopped going. I thought they got killed. So Wingman, yeah, Wingman can tank a whole molly, and the ult doesn't take him. The ult doesn't tank him down.
Do nothing about that. But the Wingman he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at him.
He is no man. He does not care.
Bro. Sliggy losing his mind.
Bro, I didn't even realize the dude was planting, like defusing. We lost the bar. Dude, he's so OP against Viper mollies, man. Why does he? What kind of mask does he have to not tank the extra damage though? Surely he should be tanking. Surely he should be tanking the ult damage.
Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage.
He doesn't touch the floor. Yeah, but he's been the Viper ult.
What does that do to Sadak's calling?
That's what I'm talking about.
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zekken didn't use his dash again. Important to know that one, because now as that U2 goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one, but the count to spam a tap from Sadak. Get himself into the cove, lockdown.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep.
They got a lot of util on this one. There's Tens. Yeah, Tens' ult is everything here. So it means that they can kind of see all this util on the spike, and they can just break that. It's a big jewel coming in. Oh, vision block, and I don't think it's the best plant, right? They could actually get it from the side here.
Short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of
Dubra comes in again. This time he's been handled.
You just have to
think.
rely on a bit of that RNG. Tens Pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it. They don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now.
Nicely handled. Man, they're actually bringing this one back.
2 years. Sentinels barely there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those.
It's a late timeout. It's been getting close. When it's has to use wingman, he did use wingman. Just got spammed.
Is so nice from Zelsis.
Yeah, I like the fact that John goes from this side as well. Most likely spam's going to be on the left.
They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, you know, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards Heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not on aggressive positions. You can start the retake proper. You know, we've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by
really pulled this one
dragging
back.
the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely until this.
Why do I hate little bro? Bro, we can't. You guys are just bringing up a little bro now because he's done this one good thing in his life.
We were singing the praises of
You guys are just asking me the question now because he's done his one good thing. I'm not gonna answer it.
With how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire.
Like, stop it.
Long.
He had a life round. It happens.
Loud, 11 to 11.
Let's move on.
Still with the Viper's Pit, still with a Thrash.
And all of this without Zekan really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings.
Big ults for this as well. They're gonna ult.
Here it looks like he wants to.
They just
try and
insta
take
pop the
this
Viper ult.
instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Damn, the death from above.
Down, only sees the turret.
It's the turret actually.
Yeah. A drone utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown.
Does he Viper ult? I would be so tempted.
Second, where are you going?
Second's a lunatic. Second, you're a lunatic.
Jump spot,
Well,
holy updraft dash, but he cannot
that's
escape
a really bold play. I thought my Viper ult idea was a bold play. That's a really bold play. Fish ult goes in as well. Keep an eye over towards A. They have absolutely owned them. It's the same thing again. The Sadak Masterclass plays out all the mollies.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
It's a massive trade back. Maybe Les went too early. Who knows?
Backside gained. Plan for Sadak. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. This is going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, bit of spray. It's a pop flash play.
Oh.
Taking it to him.
Good luck. 1v4.
Follow up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot?
Dude, alarm bot here as well, so he can't fully wrap.
One of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking half already. Options dwindling. The high-low phase.
Oh wait, they're handling this so well. There's so many in a row. Is this 5 in a row?
There's an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
One chance.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to.
Yeah, this is devastating for them, bro. Loud on Icebox, not again.
Just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen
double off comes out.
To be able to get up to match point and set up.
Wait, they're both over towards A? Oh, really bold. That's really bold, guys. Really bold. Against the Harbor ult.
Went down there to a bit of random spam, updraft and away. Back in. Respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadak with the plan. Not going to be pushed back.
Plan is good.
Loud. Again, surely set up.
What do they got? One molly, double molly, shock. Dude, they still have a drone? What's going on here?
Doubled up, shoulder, 2 shoulder rounds to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazine. And he's still here.
Nice little 1-2.
And kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his
team.
Yeah,
love that. They're not going to expect the second guy here. Okay, nicely done. Overtime it is.
Finally,
Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long. And we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. But that little resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it. Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their
And
initial match
QCK
in 2024.
has been... He's at least having a lot of impact over towards B. Brings us up, no armor over towards A. And it looks like probably they want to set him up to this angle, or are they going full? They set him up to this angle. Ooh, not as aggro as I thought.
Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna...
Really bold. Two people watching above him.
Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner.
Yeah, it looks bold, but honestly, considering his two teammates watching him, it was fine. It's really bold to stick here when he doesn't have a dash. Lovely trade. Oh, lovely trade again in the end from Les. Hui's 3 HP gets out of there. Dude, that was almost... It almost looked disastrous there.
Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak.
John, with a plant, gets his ult. The people that are dead from Loud should be on top of this. The comms can come in. So now they're going to try and make sure they don't play, so they go aggro. So this turret could actually take down Tui's if it... Oh man.
Side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Put on one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade flying. The molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does. It's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the
Oh, just switched to his gun as that one came in. Nicely done. Good round from Tui's, really. He gets 2 extra kills on the 2 HP. Shout out to the people that are dead being on top of the ult, that's why they went aggro. And yeah, hit some nice shots.
Round 24 now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for
Oh, they were so ready. It was really cool. Oh, this is a nice replay of all the trades.
Getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it.
Wesso, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 21 months. Thank you for the tier 1.
For the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway.
Loud just going for a straight up B hit. Yeah, change of pace, straight up B hit. A lot faster than before.
That's no way. The spam. Very close.
And nicely done. That is a huge pick. Decken has to retake with an op. Mollies are good. Map control's good. Kills are good. Massive round. He's got the worst possible gun for this. Right? Nicely handled from Loud in the end. Okay, we do get Sunset. It was a close one though.
It deserves a map 3.
It deserves a map 3, especially because they look better considering they didn't have a pistol. Right, no pistol on this.
Difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in
Shout
the
out to them.
final moment.
Chat, this is me or is this the stream? What's going on?
Huge from Sadak and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
set up for a good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end
Yeah, and
on
Sunset should be an absolute banger because they're both sick of this map.
Not go anywhere.
Graphage, thank you for the 18 months, man. Appreciate you. Chat's gonna spam some ads.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, you is that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off with you is that's on you.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Better get it with my own medicine for you. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. I'll be inflating, slowly and I'm singing. Drowning all those broke again, but how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, I let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, I let loose. Don't mind if I do.
What a response that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but there's a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think, in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back sight, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the molly.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
They were doing it a bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition
Sunset
built
what I
towards
wanted to
finding
see.
clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one,
Anon,
Sentinels
thank
almost
you
just
for the
gave this
gift.
away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the
Oh, we had
protocols
this.
are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split. But on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything. And I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekken.
Calm the mollies.
Yeah,
We really
I mean,
need to
it's
calm the
exactly. And you can watch this back. You see another example as well. But round 8 was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like, I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see, considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up. And I think we saw that on display here, because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just one or two of those post ones that win their way, maybe it wouldn't have even gone to overtime. And they won both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about
Loud haven't even won a
pistol,
pistol, and they had like the best pistol record going into this.
On that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, it could be a 1v3, he could be solo anchoring sites, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck with me, right? How good he is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away. Yeah. It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
At normal comms.
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they
should they change comp on Icebox? Nah, not really.
Better, but well, showings of proactivity, but
it was a close game.
Still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this
could just be
defense is fighting for
Icebox is just a weird map.
Using that breach, using that open line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle
the Harbor
through
comp gives
and win
you
out these rounds. But Sentinels,
fluidity in terms of how you like to play, but
this first
I don't think it's a bad comp by any means.
Down that extremity control.
Gecko,
expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Okay, let's see if Loud can actually win a pistol.
So much already to push it to here. Let's see Brandon Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They had to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps,
Loud on defense, Sentinels on attack.
The one I'm most excited for is this here.
Similar kind of pistol.
Even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think
4-0 for the pistols.
Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like
Loud
this.
are massively expecting something over towards middle, or whether they want to react over towards middle. I'm not entirely sure. Get a kill through the recon.
Like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
Gun goes in, so no one can shoot this, and the recon doesn't clear Zekken close. Does Zekken feel like he's going to have the timing? It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall. For him
Closed
to be able to
door.
maneuver later on.
Oh, he only has to worry about one. And the original plan was to at least prod over towards B and take a timing, I think. But now, with the door going down, that gets cancelled. They want to go over towards A.
2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment.
Yeah, 2E's has to do a lot here, but it's literally just info, get out of there.
The Loud compositions require a lot
Info
of
gets out of there. More down to can Sadak get these kills over towards middle, and he does have a frenzy. Yeah, it's so good, man.
Running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left, and he still managed to
He has a
land that
recon for
shot,
when they
so
get over towards site as well. They're looking in pretty good spots at the moment. Zelsis has a flash. I mean, they actually have quite a good amount of util. And still has a flash for the flood.
They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash.
Flash goes in a little bit to the left, but it meant that they could isolate the person over towards here. Sadak keeps eating these flashes, but oh man, there's so many low HPs he could clean. Nice, he handled. And QCK gets halfway to his ult, so that's their first pistol. Very nice.
I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurks through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol try to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is
first
always
pistol,
wary
yeah.
of that kind of stuff.
But what a time to get
And
it.
here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plan. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that, though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next. I feel like the money's good enough.
Okay, well, big round. They force onto this one. And I think it can be a good idea to do against the Phoenix as well. You don't want to go into the first buy round where most likely that guy could be farming up against you and have an ult. Speaking of ults, he gets his orb over towards A, so he's now 4 out of 6. They're going to check the same thing again. They insert over towards here. They're going to check tab and realize that Phoenix is now holding over towards A because he took the orb. They heard getting taken. Smoke goes in, creates a good amount of pressure, and Second hears all of this, by the way. Omen flash and everything.
QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear it.
Wow, it doesn't clear this. Yeah, they maybe looked into this.
It's such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid.
3 people on site, by the way, for Loud.
Major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a look.
Smoke goes close, and they have a question mark over towards side. Done, clear. At the moment, B's looking like the site that they retake. Yeah, and that gives them good info. They did the question mark over towards A. They realized that someone's watching over towards middle. They get the good plant for B main. Do they have the B main protocols? That's the interesting thing. Hens has a flash. They got KO nade. They got mollies. They got wingman. They have a lot of util. Let's see. Do they smoke themselves off? That's their question. They have a smoke.
Used in response to this one, and a second flash.
Oh, they smoked themselves off. They've been watching some heretics. Oh boy. A little bit deeper than what heretics would do. Half. Full. No way. They stuck that the whole time. 37-37. That was just Sadak that just held strong, right? I think. Yeah, he just carried on going. They kind of messed up as well. Like the plant gave him this area, right? It gave him like a quarter, whereas it was normally when people do it, right? They're planting here, so it only takes a half. So you got to shout out Sadak here. Sadak realized it was planted on the corner. So we like see them pinging about it now. They're talking about it. I think he was over towards here and not on the straight line. It's a genius play from Sadak here to just realize that it's a bad plant, especially when they smoke themselves off, just using their smoke against them. Yeah, and now they have a chance to just farm, especially getting this all into the big buy round.
Prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it. John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too.
A plant makes all the difference on this one.
It's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed, but really
I'm not even sure if it was wingman. I don't think it was. It thought it was a manual plant, right?
If it works out, listen, Sen got on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle. Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
okay, now a big buy round. They get the off out. And they're up against official.
Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody
Loud are looking kind of prepped at the moment in some of this as well. I like this from them. I like the change up. Smoke down towards middle. They're trying to make sure they can buy enough time so that the options of the Phoenix ult are just more and more. This is going to be good, right? Yeah, just not expecting him so close. Gets out of there for free. Gets out of there in terms of this as well. Has another TP, so this ult's not going to get him. And he goes more. Goes for more. You wouldn't walk all the way through a one-way though, right?
It is bizarre as a flash. Now.
Lovely from Tens. Flash on top. Oh, Tens. Damn, dude. Okay, almost. He's done enough though. He's done enough. That's the main thing. It means that the possibilities of using this ult to retake is now not a thing. Yeah, I mean, nice play from him.
makes a real difference here, but Sassy does have his ult back online. Picks up from Prior, and here it is, the second round of things. Thrash.
It's a shame. I really like this round from Loud. But
Clear the close left corner, but still.
I mean, that was just individual.
Who does want to just try and take the fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot, and just walking right over him, QCK. There is that trade with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still with a
Okay,
ult
Sassy
in his
2
hands.
away from it,
Whack in and
2
slack it.
on the way to his ult, we should say after that. And they have the option of getting the op and they decide against it.
Into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that.
Yeah, too many people died for
a little bit of damage.
too many people died from Jesus ult.
A lot of it coming down to that play from Tens.
Oh yeah.
His Omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but he's just that guy when it comes to this map on the Omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here.
Life goes in and Les actually shoots it, so they know that someone's over towards B main, so I like that from Loud. And maybe Sentinels will want to punish that at one point, because it feels like Zelsa should probably be telling them that their knife is getting shot over towards B main. And they know to shoot it, you kind of have to be like past this line.
Closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's Les or 2E's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives Sen some information.
Line.
Yeah, force out
Drone
the fault
goes
line,
in, spots a little bit of middle.
somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face. It does force
What
Sen to
the
just go
hell?
back, double back, break it. Throw it
3
in like
pass
it could
in
be.
here. This is gonna be a weird round. That's gonna pretty much fight. I mean, they're committed.
Crossfire.
Okay.
Really
Weird
going to
timing.
incentivize, risks from QCK and Cowancy.
And they had the jump. Wait.
You can hear it. He's lacking the info.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
jump spotting.
and
He's punished for it.
they're close. They hear the jump peak, and then they just tell him. And dude, that's twice now where QCK. I mean, round before everyone died before he could use the ult, and then this round he dies so he can't use the ult. It's twice where like Loud kind of misplayed it in terms of not being able to use the ult.
It's the time to shine. Count Loud out too much.
I imagine the Phoenix is just a giant part of their retake. Oh, oops.
Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one. It was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it. Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there, and he was not. Drop down. Now a flash of their own. Tens repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable. Snake bite. Goodness me.
Okay, and they do decide to
back
save.
into
So this is a great round for
Blunder from Zelsa, sure.
Sentinel's
But Tens
economy.
then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that.
I mean,
Sent the paranoia through.
Ten's got a really
Was able to
important duel
isolate the
again,
duel on
right? He
Sadak.
hit 2 or 3 with
Sen
his
have got enough
flash, and then the only person that
who
wasn't
understand
flashed,
the rhythm
yeah,
of the
he
game
killed.
and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at here.
It is. I mean, this is
It really
essentially. I mean, 2 of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And look, just seeing
Oh,
that
hit
on
all
replay
3, the
again,
flash.
It's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try
Surely
to
they
punish
got to
the
give
info
this
feed.
guy a gun.
It's so similar to how they were
Okay.
approaching
They
their
decide
split
to
attack
force
side
into
with
it.
a real
It's a massive
slow,
round now.
patient game. At some point, Loud need info on
At
defense.
one point, Loud got to play for this ult a bit more.
Punishes come through.
I think the whole game plan is at the moment because
Combination with the util being used. This
Sentinels are so used to playing against a team that plays like fight and retake, whereas Loud are kind of just fighting a little bit heavier everywhere at the beginning, or at least creating pressure like they're not. So they're like they're fighting both sides.
With the door being closed.
Okay, and this is gonna be the first time we're gonna see Sentinels most likely go into a site where they are playing retake. So might be able to. Dude, I think Zelsis' ult would be huge here, right?
It's not as important against a Cyclist comp.
It's true.
You're going to go back and get his orb? Yeah, he is. And then he's going to pop this relatively early so he knows that they can't retake with the ult. How long does he hold on to this ult?
It's going to be a thorn in their side. Though when this retake starts to come online for Loud.
Now would be great.
He's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in.
Damn, that's really nice.
That angle over the top now.
And then keep an eye on John as well. The latest lurk in the wild.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team.
And this time, oh, it still looks a little bit risky, the plant, but...
QCK, just alive.
Oh, comes in.
Deep cam round the back, Loud left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight! Force him away! Get out of here! Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting. Incredibly
Wait.
so. 2 years facing with all the kills.
Holy, not enough time on this, but that was kind of close. And by kind of, I mean insanely close.
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forward.
Honestly, I think just the plan here from Sentinels is great. Like this ult just completely stopped the retake. With it, imagine adding a Phoenix ult into this. Like it would have been a different round. I still think like they had the chance. Like Hound's in again could have killed someone.
John and Tens and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion. Yeah.
And then, yeah, they ended up just using the Phoenix ult, but it was like a little bit too late. They had denied enough time so the perfect retake couldn't come in. Yeah, the delay on it was just like everything.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Did he have to do the ult from really far back and then John got the kill on him? Is that how that went down?
Just pre-aiming.
Whoa.
So
dude. Hey, respect.
Very confident too.
Oh, and they go straight in. Knife hits one, right? So they know that someone's near backside.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the rolling thunder.
They got a lot of good ults to retake. So do Sentinels try and go aggro, or do they? Yeah, they try and go aggro.
Here's the rolling thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second,
they're doing good with the. Oh my goodness. No way, man. There's so much good stuff going on. It's crazy. Everyone's util's so good right now. How has that flash not gone through?
Through the wall. Favored for it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's
Shot.
an interesting fight to be taken.
Shot.
John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now. Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic.
No way. He's got it.
I don't know. I don't know. Did he get onto it in time?
I think.
So close.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Nicely done. Damn, dude.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second.
So yeah, they are so close. That whole like first 10 seconds of the afterplant was so nice to watch. Everyone's util was just like incredible.
A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be kicking himself. You can't offer Loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my.
Yeah, Zelsis frustrated with that.
With how tightly contested.
Good half on this map. He's a little bit attack-sided, so like honestly, most of them are going down to 6-6. I think is the stat.
Kawanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out.
It's a little bit comp dependent as well. Should be a little bit harder for Louds to get more on attack just because of no one to go through choke points.
Try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pin to some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid. There's an aid. Watched it. Zelsis still here. Joe QT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main.
Sadak now has to
into the mix. In through the back side, just spots the elbow. Just wants the elbow.
Nicely done, and then Loud. Dude, and then Les just kind of enables us here as well.
Last one left.
I mean, I enjoyed how Loud played this. There were so many buddies. Like every single death was a trade, basically. There was always someone in position to do something different here. Actually get a trade on it. This one is very doable.
It just seems
the fact that he has wingman to plant and he can be somewhere a little bit faster as well helps him. Doesn't want to reload.
Didn't opt to reload. Didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds
So he can do it from really far back. That's the good thing with it. So he can be a lot closer than they think.
Everyone on Loud is so grouped. They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2.
Good fast reposition from.
He doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle.
5.
HP drop down, backing away now.
Whoa! What a round, man! What a round! Really sick, dude. Really sick. And it was straight after they won one, so the money gets full reset. Ridiculous impact. Yeah, he played that so well though, making the most distance before he sent wingman out for the plant so he could get this.
I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing
the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down. His positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud are not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player.
Oh man, the impact of it, it's so... And all the rounds have been close, so they're like real low buy. Like they literally get a sheriff, 2 sheriffs and a ghost, 2 ghosts.
Less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered.
They were low HP, I said it earlier, but didn't actually think he was going to do it.
Massive round up, still left reeling myself.
Recon over towards A just cleared everything as well, so they can have a heavier stack.
If Sen back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face.
They're kind of ready for a push, at least. John was watching, and they were watching for an A push.
Do still have a trip
What is the timing on 10s checking this? That is the real question. Oh man, it might get really weird.
Cleared. Now crossfire.
He might TP away. He might TP and join his teammates so he doesn't give him a gun. It is the right call.
I'd realize it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now and just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. Not enough to push away the plan though, so still. Spike down and out. Oh, hello, Juicy K.
Okay.
No turn on the fire.
Just no idea he got through the first half of the cage, so he didn't get a sound cue.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap. QCK, hello. It's rattling their heads now.
Oh, they have to get Fischl out of them.
The list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man. He got caught by it though.
So he's just in the ult. His whole ult is spent just doing this. That's so funny.
Finally fades away and he's back into it, but here it is.
That's one of the sickest interactions ever. Ooh! No time, right? Damn, that was 6 shots though.
It's an effort. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, when he's actually allowed to shoot his gun, he's a monster.
You know, one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles. They're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it.
It was so funny, man. He just spent his whole ult basically just hit by the fish.
3 played by Sassy. Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sen's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some.
Yeah, they did good damage at least.
Later on, but 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you,
is fragging real heavy.
I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most
12
of
and
that.
6, yeah.
It's less actually who we
And
haven't
what?
seen as much.
This is how close these rounds have been. It's 4-5, and there's gonna be. I mean, there's 9 people that can't buy if their team loses their round.
With this composition,
4 and
it does
5.
end up being pretty stuck over towards B.
This is a good timeout for Loud because they have the ult advantage, and Sentinels at least have some options.
Though again being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over to B.
Just calling up the back of it now. 2 years this time, standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
That's Celsius ult. That's one of them.
Counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Second in position, breaking. This for the dart. Now a plant.
Celsius goes close. He has a nade. Omen flash for 10s. Might be in position to get a lot of the Omen flash here. Oh yeah, that's nice.
Molly's going to be used towards the back of the Side Hunters. Fury. There's the connection. Second falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. 10 up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for a classic reposition. Ult into the back of the site. Could be anyone's game on a
There is so much going on. No way.
Sticking the plow. Not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years.
1v2.
It's a 1v2.
They got a camera.
Sassy, doesn't give him
Had the camera that spot him not sticking it. Gotta hold it. Yeah, it's done. They take it anyway. Same as what Zelsa says. Don't care, won the round.
Same again. Same thing again.
Yeah, literally is the same. Don't care, won the round. Just everyone's dead again.
But just not enough to be able to get over the line.
They got an eco. Such a nightmare. These rounds are so close.
Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely.
Yeah, and this camera was the reason that they didn't have to swing in that 1v2.
When you saw Loud demolish EDG here, one of the things they were doing on their A retakes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post-plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Shadows traveling. Possible. Util cut away. All these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that?
Yeah, the comeback from Sentinels has been outrageous. Actually thought Loud were running away with it at one point.
This time, they actually had to grind their way back into ecoing Loud.
Why teams never expecting tens there? In all of the games he's played, he rarely goes here. That's the thing. He's normally on the floor with an Omen Flash. He actually hasn't gone on here. I also think that he used his Omen Flash and then repositioned here, so they thought he was on the floor anyway. Pretty sure that's right. They probably saw it from the floor and then thought he wasn't. I'd have to watch it back again, but I think...
Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know.
Timing on that is very nice.
But another flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels, though, looking likely.
Keep working out. The B's a little bit weak.
Really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time.
Oh boy, that is a huge recon.
Lit up here. Even with the stingers, there's danger.
Oh boy.
In abundance, but still with the rifles.
Gotta shout out tens there. Yeah, the other people are just eating all the util, and tens is just fast swinging to come save his teammates.
Towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3, and saves the rest of his team.
It was 3-0 at one
They were
point.
all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Bunker it down. That's a terrible post plan to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position, at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post-plan
Visual,
positions.
2 away from Razor, Phoenixel, and Viper. A lot of them. Last round.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Often QCK is going to be on A.
Feels like it could be sarcasm, but I'll take him. I appreciate it.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike.
You never know on the internet. I'm going to pretend it's not.
The utility cut up the side,
Gonna take the win.
The back here. There's a detainment into
Does
the
hit. No one's in place to get that though. I like the Viper ult. Means that they kind of can't play over towards top of site. Is this guy finally planting right?
Be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in flooded.
Actually looks like it might be right.
QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Be seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one, is he? Tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order Util layered on top of each other.
And Tens needs to smoke this so they don't have the jaws, but he's too busy just trying to get out of the Util. Nice retake from Loud. 5 considering they were 3 up. Damn, dudes. Sentinels did great for the comeback.
So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were
Yeah, it
decided
was.
on the tiniest of
It is
margins.
very true what he's
I
saying.
think Loud really figured something out there in
So
that
many
final
close
round.
rounds.
The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol.
He gets out of the Phoenix molly into the other molly. That's so sick.
Hard to say, it was so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these 2 teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Sou o Kalanzin, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem. Então
On top of the box, I mean, yeah, it's hard in the moment with so much stuff going on.
Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a Genji, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar sim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash. Perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como
I don't know why Sentinels forced the second round. It might have been because of the... It's... I mean, first of all, America's like NA teams love stingers, so I don't want to look into it too much, but it might have been something because of the Phoenix ult and they didn't want to give the Phoenix like you want to give a Phoenix a good route in by getting the ult into the first buy round. But it also literally could be as simple as they all love the stingers.
Praise for his opponents. I mean,
The prize factor as well, yeah, there's that. That's what's making me think that it might be the Phoenix thing, and it got too many kills.
Scoreboard right now for his team. Yeah. And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much.
This is the pistol. This is the pistols.
But just having really strong ways of being able to close things.
That's the record for the map. That's a 0.
In those spots.
So let's see if they can win 2.
Which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing.
That's good info, at least. Tens is committed. The util dump is here, and he is... Honestly, respect. Yeah, he needs to stay alive because he has to flash for the retake as well.
That's unreal.
Yeah, that is huge. Lame C, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 3 months. Okay, what a nice round from him as well. Halfway to his Phoenix ult, and that is the double pistol. They managed to do it back. 4-2 overall, 2-0 on this map.
Pistol round the entire series, and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But Sen are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to
start building his way. And now we can probably see the farm of it. Let's main focus. We'll see how many orbs he can get.
Willing to give anything away.
Right here.
The benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. The clear through elbow. Of corners.
Goes in, clears everywhere. It's a nice drone from up here.
This was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards. As soon as they don't meet people
might want to throw him the spike.
Essentially got a free plant off.
Wait, interesting. Is Sadak's going to get the plant on this one?
It's a good post plant position.
And QCK might just farm.
It looks like Sen are going to send utility here rather than trying to save it.
QCK is first contact, and he's going for it. That is not ult.
Feeling like it could be winnable, but
he's coming around, gonna get the last kill. Okay, that is ult.
Keep an eye on the Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. It could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the
big buy rounds.
I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame actually that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean,
smoke on smoke.
QCK,
both smokes over towards B main.
10 currently. Top. Another score at the top here.
How nice the handle from Zels is there. Yeah, and the nade on top to make sure that Sassy can get his orb, or his orb, sorry.
What a spray from Zelsis! Yeah. They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the paranoia onto a spot that Tens is often like into play, but it's second up there this time. In market.
This is mad.
The trip not broken though. They know it's fake market pressure.
They saw one person here, they saw one person middle. I don't think they saw Viper, but either way they push all the way behind. And we got no Sentinel here, so let's see how often they try and do that.
Celsius. He is a low player,
oh, you're a little bit committed.
Set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart
has
to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Little usage.
Yeah, and Tens actually uses util and gives away his flank, but it saves his teammate.
Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked beautifully.
Yeah, and I really liked it, to be honest.
I don't think they knew
it might be a bit of a read that they have as well.
Left Les in a 1v3 in a much worse position.
They've done enough damage, so
15 seconds left in a round.
Anything he does here is an extra bonus.
Possible scenario.
Even if it's armor.
10 seconds left.
Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering
That's
where
armor.
it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
Yep.
This might be Sentinels
Definitely
just gonna
take
give a bit
that.
of a read, I think, in terms of how loud play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that
Also
information. They're
this.
going to find it difficult.
Does he TP out now he's done this, or is he fine with it? Oh, then gets a double flash comp.
From this spot, there's a Phoenix flash in his face.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit scared doing that stuff. Oh boy, look at the util.
Kitchen sink being tossed and turned and chucked at them. Out through market, flash over the way, ring around a Rosie.
Huge kill. And they get a good plant.
We get to see Loud in a post plant.
Yeah, they get a good plant, and they're all over towards B main. Do we now see the smoke?
Lay it out on top of one another, fast.
Where does this smoke go? Yeah, they do their smoke. They put their smoke close, but Sentinels does this smoke to actually mean that they can actually have a bit of a path into this. Knife goes in, they realize that 4 are over towards B main.
Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's
Dude, he can't get an angle on it.
Wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained into the side, into the corner. Where is the
Bro, he can't get an angle on it.
Finally, wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty.
Oh my god, not again. He's out. Okay. Holy, that one got real close. Extra smoke came in, gave him the option to be able to spam fully. Jesus. Everyone dying.
On both
Yeah.
sides, kind of post plans.
Everyone keeps dying.
Things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plant, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility.
Look how good the smoke is with this plant. It's so busted.
If Wingman had not gone down there,
How do I enjoy this and not Pearl? Just because we've only experienced this for like 2 weeks. Ask me that again in like midway through April.
From Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spray and down.
We'll get sick of it pretty fast.
Stopping the spray. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but now Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map?
They forced. Okay, they forced into it. They forced and one person took a hit. Wait, at 8-8? At 8-8 with everyone at this money? Oh man, this is more impactful than the round we just had.
For market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does.
I'm not sure they can be retake.
And obviously you don't want to be hard.
The only reason that was close before, because we had Thrash.
But also Loud would love
I mean, that was it, right? That was the only reason it was close before.
It's a B retake setup.
Oh, what the hell is that smoke doing?
Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
Dude, is this flash going to hit everyone? Oh, it literally hit no one.
And away, back to the corner, actually. He's not away. Even deeper angle. He wants to try to fight to them. Flash wants to set it up. That's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out of the flood defense. This time, reign supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defenders.
See, I agree. I mean, I love the fact that they flooded into this, but I think the Loud still.
Yeah, they just assumed.
I think they kind of rushed it.
Nobody would be whimsical enough.
I think they kind of rushed in terms of like they wanted to.
You're dealing with tens.
Yeah, I need to watch it again. I need to watch the breach shot.
Brain of Angel and Red Guard.
I need to watch the breach shot.
Skill and impeccable timing of. Dude,
How is Tens allowed to just outright swing that?
Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. He's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a knife's edge. One of the only
He didn't
really
TP the... Because he TP'd to get out of there. He didn't TP the the breach all though, right? He should have eaten the breach all.
Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum
Because he TP'd out, I thought.
You could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it.
Do you reckon he TP'd out of it? Maybe. I felt like that. I thought he TP'd into the breach. Or yeah, that's where I'm at. And then he got a flash. Then he got a flash to swing right from Zelsis. Because when we were on him when he was in this corner, he still had a TP. I need to watch it again. Dude, I'm on YouTube. I could actually watch it again. Maybe I should.
Oh, okay. That's nasty. All up, taking a pause.
Wait, he gets another kill that gives him an ult, and they could throw him a gun.
Around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do.
It looks really possible now they smoked it off.
Holding the corner, like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, and you give that to the Phoenix.
They're calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman.
Oh man, Sassy was so tempted to spam that corner. Now he's not even considering it. Whoa, whoa, my goodness, what's going on here?
Close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just
Wait, they bailing at 30?
There's only 25 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't bail at 30, I don't think. 4 people here, Sentinels hold strong. And then everyone swings off of Zelsis' contact.
It's the first face coming through.
I see handles.
They're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less.
I tell you what though, although this turned into like a round that didn't really deliver in terms of Loud, if Tens goes down there on that duel, that's completely different.
That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the time. I think they have actually.
What is this replay, man?
They call a pause in the round.
Someone hit the wrong button.
On their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main. He's got a
this is what we're meant to see.
And the players over in A link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are Sen going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact.
Watch their 10s replay.
This is...
Where do you reckon it is?
All up, taking a pause into the...
Way before this. Oh, chat, you're really testing my internet. You guys have too much belief in me, by the way.
Rachel, I'm brain soup. Not away.
The 10s. Back to sight.
Not where it's supposed to.
Rachel.
Feel the presence. Now they're going to be using
Oh yeah, he tanks it and he TPs in. That is sick, man. That is actually sick.
Rifle round. It's a perfectly timed tactical timeout.
Yeah, he did. We were kind of all right. If that makes sense.
Next rifle round is going to be
he tanked it and then he
pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco and Senna basically at that point just on a coronation march.
He tanked it, but he also did TP.
The upper round 2 playoffs.
I'm taking that as a small win.
This is a must.
But to be fair, I actually thought that he TP'd out into it, so I am fully wrong.
Run it back. I mean, it feels like QCK's never without it.
823, thank you so much for the 12 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you. Okay, let's see.
Has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, that was sick from him. It was really cool. Where are we at? 4 rounds. Oh boy. Man, it's only an important round for Loud. To tell you what, they don't win this, it's 12.
So Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give
They gotta get this one.
Stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, Trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots. And I know that somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it.
Oh man, they all need to protect this ult.
Fight Tooth and nail for control of it. The nade down. How does it
How's he got to with a nade?
That is ridiculous.
There a KO nade behind that as well?
Spot there. Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. Sen have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. So Loud
Pretty sure the KO nade forced him into the raise nade.
Go for a post plan.
And they have, I mean, this is still a good round for Loud. They can play after plant. You get the good pause.
Potential avenue. So a free plant here.
Decken has ult for retake, but they have no idea about ally. This question mark is actually cleared because of this.
You don't have to be worried about the initiating
Maybe
utility
not.
from Sen, which is the
We'd only
main
see
part
so
of it.
much.
But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia.
Oh, they're so scared of behind from the other round where they push behind.
Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. Get around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens is forward.
Oh my god.
That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to Showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying.
Yeah, and do they, when does the smoke come up?
On top of this corner, on top of the box, Tuyas has to reveal his hand, spraying it through. Guarding, blocking, all the bullets, second, sticking.
No way, man. I can't believe they win this round. I can't believe they win this round. No money.
Look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are
Yeah,
getting.
these rounds are insane. Tens did so good. How does he have the confidence to stick this and get the kill? Yeah, I can't believe he gets this kill as well. 30 HP.
He is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned.
Look
Still
at it.
flicks straight to his head and opens things up.
Okay, they're all sitting around 3. They got a plant. They're sitting around 3-4, 3-3.
Finding their way through.
And they do eco it.
And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. Here's the money. Dire Straits. Take it alone out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at a top cam position used early.
God, they should never be winning that round.
I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid.
2 diffusers, yeah, they have almost 0-3-3, right? Or 0-3-4, both at 0-3.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantage towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Wait, they're not in a comfy spot. Really? They are not in a comfy spot.
Spotted, one tagged up here.
Keep an eye on the guy on site. He is going to run into a trip.
It's wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way,
boy.
less than ideal. That was John's.
Yeah, what a time to fumble it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did the most perfect call. They really did.
To go in, I guess. And Tui's is here ready to pick up Celsius.
Okay, no one saw it. Oh yeah, back to the landing on this, and we all get upgrades, right? If everyone can. Okay, they got 4 upgrades. Almost everyone.
Go up to series point. And instead,
yeah, look at this recon as well. The drone tag with the recon.
And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
Main control.
I think the timeout's good. The timeout's nice and early here. They did fumble this a little bit.
Discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid, but again, Sadak, world-class.
You can understand it, though. They did that punish over towards mid the round before.
At least for this map, he's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah, I think from Loud though, this timeout is also going to serve them because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them, and I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas.
Give this as well, so sure, there would probably be a drop.
Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps.
Official.
We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A.
They probably want to get fish short here.
Second set up for an earlier
They know
fight,
that if they lose this, they have to
something he hasn't
eco.
done a ton of.
Loud looks like they realize a similar thing. Looks like they go aggro on both of the sides at the moment. Omen flash used. Oh, they go really aggro on both of the sides. There, the whole talk that Loud had here was just don't give them an orb.
And it was Sadak who.
And they both got hit by the.
Alone on the opposite side of the map.
See, this could be a free one. Yeah, it looks like this is a free one. Well, they'll take it.
Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto
So many of them got hit by the knife that they just decided to fall back.
So John continues to provide great
really?
info to his team.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, they were on top of it. 4 people here. People dealt with the thrash, and then someone was ready for the swing.
Was bigging him up at the halftime.
All comes in to heal as well.
About Loud's, Sentinel's strength.
And Sassy's low, and he can no longer pick this up.
But they need more. They dodge the knife
It
again.
gets dodged as well, so they heavy stack over towards B.
Out some magic.
Drone hears it, has to respect it now, it's running away.
Yeah, just prioritizes getting out of there, which means that the drone then clears all of A site as well.
Let loose, let rip, Zelsis.
Oh, you're crazy after that.
Cross onto the side, not going to be letting them use that util plan. Stuck here by
Last flood, Omen Flash goes in, hits both.
That's found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one, and a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy.
Wait, this is uncomfy. Keep an eye on the flank over towards middle.
And he just caught the backside, clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, running, gun with a Spectre.
Oh man, it's going to stick this. Does he even get close? No, he got hit by the knife. He can't TP again. Whoa. No way. 56 HP. Oh, it's another round where they get all the kills as well. How are Sentinels winning these rounds, though? 3 chances to close this off. Yeah, dude, the knife wrecked him as well a little bit because he was going to go for another TP, I'm pretty sure.
And he was way out of time. I believe that's straight in catch. Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction. Can't believe it. But it's better to be lucky.
The crowd slow-mo cheer. Okay, 3 chances to close this one, and they are walking down middle with 3 people. They are walking down middle with 4 people.
Sliver of an angle, just holding it. ADS
Knife goes in, hit 1 over towards A, potentially more, not entirely sure.
Now running away, Les.
Look at Les, he's at side so fast. 20 seconds in.
All right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea.
He's had enough.
I'm going to make the play to win.
There
we go.
Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly.
Thrown over towards middle, same time as this.
That space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner.
Dude, he's going to get wrecked, right?
Be facing him here. Flash in his face.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here. 5 alive. John QT might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of Sen. It feels like Sen are in control.
Yeah, they have no money. They have no money because every round they win, just everyone's dying.
They don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
He's common the entire time.
He gets a 1 on top of this. Everyone else gets 1,900.
To discuss what's going on.
And they're going to
the big
eco.
difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to
going to be
find
2 away.
That Sen had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs a rifle.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, he's just making a
That's
mockery
well,
of him.
1-9 for this guy now. No gun.
We are going to be headed
He could
into
potentially
the final few rounds here of the match.
Could potentially take a timeout,
With
but
Loud favored to bring it to the final round. maybe even some OT afterwards.
Refresh. Dude, when I do the ×2 sometimes though, it like lags out the thing. I'd rather just keep it there. It's only 2 rounds.
Even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble. Sen gambling over towards A because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction. Trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out.
And they make a right call on this one. Knife goes in. They're going to start getting any orbs. Sassy gets his orb. So potentially 2 away from the next round.
Sen, they're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back.
Big live, I'm on live.
Gets into it now. The online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for Sen is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
Easy. No one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay,
surely
drive
not.
by, going wide.
Counts in, might have to use his Brimble. Sorry, breach ult.
Utilized here. Kamazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, sure.
Oh, tens. What the?
Just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way.
Okay, it's so fine. Vision block, just everyone's low. Against the wall, no one has to worry.
She'd like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round.
Good news for Loud as well, they did not panic, and they didn't have to use any extra ults onto it. They still have breach ult. Sassy is 1 away, right? Sassy didn't get a kill here, I don't think.
Just running into backside, overwhelming people.
I tell you what, he actually got a shot off there from Tens.
Well, Tens is difficult to see in that spot. And this time, the rifles are able to find their mark.
Lee, look at this.
Is good.
Oh my god, fish. Yeah, okay, this is a good timeout. And what the hell happens? 1 away from official, 1 away from a raise
before the
ult.
last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Boom.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. Kawanzine has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that.
Sentinels are close to orbs,
sure
so
what kind of adjustment
there's going to be a lot of talk about the orbs. Every time they've wanted an orb, they've got the one over towards A, so do they change it up and get the one towards B?
Find for them in round 22.
Last time they did this as well, they Omen flashed over towards B, so they have to look out for
that. A lot of
that.
the game plan has still been working here for Sen on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an Unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able
right
to
now
get
there's a lot of
through it.
focus on the
There's
orbs, so mid in theory. What the hell is this sign, bro? That's so uncalled for.
Meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again. On the attack side this time.
That is so uncalled for, man. Holy. That's such a random stray. At 11-12?
Kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything.
Okay. Like I was saying, loads of focus over towards orbs, so potentially mid is like really easy and really free to get. And they do the same thing that they did earlier in terms of Omen, Flash, and Recon. A knife goes in, and this is what they did last time when they wanted A orb as well. So
to make it feel like they're taking early B main control, I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekken or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb.
yeah, they're so confident that they're going for one of these orbs. Drone goes in, clears everywhere close. In the corner, that's nice. They realize that they don't have to stun, so now they can. I mean, they can at the very least take this out of the way. We're getting a little bit low time-wise, though.
Palpable in the air. I mean,
but in terms of the information that Sentinels have, they actually don't have anything.
Tens. Tiny.
Lovely kill. Gets out of there as well. Extra TP.
Ulted up,
Oh.
stunned up, will be brought down in the end. So the trade is online
Yeah,
here.
nice
The call
trade.
is made for Sen to scatter.
Font goes
Backing away,
in.
playing for the retake here.
Wait.
Sadak. He's going to go for the
What?
plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to
Once
the
it
side.
throws
He
it
can
to
give it
QCK to get his
and
ult.
run it back.
Oh. That's kind of nice. That might actually do everything. Yeah, and he's going to insta be able to ult this. Need to watch out for Zekken. If Zekken gets a kill, or if Sassy gets a kill, that's an ult. Doesn't count for... What the hell is this guy doing?
Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played, spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time. Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate?
Lovely shot.
nails him to the back wall.
That's one of the potential
The
ults.
other second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius.
Time is so low.
Out, but again, the time running against them. The rifles have to sink through. They have to reach through.
Nicely done.
It will not happen.
Ooh, I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure the plan was like the greatest. I think what happened is Sentinels really thought that they were gonna go fast middle while they weren't focusing on the orbs. That's what it felt like. Because Sentinels gave them so much map control, they didn't even try and get one of the orbs.
And this, with Tens being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with.
Yeah, I think they were just very confident that a mid push was going to come in. Okay, go. Overfought? Yeah, I think they overfought it a little bit. I think I agree with that.
No ops being bought in OT.
They were very... It looked like they were really confident about a push here. Or a push through market. Well, like one or the other.
Remember, Sen were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
Hey, no one gets an op. Gotta remember that Loud won both pistols, so Loud should at least be feeling confident in this one, but they also still had 3 chances and they've all gone to 0.
Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone in these spots. This time, though, he's got backup from Kalanzin.
Yeah, and he can just jiggle, stun, and then reface was the whole plan here. Oh my.
Off the cam
Omen flash.
2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch
Wait,
anybody.
as we can see on the minimap, this is pretty much perfect. Kalanzin needs to somehow kill one and stay alive. Oh, they're not going with it?
Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Smoke did pull.
Dude, he's only gonna have one flash for wherever they, one smoke for wherever they decide to go.
Out with a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2 years.
Rotate comes in, 30 seconds, only one smoke, and he goes for
rotations.
Spawn, so they have to all go side. I like that reaction. It's a good protocol if you only have one. Smoke.
Going down here, but sort of util.
Uh-oh. Oh, they go fast with this now, surely.
Really against them. Snake bite drop down Loud. This is them.
Molly's good. Stick the plant. Shout out to Sassy for holding this the whole time. Zelsis did good with the cover as well. Oh my. Nicely done. Yeah, the camera tag.
In a 1v2.
Second, making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy
okay,
one.
Nicely played. John played this well as well. Sadak very smart to realize that the round the world was happening as well. Maybe he heard him. I'm not entirely sure, but I thought he was walking the whole time. Nicely. I mean, this was close, bro. John got a really important kill. Maybe we see it on the replay as well. No, it's this one here. And then the tag of the camera was great. Yeah, really nice round from John.
You saw Kalanzin just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying
dude, when the spike went down, I was nervous. The aftershock to break the spike there was sick.
They're up on match series point.
And that was tense.
Snowball out of control.
Same thing over towards A. It's really weird, by the way. In like a part of the default, they Omen flash recon B main the whole time. Like they're so happy creating the question mark over towards B main. Like all of these buy rounds.
But he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, position. You can't
Drone goes middle, creates pressure. It's a lovely flash to push him off. Wall goes in to block vision. Wait, are we really going for a double orb default and a plant?
Broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it indeed.
Oh, they really are.
Into
The duel.
jaws of defeat.
Okay, now that they try and fight sight, they have 2 kill trips that they can get off of, and I love this kill trip. That's actually to stop the normal plant. Knife goes in, I have no idea how many it hit. Yeah, we're just spamming this. 20 seconds done, they realize one sight.
And 2 potentially to fall, 2 years and less together.
What the hell? Nice util on this one. It's sick. That was a sick game, man. That was a sick game. Real close.
Incredible here. Dominating on the first map and squeezing.
Yeah, and each team won a map where they lost double pistol, which is pretty impressive.
Gen G in the upper finals.
That's gonna be a fun game as well.
Push them. Oh, they did. But Sen were resilient the whole way through with huge performances coming out from multiple players. Sassy's 1v3, absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning position on this map. John called a
Games
great
tomorrow,
game the
yes.
entire time and was fragging too.
Yeah, both tomorrow.
It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments like this. But Sen, for the moment, on top in this regional rivalry.
Top. All the recent times, and of course, I mean, you're going to see the respect being showcased on either side.
The Sassy 1v... Oh yeah, it was like a 1v3, right? You got to trade for the 4.
Second round of playoffs. Match up against
there were so many close rounds which you could look back at and be like, well,
one to look forward to. I think
maybe that should have gone a different way.
That I'm instantly thinking of is Tens v Karen.
Oh yeah.
Because both of them with outrageous aim. Ten's the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
Karen with the movement.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is he's just skilled through and through, picked up straight from the rank queues. That is going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
That was an intense game for them.
And Sen, all of that time being able to, you know, get 2 playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on Split to such a heavy degree, and then on Sunset too, it was really working. And it was different things that were working as well. We didn't really get to see that A retake coming out with all of the flash dizzy combos.
Yeah, these teams are constantly evolving.
Yeah. Kill, yeah.
They're not going to stay
representing.
Like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting.
Liam, thank you so much for the 2 months, man. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for doing that.
Barely able to get it over the line in
Appreciate
that OT. What an absolute world-class series as well. I thought map 1, I mean, we might have just been chalked, man. Early
John was a beast in this game.
Well. We're just getting the players ready
in terms of like impact as well, not even just like actual stats, in terms of impact 1vx situations.
But it's going to be an interview with Sassy, talking about, again, another match against his former team. And I do think we're set up for this to possibly become the preeminent rivalry of...
I agree.
Maybe of the global Valorant circuit, but certainly the American circuit as well.
Definitely.
The chances.
There's a good chance that's the repeat for the finals. We'll see.
Entirely possible.
We will see.
Loud out at all.
Yeah.
But both these teams playing their heart out today, and Sen also showcasing that even on some of their weaker maps like Icebox, they're continuing to add.
Great match. Oh man, yeah, it really lived up to it. I was a little bit worried after the first map, to be honest. First map was very dominant.
We're going to be going through all the flowchart points, I think, at this point.
Feel bad for Paper X. Yeah, but they were a bit off today. They can look way better tomorrow.
Potentially. Chances.
John won 4 1v1s and 3 1v2s. Wait, really? Are they actually... Is that true?
Favorites, especially for a guy like Sassy. He's experienced last year where it was a little miserable.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, let's send it down.
4 1v1s and 3 1v2s.
Post-match interview.
What the...
Dos últimos mapas muy intensos entre Sentinels y Loud. 2 very last intense maps between Sentinels and Loud, but Sentinels takes the win. And I'm here with Sassy. I want to hear it for Sassy. I was listening to all the fans. They were cheering for you the whole time. Y para mi primera pregunta, para Sassy, quiero saber más que nada, recordando que este es un rematch de Américas, ¿cómo se sentía el poder volver a ganar este rematch y qué ha cambiado desde la final de Américas hasta ahora para seguir avanzando y mejorando y viendo la evolución que está teniendo Sentinels? Sassy, I want to ask you here, this is the rematch for Americas, the grand finals, and you still get the win once again. tell me a little bit about the evolution, the process that has been since that grand final to now guaranteeing that top 3 for Masters.
I'll be honest, this win is all about my coaches. They did a perfect job on adapting, especially on split. And even the Loud didn't play split this tournament, they did an incredible job about like predicting them. So yeah, I feel like this match is for my coaches for sure.
Dice que todo el crédito se va hacia los coaches que trabajaban bastante duro en entenderlos, en incluso las cosas que no se sabían, las cosas que no eran reveladas por el lado de poder sacar esa información y ganarlo, así que es todo el crédito para ellos. Hablando de ese split, yo quiero preguntarle más que nada, primero, ¿cómo tiene un split tan bueno? Y segundo, ¿por qué los equipos lo siguen dejando abierto? I know you mentioned split, and I have to ask, how is your split so good? And also, why are teams still leaving it open?
I mean, yeah, we knew that Loud has their ban on Lotus, so we were already expecting split. This veto was like pretty obvious, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I don't know. For me, it's John. John is like the big deal on split. He always has like good reads, and every player is like comfortable playing each role. So yeah, our split is like a comfortable map for us.
Dice que la decisión de mapas o la decisión de que iban a jugar a Split ya se sabía porque se conocían muy bien el permaban de lo que era el Lotus de Loud, pero que aún así también el crédito se va para el lado de Jun Cutie que conoce muy bien el mapa, que trabaja
14 1BX situations, Loud only won 2. Wait, that's the clutch difference?
Un poco más temprano a Munchkin que decía que se quería enfrentar
And it was still that close?
de lo que es la escuadra de
That's
Sentinels.
savage.
Ahora se va a hacer realidad, se hace posible en esa semifinal del upper bracket. ¿Y cómo se sienten en contra de Genji? Munchkin early said he really wanted to face you guys, and you know, it's not the grand finals yet, but that match will guarantee the grand final spot. So how are you feeling for the match against Genji?
I feel the same way as Munchkin. We are pretty excited like to face Genji, honestly. And I've faced Munchkin before in Crazy Raccoons, and I know that he's in a better team right now. So yeah, we'll see who gets better.
I like that. Nos dice que piensa igual que Munchkin, que también está muy emocionado por lo que va a hacer esa partida en contra de Genji, que ya se ha enfrentado él en contra de Munchkin antes, pero que ahora lo ve que está en un mejor equipo, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Esto es todo lo que tengo de entrevista, Sassy. Thank you so much, and I want to hear it once again for Sassy.
It's amazing.
Oh, massive congratulations to Sentinels. We go from one legend
Oh boy.
to another.
I guess we can predict what's going to be said here.
Thank you very much
There
for
we go.
joining us. We'll let you have a couple of moments. Yeah.
Everyone buy the Sentinels bundle. Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Did you buy the Sentinels bundle?
Like I said, I'm going to buy the event winners.
Of this event?
Yeah, which he's already saying is them. So.
Yeah, me too.
It's already us.
Yeah.
It's already us. Listen, people said they'd buy it if we made playoffs. People said they'd buy it if we made Madrid. We've
I haven't
done it all.
extended yet.
Yeah.
It's always been the event winners, so.
All right, whoever wins champs, you know, I'll buy the
You can't roll that again now.
Whoever wins champs. But yeah, congratulations, Zos. I could see from your emotion when you guys eventually won that map. It was kind of, it felt like elation and also just a lot of energy. 2 overtimes. How was that? Was that tough out there?
It was kind of stressful, yeah. Obviously, I think we threw Icebox, so going third map, I mean, it's called Sunset for a reason, but it was kind of stressful. Like, when we won, it was like a relief. It was like, oh my gosh. So I'm just happy we won, yeah.
Well, I found it really interesting earlier. Kaplan was saying there was a couple of timeouts that come through to kind of like, I guess, reset the vibes, get the energy back on track. Today was really the first time we've seen like a few, I guess, player reacts where there's a little bit of frustration as to the plan not being executed. I think it was round 3 on Icebox when Zekken was calling for everybody to kind of chill on the mollies a little bit. That was really interesting because I think it's the first time that we've probably seen that sort of reaction. How was it through Icebox if you feel like it was kind of a throw?
I mean, I wouldn't really say it's the map itself. I would say it's kind of like how we're going into these matches. Like, we're kind of now in like crunch time where it's like, all right, if we make a mistake, like, we're calling it out. Like, we're just nipping it right there and then, which is the frustrations, or like, you know, us saying it so like eager, like you heard Zekken on the round 3. Like, we just want to make sure we don't keep making the same mistakes. So us as a team have talked and we're like, all right, if we make a mistake, someone call it out. And like, we talk, or like, and it's a match. So call it out, we move, we fix, and then we just, you know, keep communicating. That's like the biggest thing for us.
Yeah, let's talk about Sassy real quick, because I swear that he just turns up in every big round. Every single pivotal round that we've ever had in this series today, he's at the scene of the crime. We have a quick round to show you, I think, from Sunset. This 1v3, what was going through your mind?
I figured he was gonna win this, and Amin, John even said he was gonna win this as well. Like, Gustavo's so clutch in these situations. He's just so calm, as you can see. Like, I mean, he's a champion for a reason, right? So, like, this is just easy for him. It's just light work, and he's very comfortable on Sunset. So, I'm happy I have him on my team.
So no backseating whatsoever whilst that was going down, no?
I mean, we're just little things like bullets, like if we hear their footsteps and he's like dialed in on their crosser, you know, when someone's in a clutch. But I mean, he handles himself pretty well. So
yeah, this was played to perfection. Yeah.
The crowd is like, I mean, I know Josh and Bren were talking about it. It was kind of weird to hear the crowd go against Sassy. They were like chanting all the Brazilian chants at him.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was a bit. It didn't feel like, it felt kind of weird, like a different kind of timeline we were in.
Yeah, he's kind of a traitor. Yeah, he's kind of a traitor. I mean, you know, I'm glad to have him, but it's like having him against his own team type thing.
They're lost, right?
Yeah, they're lost. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of traders, me and Hypog, we're both from EMEA. I've heard some very choice words from you, Zal. Says EMEA 0 team region.
Zero team region. I mean, you know, Fnatic not coming here is kind of a big deal. I mean, they ran the same strats as last year, so maybe they can fix that. But no, all seriousness, like, I mean, EMEA is really good. Like, the fact that like they had two like really young rookie teams come here and like show out like they did, like it could have went either way. But yeah, 0 team region, EMEA.
He's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
He's actually just not wrong.
One of those situations where we should just keep pretty quiet, to be honest.
Yeah.
About out this conversation.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you know who we should talk about though? The IGL, of all IGLs. The fragging IGL, John today. I know you've always been really impressed with him as well. Mike, what did you think of
I mean, today, one of the ones I want to ask back about was the post plant on Split. Like, I think probably one of the cleanest clutches we've seen at this event so far. I'm not sure if you remember the plant on B side.
The 1v2,
John QT, back down into main. Just,
I think we have this round, by the way. Let's just bring it up so we could show it.
If we could roll it, yeah, I'd love to know what was going on on the comms during this.
Oh, different one. He had too many. He had
too many clutches.
He couldn't pick him.
Yeah, too many clutches. He's just too good. Look at him.
Wait, Joyce is a frag movie?
Did I?
Yes, you stole his ace.
As I should. As I should.
So, yeah.
You didn't realize he was on for an ace?
I want to win the round. I don't care. I've stolen his ace twice now. Twice. The one on Split, the ace pistol in Africa, and then this one.
Oh, 2 out of 2.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike, as an IGL, coming from John especially, how do you think, I mean, I'm going to ask both of you this question because it does feel like fragging IGL meta coming into this tournament.
It's gone.
Yeah, but is it back now?
No, wait, what were you about to say? I was going to say,
no,
definitely the IGL not fragging meta is surely gone because I think John QT is definitely a
John's changing,
that's what I was going to ask.
I mean, as well, there's maybe
and for
that
Genji.
question. All 5 of you seem to be able to deliver
They got pretty high fragger.
scenarios. Is there ever, situations where somebody's really stepping up and kind of chomping at the bit to be that person to make the standout play, or is it kind of just a respect amongst all of you?
Like play, right? Not calls. Play.
Well, both to be honest.
Amin is like, he's like our early round caller always. Like he like says what we do early unless someone has like a really clear cut idea, like they're saying something on the map or something. But he really calls like the early round and like he gets final say, and I think we all respect that. But everyone kind of like chips in here and there mid round, like they do a lot of their own calling and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah, I would say he's definitely one of the best IGLs I've played with, like individually, calling wise, everything. Like he's very calm. He puts in a lot of work, a lot of time. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with him.
His aim is crisp.
Yeah,
really,
I mean, he's looking
crisp.
absolutely insane this event.
Yeah. Speaking of something absolutely insane, you told us about buying the Sentinels bundle. You've been pushing this out there, but I kind of wanted to base this off of the actual classic. Does the skin give you the buff? Because if you take a look at this leaderboard, I'm sorry to report to you, Zel says, when it comes to classics kills at this event, you're not number 1.
Those are rookie numbers, man.
Those are rookie numbers. I was number 1 kickoff, and look, like, PRX is about to be eliminated. So
14's all he gets, right?
Yeah, so 14, he's gonna be stuck at that, and I'm gonna win the event. So I'm going all the way.
Oh wow! Do we then combine you and 10s? Is that how it works? Or
That is how it works. Yeah.
Okay, so it's
That
not
is
like
how
if
it
you
works.
get number 1, we buy it.
No, I have to.
I don't know about that one.
I have to be number 1.
Yeah.
I'm the Send Bundle guy. I'm the Send Bundle guy.
Chalky, appreciate you.
Stack that commission.
Yeah.
Thanks for the 9 months.
Stop buying ghosts and stuff. Just rock the
Always
classic.
pistol. Always pistol. Yeah.
And see what happens. And speaking of the next matchup, because it sounds like you think Loud are going to beat Paper X. Is that correct?
I do think Loud will beat Paper X. Yeah. I think Paper X are still kind of like I respect them because they stick to their play style, like they do their thing, but I think it only gets you so far. And I think like Moniet's doing great player, I'm sure great guy, whatever, but I think they're missing Jing for sure.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think the hot topic we've certainly seen particularly the last week or so, is kind of, you know, what's the next step? What's the next kind of identity change for Paper X? Do you think that is enough of it? Because previously they've always just fallen back on when they can frag and they go forward, kind of like death balling sort of gameplay, they can succeed at international events. Do you think it's different this time around? Do you think there's, I don't want to say that much of a drop off, but do you think there is that much of a gap in terms of the Paper X we're seeing here in Madrid?
I think they could definitely clean up. Like, I like how they play. I think it's very Valorant-y. I think it's very good. They're very skilled players, but I think they could have someone like, be like, all right, guys, we have the advantage. Let's maybe wait a little bit instead of like, all right, we have the advantage. I'm going to go peek 3 people because I want to. It's like, I think they could definitely play a little smarter. But only time will tell if they either make a change or want to change how they play, because they're all based off all vibes, right? So it'll only see if like they do it.
Let's talk about your next match, because last year it felt like all you did was play against Pacific teams when you came to Locky, and you faced Paper X and DRX, I believe. Now you got to go against Gen G, and I heard that you were really looking forward to meeting Texture. You said a lot of nice things about how he's performing well. How do you think he's going to do, and also how do you think he's going to do up against Zekken?
I'm a big Texture fan. I watched them play like their tournament kickoff qualifiers or whatever, and I'm a big Texture fan. I think that whole team is really good. But I mean, these are the big leagues and they're all rookies here. So, I mean, like Zekken, you know, Texture. Yeah, I don't really know what to say.
Well, Goza,
really
thank you so
He's
much,
really
man.
Good. I think
Appreciate the
it'll come
35,
down to like
34, sorry.
prep and like, you know, team play, which I think both of us have like really good team play, really good prep.
Hope you're doing well, man.
I think it'll be a really close series. Yeah.
Okay, I guess the follow-up to this head-to-head would be the Karen versus Tens discussion.
Ooh.
Give me some insight on that.
I mean,
thoughts?
King Tens, like,
yeah,
he's gonna show Karen what it means to play smokes at a big tournament, you know. So, I mean.
To be fair, in Karen's own words, when Tens won Masters, he also was not playing Valorant yet.
Fair point.
So he's missed a few of the big titles, I feel like. Hey, maybe Gen G, they might surprise you. But would you also agree, it feels like outside of you guys, Gen G do seem like the other option that's the strongest team?
I definitely have like us and Gen G as like, I think this is the final, like for sure. I think like, I mean, Loud, like whoever won today, I think I was gonna call the final, but obviously we pulled through, we won it. So I think it's like us and Gen G for sure. I think they just look really drilled, really like well, like prepped together. Like they're really hungry. Like they're like, you know, Karen, rookie, Texture, I think is like really in his element on this team, you know. So yeah, I just think they're really hungry, and like this is gonna be a really good series.
You agree?
I do agree, yeah. I think Gen G have looked in fantastic form. I'm not sure, obviously, with the Loud Gen G rematch, whether or not it's going to be enough of a bounce back from Loud. I think today, I don't know if you would agree with this, but it felt like more like facing off versus a familiar opponent, which is why map 2 and 3 were so closely contested, even with coming out with map 1 and having a dominated, well, very one-sided performance. I'm not sure if Loud have got what it takes to bounce back and beat Gen G again.
This is the thing though, like, were they down?
You can never count them out.
Loud,
That's the thing. They have an asterisk next to the name every single time.
I mean, we're gonna find out tomorrow. But before I let you guys go, Hypog, you actually had a question from like...
We're still running this.
Yeah, like a week ago, you asked the question for our next guest. So this is a question from Hypog, which feels weird that I'm asking him the question that you had, but...
As if I'm not here, guys.
Yeah, you're not here, you're not
here.
What's been your favorite moment of this tournament from an individual? Like an individual pop-off, an individual play, what's been your favorite?
I would have to say my favorite is probably our first match, just because like it's been so long since I've played like international, like add-in Masters, I guess I'll call it.
Mr. Monster,
and
thank
then,
you,
like, doing it against Heretics, it just like felt really nice to pull like a really good win, and like we had a really rough travel coming here, so it was like to get that first win, and like that was probably like my highlight, because I'm like, oh my god, we did it, like, you know, so that was probably my highlight. Yeah.
What's crazy, you didn't notice the low third there, and it was like, why did you pick Forsaken?
Yeah.
But I love the fact that you just breezed right past that. I'm not even paying that any attention.
Yeah.
I've just said Paper X is going to lose the next, so no credit to Forsaken.
Actually, this is a good time.
I respect it.
This is a good time, because tomorrow, after the second game, we're going to have another guest here. We don't know who it is. It's going to be a player from the winning team. So you have an opportunity now to look into the camera and instigate a little bit. Ask them any question you want. No restrictions. Go for it.
Forsaken?
Anyone. Well, it's
Anyone?
gonna. We don't know who it's gonna be, so it's gonna be a player
Gonna
from
be
the
something
winning
about the
team
bundle,
tomorrow.
surely.
Okay, well I have to go with Forsaken then, because I just think Like, I want to play him. He's like, quote unquote, the best flexible player in the world right now. Like, I kind of want that title, you know? So I want to play Forsaken. He's obviously really good, really nice guy, but...
I don't think you understood my question.
No, probably not.
That was on me. That was on me. All right, I'm going to condense it.
I think it's time to sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to take 2 condenses.
Probably
so we
not.
have another post-show tomorrow. We're going to invite another player. We don't know who it is yet. Whoever wins is going to come back on the desk and they're going to answer a question. So we would like you to ask them a question.
Oh.
Any
So
question
you
you
thought
want.
PaperX were going to lose tomorrow's series, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I mean, we might have
You're
Zek
guys are
in here
stressing me out. This is more stressful than the match. This is more, like, I'm like trying to think of it. It's like, so I'm asking a question. Okay.
Yes, any question in the world. Feel free to instigate.
I got nothing. I don't know. I want to ask something like how does it feel to play with a lesser raise than Jing?
Wow, okay.
I like it, a little bit spicy there.
Oh, that's very spicy. But we're going to take a look at the schedule quickly before we close everything off because Genji will be taking on Sentinels in that upper bracket. And then in the elimination game, Mike, we have PaperX versus Loud. Are you in agreement with us as you think Loud are winning that and Sentinels maybe winning the upper bracket as well?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Again, we kind of beat this point to death earlier on. I'm not seeing it from PaperX this time around. And whether or not tomorrow we then see some last-minute comp changes come out, I don't think they pass Loud.
I just hope that PaperX wins so they could come on the desk and answer
that question.
I need my question.
Now, actually, yeah, I'm all in on PaperX.
Now we got
all in on PaperX.
Yeah, me too.
Scrap that.
Yeah, it's not like I'm ever not all in on PaperX.
Well,
but thank you very much, Hyper, for joining me today. Thank you very much, Zelsis, as well. Have a good rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow in that upper bracket. Thank you to you guys at home for watching as well. Make sure to come back and join us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Where is
and don't forget to
this?
what, Zelsis? Don't forget to what?
Don't forget to buy the Sentinels bundle.
Hey!
Hey, why was Zelsis banned in the first place?
We've seen this matchup before, and last time
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. We have some games again tomorrow, same time, same place. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for it being a nice place as always. If you miss any games you want to rewatch, VOD channel is there. Why do I look so short? What's going on? My camera's like... It fit 2 of me on this. Thank you so much, everyone. Guys, who are we raiding? Someone give me a streamer. Mini cosplayer? I didn't realize I was doing a mini cosplay for the whole day. Lydia. I've never heard of this person. Should we raid them? Reprovise is saying Lydia, and Reprovise is gifted so much that I'm sticking with it. It's Tupperware? Oh, dude, I didn't realize you guys were like that. I don't know first names. What's the Twitch? Is he rebranded? Dude, I don't keep up. Okay, I got it. That's the one, right? All right, thanks so much, everyone. I'll sort my height out for tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Thank you. And yeah, we've got some good games tomorrow. Hopefully. Take it easy, everyone. Peace. Shout out to all the mods again. Thank you so much for the help. Shout out to all the Slug Club as well. YouTube chat. I ignored you a little bit today. I'm not gonna lie, YouTube chat, but we'll get better. All right, peace.
Have a great chance.
Okay, Zekin right there, vulnerable. We've got to get the damage. Of course he will.